In the current situation, it is not easy to choose the person in charge of the store. The undead cannot be arranged in human cities, and most of the maids are still ignorant. It is easy to say that there is less money, and it can be calculated to understand that once the amount of money is too much, it will be difficult to deal with. Fong Hao is also considered to be relatively lucky. Bai Hu has the attributes of a businessman. I heard that he used to sell goods in the village. Temporarily cope with the store, it should be enough. Master, what type of shop is it? White Fox asked in a low voice. Restaurant. Hearing Fong Hao's words, Bai Hu's face instantly turned pale. Master, my cooking tastes normal. I'm afraid of affecting you. You don't need to cook. You are responsible for the management and accounting, and the accounting is clearer. Oh, good master, I must do my best. Okay, you go to work first, and I will take you to the store to see when I have time. Fong Hao said. Yes, master. Bai Hu agreed and left the room. Fong Hao also walked out of the city lord's mansion. On the other hand, I saw Duo Jin walking over. On weekdays, Duo Jin was a skeleton merchant, and he rarely left his post except in special circumstances. Lord, good noon. Duo Jin stepped forward quickly, adjusted his clothes, and saluted slightly. Good noon, Duo Jin. Lord, I have received an order. I need you to take a look. With Duo Jin in his arms, he took out a business alliance order and sent it to Fong Hao. Order. Requirements. 50,000 units of black powder. Acquired from the exchange. 5,000 war coins. White steel fire gun. Dwarf influence plus 10. 50,000 units of black powder. Are the dwarves going to blow up mountains or fight wars? They can make black powder by themselves, and they need to purchase such a large amount from outside. There must be something important for the dwarves. The money is not much, but it is quite attractive to reward a white steel fire gun. Okay, let's go to your place. Fong Hao said. The two came to the Shangming building, and Fong Hao directly signed his name on the order. The order was accepted, and Fong Hao came to the warehouse again. Opened the crafting page of the Book of Lords. Black powder, saltpeter 2, sulfur 2, wood 1. Every 100 units of black powder needs to consume 1 barrel. Saltpeter and sulfur are in large stocks in warehouses. In addition to the ones sold in the channel, the rest should be obtained from mining ores, and a lot of them have been accumulated unconsciously. Crafting 500, barrel 50. Okay to make. After the light passed, 50 barrels filled with black powder appeared in front of Fong Hao. Fong Hao immediately checked the surroundings of the warehouse, but there should be no open flames, otherwise the territory will go to heaven. There is really no place for fire in the territory, and the lighting areas are also luminous stone lamps. Cooking on the stove is in the residential area, not here. Passed the order to the waiting skeleton merchant. Said, when you see the dwarves, you can tell them that if you need something in the future, you can place an order with us directly. After I finished speaking, I felt that it was not very good to say that, so I corrected it again. No, we can provide items of stable quality, but the items obtained from the transaction are preferably blueprints. I understand, my lord. Is there anything else to say? The skeleton merchant stood by and waited. Fong Hao really wanted to trade with the dwarves, but there were not many blueprints that the dwarves needed. This became a hindrance. Gone. Okay, then I'll go deliver the adults first. The skeleton merchant said, and disappeared with a barrel full of gunpowder. After sending the skeleton merchant away, Fong Hao continued with the next plan. Fong Hao asked the maid to call the blood hunter over. Soon, Xuehuan flapped its huge wings and landed in front of Fong Hao. Grown-ups. N. Fong Hao handed the map of the Book of Lords to the blood hunter. There are mountains here. I need to explore them first. The place Fong Hao pointed to was the location pointed out to him by the tavern owner's wife. It's just that Fong Hao hasn't explored it yet, and it's still covered by a fog. He wasn't interested in the love story that the proprietress spoke of, but a tomb was more attractive. Sir, what do you mean? Blood Hunter asked curiously. At this distance, it will be a great burden for me to use Shenlin. At that time, you will control the bone dragon and look for a tomb or the entrance to the tomb. At this time, it was almost dusk. He didn't want to go to this mountain range to find the tomb today, but to explore it first. The aerial view is good, and you can see the entire mountain range. It is definitely much easier to find strange buildings than in the mountains. It's good to be mentally prepared. Okay, when will you leave? Now, I will cast Divine Appearance first. Fong Hao returned to the room, and then a blue soul fire rose from the pupil of a skeleton warrior outside the door. In front of the Lord's mansion, a bone dragon lowered his body and waited for Fong Hao to come out. Stepping on the bone dragon's ribs, Fong Hao directly boarded the bone dragon and sat in the back row. The bone dragon flapped its wings, soared into the sky in a wave of air, and flew towards the direction of the mountains. If all the troops in the territory that can act as mounts are ranked by speed, the first is definitely the bone dragon, the second is the monitor lizard, the third and fourth are the skeleton wolves and the skeleton horses, and then the ordinary skeleton infantry. The undead armies cannot appear in front of humans, and he uses monitor lizards to go to human cities. When there are no worries, the bone dragon is faster and more stable. The bone dragon rushed to the clouds, and the airflow whistled in his ears. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't wash my hair first, and I would ride a bone dragon for a circle. Would I blow the broken head off? After flying for about half an hour, it was close to the target mountain range. Descending under the clouds, you can look down on the entire mountains more clearly. This place is called the mountains by the proprietress, and there are only 3 of them. If you enter the mountains on foot, you will have the feeling of continuous mountains. Fong Hao felt that it was more like a mountain, with great ups and downs and steep slopes. But seeing the whole picture from the air is still far from the mountain range in the Dragon Burial Cave. The mountains are high, and occasionally a sparse tree or 2 can be seen. This should be it. Fly low to see if there is any special place, or the entrance of the tomb. Fong Hao said, "Okay." Xuehuan patted the bone dragon's neck, making the bone dragon fly lower, and began to circle around the mountain. Circle after circle, but never found anything suspicious. Fong Hao's brows gradually wrinkled. No wonder the proprietress said that many people came to look for clues, but all of them came back without success. Could it be that this reward is really a trick used by those mercenaries to play tricks on people after drinking? How much food do you have to eat to be like this? At dusk, the setting sun shines on the lonely mountain. It was getting late, and they had nothing to gain. Let's go back. The search was fruitless, so I had to go back first. Bloodhunter nodded and ordered the bone dragon to start returning to the territory. Sir, even if the mausoleum of the strong is built here, it will be in the mountain, and it will not be found so easily. On the way back, Xuehuan suddenly spoke. Such a sentence made Fong Hao think of something. Yes, whether it is the ancient tomb that appeared because of the collapse of the mountain in Dong Jiayue's mouth, or the underground tomb of Xiaoyu. If it weren't for an accident, both of these places would be difficult to find. Who will be the location of the cemetery, like the people who built the gate in a place where it is easy to find? What are you thinking in your head? In the mountain, Fong Hao began to think about new countermeasures. With a sudden slap on the thigh, I can do it in the mountains. After instructing the blood hunter, Fong Hao directly lifted the state of God's presence. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw a long-handled torch on the table in the hall. The long wood-colored handle is also engraved with plant patterns. White steel fire gun green. Category, fire gun. Damage, level 4 damage. Description, a long-range weapon developed by the dwarves to make up for the short-range attack of the Dwarf Legion. Cow. Seeing the attributes, Fong Hao called him a bull. The green quality has reached the 4th level of damage. You must know that the orange light feather short sword and the purple sword of probation are also 3rd level damage. Able to reach the 4th level, it is already the highest damage weapon in the territory. It is a pity that there is only one. If a large number of installations can be carried out, the combat effectiveness of the shooter can be doubled. After playing in the room for a while, Ear prepared dinner. The 3 sat down honestly and started to eat dinner. Night fell, and the wind was blowing. The luminous stones in the territory began to emit a soft light, reflecting a faint halo of light in the territory. After Fong Hao finished dinner, he walked out of the Lord's mansion again. After moving his body, he came directly to a building. Iron Claw Rat Nest. Type, Special Building. Available to recruit, Iron Claw Rat. Iron Claw Rat. Mist Crystal 1. Description, iron-clawed rats can be recruited in this building, and their sharp front claws can break through soil and rocks. This building was purchased by Fong Hao at the Xiaoming store. Since he bought it, he has never recruited it. This time there is a great possibility that the cemetery is in the mountains, and it is time for these little guys to contribute. When I killed the giant grouper toad in the water pool last time, I got 5 haze crystals, which also met the recruitment requirements. Quantity selection 5. Recruit. Triggered by a 100-fold increase. Recruit Iron Claw Rat 505. 505 fluffy iron-clawed rats appeared out of nowhere, circled around the center of Fong Hao, and circled in circles, staring at him with wide eyes. The iron-clawed rat has brown hair, and its body size is somewhat close to that of an adult pangolin. It has a pointed mouth, well-developed forelimbs, and 2 sharp claws. Iron Claw Rat. Faction, Fairy. Racial characteristics. Living creature, keen sense of smell, digging soil. Sensitive sense of smell. In the ground, you can use the sense of smell to identify the direction or the food buried in the soil. Digging. It can easily break through rocks and soil. Description. Flower fairies found a way to grow plants. They trained iron claw rats. Let them break through hard ground for better plant growth. Swish. Just as Fong Hao was checking the properties of the iron claw rat, there was a rustling sound not far away. Under the soft light, an iron-clawed rat, whose sharp front paws had broken through the newly laid slate, was digging down hard. A large piece of soil has been piled up behind the iron claw rat into a small mountain of soil. And this kind of action, like an infection, one after another, the iron-clawed rats began to act. The claws reached the stone slab below and began to dig down. "Stop! Don't dig the ground!" Fong Hao exclaimed. All the iron claw rats stopped in an instant, stretched their necks, and continued to stare at Fong Hao with wide eyes. One by one, it looks like there are people fighting at the entrance of the village and watching the lively people. At this time, Fong Hao was also stunned. It's over. These little guys won't demolish their own territory overnight. "Master, what is this? It's so cute." Yi came over from not far away, holding up an iron-clawed mouse and rubbing it on her face. Fong Hao just wanted to remind her that the claws were dangerous, but found that the claws broke the ground easily, but it would not hurt anyone. The iron claw rat was also docile, allowing Yi to rub for a while. Swish. "Stop!" Fong Hao shouted again in the direction of the voice. Abandoning the ground iron claw rat, he continued to look at him with wide eyes again. Swish. "Don't dig." Fong Hao turned in another direction. "Yi, go and call the blood hunter." Fong Hao said to Yi, staring at the iron-clawed mice around him. "Oh," Yi replied, put down the iron-clawed rat in her arms, and rushed towards the residence of Blood Hunt. Not long after, the blood hunter arrived and found Fong Hao and a group of iron-clawed rats staring at each other with big eyes and small eyes. "Sir, are you here?" Blood Hunter asked curiously. "In this big night, the Lord does not sleep. Why is he looking at this group of small creatures?" "Blood hunting, you may have to work a little harder tonight." Fong Hao recounted the recruitment of Iron Claw Rat. He continued, "These little guys are too energetic. I'm afraid they can hollow out their territory this night. You can take them to our mountain just now to dig that mountain to see if there are any tombs in it." Although Fong Hao built separate residences for both Fireblade and Blood Hunter. But the undead do not need to rest, and they will often lead soldiers out for hunting and patrolling. "Okay, sir, rest assured, I'll take them with me." Xuehuan agreed. Kindness. Fong Hao continued to ask the maids to bring in wooden barrels one by one. Then he said to these little guys, "Okay, 5 into a wooden barrel and act." The Iron Paws understood the order, but didn't quite understand the number 5. Some barrels are empty, while others are full. Fong Hao and the others had to take them out one by one and distribute them into buckets. After all the iron claw rats have entered the barrel, enough skeleton trolls have been transferred to sit on the back of the bone dragon, holding the barrel in their hands. When the bone dragon flew away, Fong Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Territory, keep it. In fact, the iron-clawed rat is not a threat. It can be seen from the introduction that the iron-clawed rat can also help with planting, but it needs someone to supervise and direct it. If you leave it alone, the consequences will be serious. It is also a good idea to let these iron-clawed rats go to dig mountains first, and then send them to Zhongbin, so that farmers in the village can raise them, and they can also help break rocks and loosen the soil. Well, after sending these little gods away, Fong Hao can sleep in peace. Returning to the room, he flipped through the 2 regional channels, then fell asleep. The next morning, Fong Hao walked out of the room after a simple wash. It is still the same morning run, push-ups, and strengthening of my physique every day. Why? Why can't you drink the stamina-inspired potion after drinking the magic-inspired potion? Isn't it all said that moral, intellectual, physical, and beauty must be developed in an all-round way? Why not drink it? Feng Hao was running and nag at the same time. He was deeply resentful that he couldn't drink the potion to enhance his physical strength. Lord, 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 Lord. When passing the tailor's shop, he was stopped by the tailor Sawyer. What's wrong with Sawyer? Feng Hao asked while wiping his sweat. Lord, Lord, I feel that there is a big problem with the design draft you gave me. I want to communicate with you before making it. Sawyer said. Okay, where's the problem? The two sat down, and Feng Hao asked curiously. Sawyer took out the manuscript with the design drawing and said, Lord, the stockings you mentioned, I feel useless. Using such a good material as holy snow silk, they are only made to protect the feet, and the defense and warmth are very lacking. And I feel like this is an immature design. Since Feng Hao came up with the design plan, Sawyer was merciful. It's just an immature design, not a failed design. No, Sawyer, you don't think about defense and warmth, but beauty, highlighting charm, like the crown on a king's head. Do you think it has defense, or wear a migraine cure? Neither. Feng Hao said, who would use silk stockings as a defense, and when necessary, consider being able to tear them apart with bare hands. But this kind of thing is produced, and it definitely has a market in the Lord Channel. If possible, Feng Hao would even consider entering the local aristocratic market. Those nobles who can always play new tricks will be more likely to accept these new things. My lord, how can socks be compared to crowns? The two sat on the bench and discussed the issue of stockings for a long time. Sawyer believed that such things as stockings were useless, and it was a waste to use the best silk in the territory on them. Use ordinary wool thread to keep warm. Feng Hao doesn't think so. Even if the silk of Xingxue is relatively rare, it is of no use at present. What's more, from the cloth merchant Tavik, you can also buy holy snow silk, so it won't be so urgent to save. The two discussed for a long time, and finally Sawyer agreed to make 2 sets according to the plan to see if there is a market. If there is, continue to arrange production. If not, stop work earlier. Feng Hao also agrees with this opinion. There is a market for stockings, but if you want to open the market of the world's aristocrats, you still need an opportunity and some publicity effects. After persuading Sawyer, Feng Hao returned to the Lord's mansion. Just after breakfast, Blood Hunter rode a bone dragon and fell from the air. Grown-ups. Well, how's it going? Feng Hao asked. Last night, Blood Hunt took 505 iron-clawed rats to the mountains to find ancient tombs. There should be news when they returned in the morning. Sir, found the tomb path. Blood Hunter hurriedly said. Feng Hao was overjoyed and immediately asked, Are you sure there is something good in it? My lord, I asked the iron claw rat to expand the area of the hole, and I haven't gone down to explore yet. Forehead. Feng Hao was a little too anxious to ask the truth. With such a big mountain, it is very lucky to be able to find the tomb passage. Okay, you go to count the people and prepare to go. Feng Hao ordered directly. Good lord. Based on past experience and Dong Jieyue's experience in exploring an ancient tomb, there will be a lot of monsters in this tomb. Just in case, it is better to have enough people, no matter what monsters are piled to death. Put it back in the room and enter a state of presence. The Blood Hunter also prepared a sufficient number of troops, and the army began to advance in the direction of the mountains. This time, Feng Hao and Xuehuan led the team, and Jia stayed behind. The territory must keep a hero, and the Blood Hunter knows more about the situation in the mountains, so he can only keep Jia. Before leaving, he told Jia that it would be fine to sleep in from the room, but he was not allowed to go out to play, regardless of the territory. Jia patted her chest and assured that you can rest assured to do things by yourself. The army moved in the southwest direction and went straight through the forest and river on the way. It still took 3 or 4 hours to see the mountain with strange rocks and rocks from a distance. Numerous skeleton trolls patrolled the entire mountain area. There is no human being who dares to approach to find the ancient tomb on which the reward is offered. Blood Hunter led the way, all the way to the mountainside. At this time, a large hole with a diameter of 1 meter has been pulled out, and it has been tilted downward, looking down, as if staring at the abyss, dark and deep. What? Feng Hao called out, and immediately there was a sound of echoes. It seemed that there was a huge, empty space below. Luminous stone, rope ladder. Fong Hao said. The skeletons behind brought out the prepared luminous stone. The rope ladder was thrown directly down the hole, and it took a few seconds before I heard a click, the sound of landing. After confirming that there was no problem, Fong Hao took the skeleton warrior and slid down the rope ladder. Several people landed. Under the soft light, Fong Hao finally saw the place under his feet. In the mountainside, there is enough space for the size of a football field. The walls are not flat, but some special patterns are also drawn. The pattern is incomplete, but the sun can be vaguely seen, and the army with religious characteristics is destroying creatures with huge bat wings. However, it is different from the frescoes in the previous tombs that describe the life and past of the tomb owner. Is it not an ancient tomb, but a relic? Sir, it seems that we are quite lucky and entered the ancient tomb directly. Bloodhunter said not far away. Fong Hao circled the space with the luminous stone. In addition to the deep corridor leading to the deep, there is a huge copper door behind them. The bronze door is carved with intricate patterns, and in the middle is a keyhole that is about to be blocked by rust. From the direction of the copper door, it can be seen that the hole they opened directly crossed the copper door and entered the inner space. Otherwise, they also need the key to the copper door, which is very troublesome. Okay, let's move on. It's not very comfortable here, Fong Hao said. The team began to assemble and walk towards the interior along the long and slender corridor. The more it leads to the interior of the mountain, the more depressing the atmosphere. Every few meters on the mountain walls on both sides, there are lampstands. I don't know how long it has been extinguished and whether they can still be lit. Fong Hao didn't order the fire to be lit. In the past, watching TV, he always said that any gas in it would explode if it met the fire. He doesn't understand and doesn't remember. Anyway, the luminous stone is enough now. There is no need to try it. Passing through the corridor, the front is instantly much wider. As soon as he walked out, Fong Hao instantly stopped and stopped. This is a space with a width of 5 or 6 meters and a height of more than 10 meters. The stone walls on both sides were dug into stone beds, which were stacked like upper and lower bunks, extending to the top of the space. On each stone bed lay a corpse wrapped in a shroud. Some of the exposed parts of the shroud had rotted away, leaving only some rags and dark traces of the corpse. If Fong Hao had a scalp, he must be a little numb now. Sir, it looks like it's really an ancient tomb. Well, it's still a mass burial, Fong Hao said in a low voice. Fong Hao said to the skeleton warrior beside him, "Go for a walk inside." The skeleton warrior was ordered to walk forward with the weapon in his hand. As he entered it little by little, the sound of clucking appeared one after another on the stone beds on both sides. Looking up, the corpses on the stone bed sat up one after another, tore off the cloth wrapped around them, and picked up the weapon beside them. Even though he had already guessed that these guys would get up, when he actually sat up, he patted his thigh. Prepare for battle. Fong Hao gave the battle order directly. The Pathfinder skeleton also came back, and the team began to prepare for battle. Ghost, Tier 4. Bang bang bang. One after another, the ghouls jumped off the stone bed. When the ghouls living on the top floor landed, their leg bones were broken and people turned on their backs. Even so, he crawled towards Fong Hao and launched an attack. Kill, Fong Hao ordered, and the two teams fought together in an instant. The ghoul is a fourth-order ghoul, but it has no defensive measures, and there are cloth strips full of various symbols on its body. Fong Hao's skeleton warriors, although only second order, are very well equipped. The knight's sword, the kite shield, and the body are also all-round armament without dead ends. Greatly increased the strength of the team. In the battle, the Bloodhunter also exerted a super high combat ability. The whole body was glowing with blood-red light, holding a knight's sword in his hand, beheading a large number of ghouls. And the dead ghoul directly turned into a puddle of mud. Not even the bones were left. Boom. When the last ghoul was eliminated, the space became quiet again. But the dangerous soldiers were not lifted. In the front and center of the team, there was a stone bed, on which lay a mummified corpse whose muscles had been air-dried. He was wearing a set of golden metal armor, and there was a metal two-handed épée beside the stone bed. The mummy just lay on the stone bed, and the fierce battle just now did not disturb him. This is not dead, is it? On the dense stone beds on both sides, there are indeed many dead bodies that have never woken up. Although the person in front of him looked fierce, He might have fallen asleep. Just when Fong Hao was wondering. Ka. The mummy on the stone bed sat up little by little. In the empty pupils, a faint blue fire ignited. Damn liar, damn. A hoarse and harsh voice sounded in the mummy's mouth. Then, those eyes that were burning with fire looked at the undead team not far away. You deserve to die too. The mummified corpse cursed and picked up the giant sword on the stone bed. Ishizuka Commander, 10th Order. Good guy, boss battle. Fong Hao looked at the commander of the stone mound, who was dragging the giant sword and getting closer. He opened his mouth and said, "How about sitting down and chatting? You also look like a cultural person, and you can solve it peacefully." Commander Ishizu moved forward step by step, dragging the giant sword in his hand, and in the dim tomb passage, he approached little by little. The iron sword slid across the ground, making a harsh rubbing sound. Fong Hao saw that he was a hero, and was afraid that he would not have a dead body, so he tried to communicate. Everyone is an undead, and they may be able to recruit peace, which can be regarded as a kind of victory without a fight. Obviously, the other party doesn't think so. This posture is like trying desperately. Since you don't know the good and the bad, then don't blame the faction. Kill him. Bang, bang, bang. The bowstring trembled, and arrows roared out from the back row. In the face of the dense arrows, Commander Ishizuka did not evade and let the arrows shoot at him. There was a slight pause under his feet, and then he continued to approach with the arrow. Damn it, it's so rigid. Fong Hao said. The number of shooters carried is limited, and it seems that it did not cause more damage to Commander Ishizuka. The wound that was hit by the arrow seemed to be shriveled bacon, and there was not a trace of blood flowing out. As Commander Ishizuka approached, the melee units began to attack. The skeleton warrior held the black iron kite shield and surrounded the cairn commander in the middle. The shield slams were used in turn, trying to create a stun effect. Call. Immediately afterwards, a dark red light ignited on the heavy sword of Commander Ishizuka, and the whole body exerted force and swept out. Kaka. The hard kite shield shattered instantly, and the skeleton warrior in front was also cut off by the instant kill. So fierce. Fong Hao was shocked. Blood Hunter, kill him. Yes, my lord. The blood-hunting giant spreads its wings. He jumped directly to the roof and swooped down towards the commander of the stone mound. Commander Ishizu's blue eyes suddenly looked at the blood hunter in the sky and roared again, "Liars, you damned bats." The épée in his hand lifted directly up and slashed towards Blood Hunt. The blood-hunting bat's wings were retracted, and the figure turned to avoid the attack, and the long sword in his hand stabbed directly at the head of the commander of the stone mound. Ishizuka's sword situation was uncomfortable, and his head lowered. When the long sword of Blood Hunt stabbed directly on the iron helmet, and there was a sound of gold and iron colliding. Commander Ishizuka's eyes were full of hatred, and the heavy sword in his hand was swung out again, with the sound of howling wind. The stone beds on both sides were shattered in the shadow of the sword, and the rocks splashed everywhere. The blood hunter has a light body, and the bat wings provide a high degree of mobility. Between one and the other, it flies and flies like a steel wire, leaving scars that can be seen deep in the bones on the commander of the stone mound. After all, there is a big difference between the two. Bloodhunter is a blue hero, and the overall attributes are much higher than those of Ishizuka. But it can also be seen that Commander Ishizuka has a very solid foundation. Even if he is not a hero, he has been entangled with blood hunting until now. Boom. At this time, a skeleton warrior's shield strike had a stun effect. The whole team took the opportunity to attack. A second before he woke up, the blood-hunting sword swung out, directly beheading the head of Commander Ishizuka. And as the head of the stone mound fell to the ground, the entire corpse shattered instantly, scattered like sand. Hey, it's a pity. Fong Hao secretly said it was a pity. He just wanted to have a good chat, but he was so troubled that he didn't even leave a corpse behind. Search, see if there is anything good in this area. Fong Hao ordered. All the skeletons scattered in an instant, and even the ghouls who were lying on the stone bed and did not survive were violently torn off the shroud by the skeletons and searched to see if they were carrying anything good. Soon, all kinds of loot were collected around. In addition to various rusted weapons, a few oily human gold coins, and a key, 142 death marks, 75 shadow stones. These shadow stones are distributed on the stone bed, and it takes a lot of effort to collect them. My lord, a treasure chest was found here. A silver treasure chest was found behind the stone bed where Ishizuka was originally lying. Feng Hao came over and chose to open it directly. Obtain Scroll of Heroic Killing Skills, White Steel Two-Handed Sword Making Drawings, Medal of Courage, 12 Bloodstones, and 44 War Coins. The quality of this silver treasure chest is quite high. Not only the blueprints, but also the skill scrolls. Heroes will kill, active. Category, Warrior Skills. Level 3 Martial Skills. Effect, 40% chance to destroy armor. Description, a mighty warrior, when a sword breaks through all obstacles and cuts off the head of the enemy. I rely on warrior skills. Isn't it a waste of time? Throw the skill scroll into the backpack and move on to the next weapon blueprint. White steel two-handed greatsword, blue 2 cast iron blocks, 2 white steel ingots, 1 hard and tough wood, 1 thick and tough leather. Blue two-handed greatsword blueprint. The white steel ingots are missing from the materials, and at present, there are no arms that are good at using two-handed greatswords among the undead arms. As for the giant sword infantry in Zhongbin's place, there is really no undead arm that is easy to use. The life force has more to consider. On the one hand, if you can't take care of it, it will cause morale to drop, and you will run away from the battlefield. The undead don't need so much concern. Go up and do it. Medal of Courage. Category Medal. Effect, slightly increase the strength you carry, and the morale of the leading legion increases by 2%. Description, if you are devout in your faith, when your courage is immortal. Medal of Courage. Whether it is the name of the medal or the description behind it, it doesn't feel like the style of the undead. When did the undead start to praise courage? Yes, it does take a lot of courage to transform into an undead. Feng Hao is not ready now to overcome this hurdle in his heart. Otherwise, he will not die. The rewards at the back are bloodstones and war coins. Feng Hao has obtained them a long time ago, so he doesn't need to look too closely. But from the rewarded bloodstone, I am afraid it is really related to vampires. Put away all the loot and come to the end of the space. Here is another huge bronze gate carved with intricate patterns. Feng Hao took out the key dropped by Commander Ishizuka and inserted it directly into the keyhole. Turn hard, click. With a bang, the door lock opened. Sure enough, it was the key to the door. Push away. The skeletons behind them stepped forward and began to push open the huge copper door together. With a harsh sound, the copper door opened little by little. The copper door opened, revealing the scene behind the door. It is more spacious here, and you can see the huge copper door together with the next room at a glance. Flanked by dense stone beds are ghouls, and the position at the end is not a huge stone bed, but 4 huge copper coffins erected against the wall. The copper coffin is old and mottled, and the runes carved on it cannot be seen in full shape because of the rust. But Feng Hao can confirm that there must be the next enemy. Once approached, it will wake up from the coffin and fight with them. With everyone standing outside the door, Feng Hao began to think. Would you like to go back and carry 2 barrels of gunpowder and give them a treat here? No. The cave was blown up, and I was busy with all this in vain. The entire space collapsed, and those iron-clawed rats who were exhausted could not clear such a large space. Still have to be tough. All shooters enter a stable aiming state. Feng Hao ordered directly. Solid aiming is a skill of the shooter. Entering a stable aiming state, the attack will increase by 20% and the hit rate will increase by 30%. After all the shooters entered the state, Feng Hao grabbed the skeleton warriors around him. Go in and walk around. As the skeleton warriors stepped into the next area, the ghouls on the stone bed sat up one after another. Crackle like dumplings, jumped off the stone bed and began to look for the culprit who disturbed their rest. Shooting. Feng Hao directly ordered the shooting, and the arrows poured into the room in front like raindrops. Shot on the body that just landed on the target. Even though this attack was very effective, there were so many ghouls that they began to attack here frantically. The skeleton comes forward with a spear and raises his shield. Feng Hao ordered loudly. The skeleton in the back row stepped forward with a spear, and the kite shield in his hand stood in front of him, forming an iron wall. The spear stretched out from the gap in the shield, pointing to the enemy rushing forward. The second row was the skeleton warrior, already holding the knight's sword tightly, waiting for the next battle. Feng Hao came here this time, but he didn't bring the skeleton mage. In addition to the slow movement of the skeleton mage, I did not expect to encounter such a large number of enemies. Bang bang bang. The ghoul slammed into the shield without fear of death, and the spear pierced through the body, like piercing dried bacon, without a drop of blood left. The ghoul roared angrily, waving the weapon in his hand, hitting the shield wall with one blow. The corpse behind, stepping on the corpse of the fallen companion, broke through the shield wall barrier. Fight with the skeleton warriors in the back row. They don't know pain. They don't fear death. Undead, so fucking scary. The battle between the undead lasted for nearly an hour. When the long sword in the blood hunter smashed the last ghoul, the battle finally came to an end. The soldiers on the skeleton side also suffered heavy losses. Feng Hao looked at the end of his eyes. The 4 copper coffins that have not been opened, said, "Blood hunter, you take people back to the safe area first, and I will go back and bring in Jia and the others." The Battle of Blood Hunt is characterized by high mobility. In this narrow cemetery, the combat power that can be exerted is greatly reduced. I just dealt with Commander Ishizuka, although it was not difficult, but it took a long time to kill the opponent. There are 4 bronze coffins in front. If there are 1 or 2 heroic enemies, it will be difficult to deal with. I am not afraid of being in the state of God, but Blood Hunt has transformed from a vampire to a skeleton, and if he dies, he will really die. It would be better to bring in Jia and Horan over, and it would be safer. Okay, my lord. Blood Hunt did not show any dissatisfaction, and began to command the remaining troops and return to the previous area. Feng Hao, on the other hand, immediately released the state of being in the presence of God and woke up from the bed in the bedroom. After taking a sip of the fruit wine on the bed, he pushed the door and walked out of the room. In the lobby on the first floor, Eir is training with several maids in cooking. The maids also listened attentively, and their big eyes widened. "Master," the maids hurriedly greeted. Feng Hao nodded and asked, "Where's Jia?" "In the backyard. Do I need to call her?" Eir said, "No, you guys are busy. I'll find her myself." Good host. Feng Hao went out from the back door of the Lord's mansion, and there was a courtyard. The courtyard is not the building of the Lord's mansion, but surrounded by rejuvenating springs full of flowers, coupled with the arrangement of maids to trim. It has formed a beautiful small courtyard now, with fragrant flowers. Although birds dare not approach here, there are still many butterflies flying in the courtyard. Stepping into the courtyard, on the lawn not far away, and Jia was practicing boxing against sandbags wearing a thin corset. Sweat dripped down his neck, and his fit body gave him a special beauty. Seeing Feng Hao coming out, and Jia stopped her fist hitting the sandbag. "Is your end done?" "No. If I encounter some trouble, I need you to. Come with me," Feng Hao said. "Let's go then." And Jia wiped the sweat off her body, but she felt refreshed. "It is good." And Jia returned to her room and simply cleaned up, then waited outside the door. Feng Hao returned to the room and entered the state of God's presence again. The two mounted the bone dragon and flew towards the city where the flaming blade was located. After a long circle, he returned to the location of the mountain tomb again. The 3 followed the excavated tomb passage and joined the blood hunter. New skeleton soldiers have been added to the tomb passage to replace the fallen troops. It's the 4 copper coffins in front. It's unclear what enemies are inside, so be careful then. Feng Hao explained to Jia and Horan. Now that there are 3 heroes, Feng Hao has a lot of confidence in his heart. Even if there are 4 hero-level enemies inside, and he still has a large number of undead troops, he can still kill him. "Okay, sir," Horan replied. And Jia crossed her hips and said nothing. Next, after Feng Hao arranged the battle formation, he let a skeleton approach the copper coffin. As the skeleton approached, there was a dong-dong knocking sound in the copper coffin, as if someone inside was beating the sealed coffin lid. "Prepare to fight," Feng Hao ordered. All skeleton shooters entered a steady shooting state, directing the arrows in their hands towards the constantly shaking copper coffin. The skeleton shooters were arranged by Feng Hao, and a large number of skeleton shooters were placed on the flat ground in the middle and on the stone beds on both sides, in order to be able to give the corpse in the copper coffin a special greeting at the first time. The bronze coffin trembled more and more. Boom! In 4 more loud noises, the 4 coffins were opened, revealing the hideous monsters inside. Twilight Banquet, 10th Order. They still maintained their human appearance. Their scarlet eyes shone with bloodthirsty red light, and their twisted lips showed sharp fangs. Wearing a dress with exquisite embroidery, it has also become mottled and broken in the endless years. These are the 4 real blood race troops, not the undead that you meet outside. Fong Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. Only 4 10th Order arms, not hero units. The Twilight Feasters, with their shriveled voices, let out an unpleasant howl. Fong Hao looked at the 4 vampires who were adapting to their bodies and gave the order directly. Shooting. Call. The dense arrows shot towards the 4 people with a whistling sound. Boom. The 4 people who had just walked out of the copper coffin were photographed back into the copper coffin in an instant, their bodies full of arrows. Reload. Free fire. Whoosh whoosh. The dense arrows poured out like money and kept hitting the bodies of the 4. Until the arrow shafts were filled with copper coffins, the 4 bodies were buried under the arrow shafts, and it was difficult to hit the bodies of the 4 people. Won't he die? And Jia asked aside. Whoa. As soon as the voice fell, in the pile of arrow shafts, the 4 stood up staggeringly. Fire arrows. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he got up, he was knocked back again and fell back into the pile of arrow shafts. Fong Hao signaled again to stop shooting and looked at the target from a distance. Whoa. Fire arrows. Whoosh whoosh. Fong Hao did not look at the 3 heroes beside him until the arrow reserves were insufficient. Take lightly. The body needs to be complete. Fong Hao instructed. It is good. When the 3 of them moved their feet, they instantly rushed towards the 4 who stumbled up. With the addition of 3 heroes, the rhythm of the battle is accelerated. The blood-hunting bat's wings stretched out, and the horse rushed out first. The long sword in his hand pierced the opponent's body with a single sword before the enemy climbed out of the pile of arrow shafts. Huo Ren and Jia also followed closely behind. Huo Guang's long blade and Jia's tiger finger killed the enemy with arrows on his body. The entire battle was not as difficult as Fong Hao imagined. Even easier than facing a group of ghouls. Not a single casualty was reported. The 4 corpses were taken out of the pile of arrow shafts. This time, they were not turned into ashes like the ghouls, but all the corpses were preserved. Clean up the battlefield and collect all the arrows. Fong Hao ordered loudly. The skeletons began to move, the arrows were collected, and the arrows inserted in the 4 blood races were also pulled out, leaving dense wounds and dark red viscous blood flowing out. Quickly sweep the battlefield. Soon, the spoils of war on the battlefield were collected. Weapons used by ghouls, human gold coins, keys. 102 death marks, 3 bloodstones, 85 shadow stones. It's still a good harvest. With this batch of shadow stones, he can go back and upgrade the buildings of the undead camp. Immediately afterwards, a golden treasure chest was also found and sent to Fong Hao. Open the treasure chest. Obtain Fortress Construction Blueprint, Copper Corpse Coffin Production Blueprint, Noble Cane Sword Production Blueprint, Bloodstone 12, War Coins 117. The harvest in the golden treasure chest is quite a lot. Architectural drawings and production drawings are also available. There are also drawings of copper coffins, and it seems that he is one step closer to the funeral. View drawing properties. Fortress. Category: Architectural drawings. Description: Fixed military installation. It can be built in the critical pass, the key point of the border city, and used to station troops to set up checkpoints. Required for construction: 3,000 for wood, 2,000 for stone, 1,500 for stone brick, 500 for iron, and 120 for metal parts. The role of the fortress needs no introduction. Now, the city where the Fireblade is stationed acts as a fortress. A large number of troops are stationed, guarding against the Broken Skull tribe in the northeast, and also guarding the Manhwa market of Copper Bowl. If someone attacks, there is the first battlefield. If Manhwa is attacked, it can also be quickly supported instead of rushing from the main city. Therefore, the role of the fortress is still very important. Even if no one is attacking, the fortress can also act as a checkpoint to the main city. Check the teams going to and from the main city, and increase the security in the territory. It can be said to be a very useful architectural drawing. Bronze corpse coffin, purple copper 10, copper plate 5, hard and tough wood 10, thick and tough leather 6, cotton 20, High-quality cloth 10. Traces of death 2. Description: the special corpse coffin of the Yongye family can better preserve the body in a special environment and has the effect of nourishing the spiritual power. The corpse coffin is not the first time Fong Hao has obtained. This time, the copper coffin was obtained, and the material consumption was also very large. Can be used in special circumstances. If you think about it, in this mountainside where the sun does not see the sun, the wooden coffin has long been rotten and gone. Noble cane sword, blue hard and tough wood 2, iron 3, cast iron block 3. Description: be careful of the wooden staff in the hands of the hypocrites, or you will have an extra hole in your body. Not bad. Blue weapons, material consumption is not much. After collecting the spoils, Fong Hao and the others continued to the next copper gate. Turning the key opens the door directly. As the door opened, the luminous stone in everyone's hands began to dim gradually. This is a more spacious space. There is no stone bed in the previous area, nor any enemies or coffins. Just above the space is a round bronze mirror sloping downwards. The surrounding of the bronze mirror is carved with patterns like the brilliance of the sun, on which are the essence of 4 suns. The bronze mirror emits a beam of sunlight, facing the stone platform standing in the center of the space. On the stone platform, there is a shriveled gray-white heart. The space is surrounded by painted walls, and there is no copper door leading to the next space, which should be the last space of this ancient tomb. Damn, what kind of weird thing is this? Fong Hao cursed. The scene at this time was even more bizarre than the 2 enemies standing in front of him. Does the sun hit the heart? It's been so many years. The copper doors are covered with rust, and even the dried bacon should turn into dust. What is that? And Jia stretched her neck and looked forward hard. Looks like a heart. Fong Hao guessed. Who is so ruthless? Dig out people's hearts and hang them there. Fong Hao didn't answer in Jia, but clicked a skeleton again and said, walk around the room. The skeleton warrior on the side received the order, held the sword and shield in his hand, and swaggered around in the entire space. Then he stood back to Fong Hao's side. There was no movement in the room. Neither the enemy nor the agency appeared. 2 more laps. Skeleton walked in again and walked around the room twice, during which Fong Hao also asked him to knock on the wall or move the funeral objects next to him. Everything was silent, and there was still no change. Isn't there someone here who is set to guard the tomb? After verifying it several times, Fong Hao still didn't find any changes, so Fong Hao continued to order. Don't move that heart, and the rest of the funeral objects will be moved out. All the skeleton soldiers outside the door entered the room and began to move out all the grave goods. Years have eroded the calligraphy and paintings on the cloth, but some gold and silver products are still preserved. Fong Hao came to the side and looked at the patterns on the wall. Bloodstone, the appearance of the blood race troops, can be concluded that there is an inevitable connection with vampires. But the relief patterns painted on the walls are more like human life and rituals, farming and weaving, and some living conditions. It's not that the Blood Clan doesn't do these things, but in the overall pattern, the dazzling sun is painted above. If it was the place of the blood race, why would it deliberately represent the day and the sun? This made Fong Hao a little confused. Click. Just when Fong Hao was seriously deducing the content of the relief, a crisp sound suddenly came from the top. Fong Hao thought it was going to collapse, and hurriedly looked at the location of the sound source. I saw that in the center, a skeleton was riding on the shoulder of another skeleton, and a huge round bronze mirror was already in his hand. At this time, he was trying his best to dig out the essence of the sun beside the bronze mirror. Fong Hao's heart tightened for a moment. Immediately, he looked nervously at the heart on the stone platform in the center below. Boom. The shriveled heart beat slightly. Fong Hao's heart also beat violently. Quick, get out, and Jia, get out first. Fong Hao greeted loudly. And Jia belongs to the living, and in some cases, is more vulnerable than the undead. Everyone rushed out. Outside the door, the bodies of the 4 long-dead twilight feasters began to tremble violently. Syrup-like blood gushed out of the wound and rushed towards the heart in the chamber. With the addition of 3 heroes, the rhythm of the battle is accelerated. The blood-hunting bat's wings stretched out, and the horse rushed out first. The long sword in his hand pierced the opponent's body with a single sword before the enemy climbed out of the pile of arrow shafts. Huo Ren and Jia also followed closely behind. Huo Guang's long blade and Jia's tiger finger killed the enemy with arrows on his body. The entire battle was not as difficult as Feng Hao imagined, even easier than facing a group of ghouls. Not a single casualty was reported. The 4 corpses were taken out of the pile of arrow shafts. This time, they were not turned into ashes like the ghouls, but all the corpses were preserved. Clean up the battlefield and collect all the arrows. Feng Hao ordered loudly. The skeletons began to move. The arrows were collected, and the arrows inserted in the 4 blood races were also pulled out, leaving dense wounds and dark red viscous blood flowing out. Quickly sweep the battlefield. Soon, the spoils of war on the battlefield were collected. Weapons used by ghouls, human gold coins, keys. 102 death marks, 3 blood stones, 85 shadow stones. It's still a good harvest. With this batch of shadow stones, he can go back and upgrade the buildings of the undead camp. Immediately afterwards, a golden treasure chest was also found and sent to Feng Hao. Open the treasure chest. Obtain Fortress Construction Blueprint, Copper Corpse Coffin Production Blueprint, Noble Cane Sword Production Blueprint, Bloodstone 12, War Coins 117. The harvest in the golden treasure chest is quite a lot. Architectural drawings and production drawings are also available. There are also drawings of copper coffins, and it seems that he is one step closer to the funeral. View drawing properties. Fortress. Category: Architectural drawings. Description: Fixed military installation. It can be built in the critical pass, the key point of the border city, and used to station troops to set up checkpoints. Required for construction: 3,000 for wood, 2,000 for stone, 1,500 for stone brick, 500 for iron, and 120 for metal parts. The role of the fortress needs no introduction. Now, the city where the Fireblade is stationed acts as a fortress. A large number of troops are stationed, guarding against the Broken Skull tribe in the northeast, and also guarding the Mana Market of Copper Bowl. If someone attacks, there is the first battlefield. If Manhwa is attacked, it can also be quickly supported instead of rushing from the main city. Therefore, the role of the fortress is still very important. Even if no one is attacking, the fortress can also act as a checkpoint to the main city. Check the teams going to and from the main city, and increase the security in the territory. It can be said to be a very useful architectural drawing. Bronze Corpse Coffin, Purple Copper 10, Copper Plate 5, Hard and Tough Wood 10, Thick and Tough Leather 6, Cotton 20, High Quality Cloth 10, Traces of Death 2. Description: The special corpse coffin of the Yongye family can better preserve the body in a special environment and has the effect of nourishing the spiritual power. The corpse coffin is not the first time Feng Hao has obtained. This time, the copper coffin was obtained, and the material consumption was also very large. Can be used in special circumstances. If you think about it, in this mountainside where the sun does not see the sun, the wooden coffin has long been rotten and gone. Noble Cane Sword, Blue Hard and Tough Wood 2, Iron 3, Cast Iron Block 3. Description: Be careful of the wooden staff in the hands of the hypocrites, or you will have an extra hole in your body. Not bad. Blue weapons, material consumption is not much. After collecting the spoils, Feng Hao and the others continued to the next copper gate. Turning the key opens the door directly. As the door opened, the luminous stone in everyone's hands began to dim gradually. This is a more spacious space. There is no stone bed in the previous area, nor any enemies or coffins. Just above the space is a round bronze mirror sloping downwards. The surrounding of the bronze mirror is carved with patterns like the brilliance of the sun, on which are the essence of 4 suns. The bronze mirror emits a beam of sunlight, facing the stone platform standing in the center of the space. On the stone platform, there is a shriveled gray-white heart. The space is surrounded by painted walls, and there is no copper door leading to the next space, which should be the last space of this ancient tomb. Damn, what kind of weird thing is this? Feng Hao cursed. The scene at this time was even more bizarre than the 2 enemies standing in front of him. Does the sun hit the heart? It's been so many years. The copper doors are covered with rust, and even the dried bacon should turn into dust. What is that? And Jia stretched her neck and looked forward hard. Looks like a heart. Feng Hao guessed. Who is so ruthless? Dig out people's hearts and hang them there. Feng Hao didn't answer, and Jia but clicked a skeleton again and said, "Walk around the room." The skeleton warrior on the side received the order, held the sword and shield in his hand, and swaggered around in the entire space. Then he stood back to Fong Hao's side. There was no movement in the room. Neither the enemy nor the agency appeared. 2 more laps. Skeleton walked in again and walked around the room twice, during which Fong Hao also asked him to knock on the wall or move the funeral objects next to him. Everything was silent, and there was still no change. Isn't there someone here who is set to guard the tomb? After verifying it several times, Fong Hao still didn't find any changes, so Fong Hao continued to order, "Don't move that heart, and the rest of the funeral objects will be moved out." All the skeleton soldiers outside the door entered the room and began to move out all the grave goods. Years have eroded the calligraphy and paintings on the cloth, but some gold and silver products are still preserved. Fong Hao came to the side and looked at the patterns on the wall. Bloodstone, the appearance of the blood race troops, can be concluded that there is an inevitable connection with vampires. But the relief patterns painted on the walls are more like human life and rituals, farming and weaving, and some living conditions. It's not that the Blood Clan doesn't do these things, but in the overall pattern, the dazzling sun is painted above. If it was the place of the blood race, why would it deliberately represent the day and the sun? This made Fong Hao a little confused. Click. Just when Fong Hao was seriously deducing the content of the relief, a crisp sound suddenly came from the top. Fong Hao thought it was going to collapse, and hurriedly looked at the location of the sound source. I saw that in the center, a skeleton was riding on the shoulder of another skeleton, and a huge round bronze mirror was already in his hand. At this time, he was trying his best to dig out the essence of the sun beside the bronze mirror. Fong Hao's heart tightened for a moment. Immediately, he looked nervously at the heart on the stone platform in the center below. Boom. The shriveled heart beat slightly. Fong Hao's heart also beat violently. "Quick, get out, and Jia, get out first." Fong Hao greeted loudly. And Jia belongs to the living, and in some cases, is more vulnerable than the undead. Everyone rushed out. Outside the door, the bodies of the 4 long-dead twilight feasters began to tremble violently. Syrup-like blood gushed out of the wound and rushed towards the heart in the chamber. As if being pulled by some force, the blood turned into a river of blood and rushed to the heart of the center. When Fong Hao found something unusual, the 4 corpses were shriveled and shattered into a fine sand. When all blood flow is swallowed by the heart, the shriveled and gray-white heart began to become more and more rosy and full. Boom, boom, boom. The heart began to beat violently, like a young heart, full of power. "It's a bit scary." And Jia stuck her head again. "It's okay." Fong Hao wanted to comfort Jia, but found that his voice was trembling. Everyone stood at the door and watched for a while. Their hearts were only beating nonstop, but there was no other change. "I'll take a look and seal the door if there is anything unusual," Fong Hao said. No treasure chests were found in the entire room, but a powerful internal organ might bring him another harvest. As for why you want to go in by yourself, the reason is very simple. He is in a state of imminent presence, and even if he dies, there is nothing to do, and the most important thing is that he can see the information of items. Whether there is something strange in the heart can only be seen when it is close. Several heroes nodded. Fong Hao strode close to the heart on the stone platform. As he got closer, Fong Hao also checked the heart information. Reviving heart. Category, organ. Effect, taking heart blood can transform into a vampire. Description, that night, the cunning city lord held a grand ball. He invited all the rich and powerful merchants in the city to taste the wine he treasured. The bright red wine had a faint fishy smell. Under the moonlight, they grew sharp fangs. Task, the beating heart, accepted. Description, look for a complete body. There is a chance to get a dark gold level hero to join. I'll go, dark gold level. Fong Hao almost exclaimed. No, dark gold is high or orange is high. Aren't they the same color? It seems that the dark gold is higher, and I will have a chance to ask Nelson when I go back. After being excited, Fong Hao began to analyze the mission information. According to the mission introduction, he needs to help the heart and find the remaining body. That is to say, this dark gold-level powerhouse was buried in different places after being dismembered. If you think about it this way, it seems that the dark gold level is not too strong, and it has been divided. This mission is the second mission outside the system that Feng Hao received. The first one is Xiaoyou's unfinished business, which requires the collection of 12 swords of probation. Only 2 of them have been collected until now. And there is another task of collecting bodies, one more strange than the other. Of course, there is no time limit for this kind of task, and it seems that there is no penalty. If it doesn't work, Feng Hao goes back and asks Nelson to seal the viscera jar to see what special attributes can be triggered. Okay, there is no danger. Feng Hao greeted. Continue to move things out, and bring your heart back. All the skeletons came in again and began to carry out the grave goods. The heart was thrown directly into a clay pot for easy portability. When Feng Hao climbed out of the cave, the sky was getting darker. The sun has been slowly sinking down to the ground. Exploring the ancient tomb took a whole day. After all the items were prepared, Feng Hao ordered the return journey. Outside the city of Puril, da-da-da, the rapid sound of hooves sounded, and at the last moment when the city gate was closed, a mercenary entered the city. Under the swearing warning from the guard, he dropped the horse and went straight to a room on the second floor of the tavern. Taking a deep breath, he gently opened the door. Who is it? A low voice came from the room. Me, Lyle. Come in. The door opened, and there were 5 well-equipped, burly men sitting in the room. These people are not locals, but mercenaries who just arrived here not long ago. And the reward for finding the ancient tomb in the tavern was released by these people. Any news? A bearded man asked in a deep voice. They have been staying here for 3 days, and there has been no news. Whether it was by himself or by others, there was no news of finding the ancient tomb. Yes. Lal picked up the pottery cup on the table and took a sip. Everyone's expressions were shocked in an instant, and they all stared at Lyle and asked, "Who found it? Is the location reliable? Has anyone been killed?" Lyle was placed outside to see if anyone had found the entrance to the tomb. Once discovered and confirmed the news, people will be killed to prevent the news from leaking out. Of course, even if Lyle made a mistake, the people who found it came to them to get the bounty. It was the same method. Don't stay alive. It's so fucking weird. Guess what? It's a huge mass of undead, at least tens of thousands of people. Lal took another sip of water. They left with the funeral goods and headed north. How can there be undead here, Lyle? You're not lying to us. Do you want to embezzle it? Another man said in a deep voice. I lied to your mother. I'm going to lie to you. Will I come back? Can't I just run with the contents inside? Lal retorted loudly. In fact, this person just said it, and he didn't really believe that Lal would lie in his heart. But the human towns here are so dense, and there is such a huge undead force. It is really unacceptable. You said they took away the funeral goods? An old voice sounded from the inner bed. An old man in fancy clothes walked out with a cane in hand. The mercenary next to him immediately gave up his seat and let the old man sit down and chat. Yes, Mr. Eve, I saw the undead pushing a flatbed with a lot of funerary objects on it. Lal replied respectfully. The old man pulled out a key from his neck and said suspiciously, The key to the cemetery is in my hand. How did they get in? Everyone looked at Lyle, waiting for him to give a reasonable answer. I don't know that. There are too many undead teams. In order not to be discovered, I just followed a distance from a distance. Lal replied. The old man nodded. Lal had no reason to deceive himself. Even if he wanted to deceive, he would not make up such an unbelievable reason as the army of the undead. Then have you seen anything special in the burial? Oldie Fu asked again. Something special? What do you mean? Like a corpse. All the mercenaries frowned. If I've hired them, was he looking for the corpse in the ancient tomb? This is somewhat incomprehensible. Mr. Eve, I didn't see the corpse. After all, the distance is too far and they are all undead. Even if there is, it is difficult for me to notice. Lal continued to answer. Old Ifu nodded, and after thinking for a while, he continued. Tomorrow, let's go to the mountain to see. If there is still nothing I'm looking for, we must be ready to deal with the undead. The mercenaries looked solemn. They licked the blood on the tip of the knife, but they were definitely not fools to die. To deal with tens of thousands of undead creatures, they have no such hobby. The bearded mercenary took a deep breath and said, Mr. Eve, you should tell me the secrets in this tomb now. You promised us eternal life and wealth. Looking directly into the eyes of old Eve. If you don't tell me what you know today, I will withdraw from this operation, and you only need to pay for the cost of my journey." The other mercenaries also spoke up, saying that old Ifu couldn't convince them, and everyone broke up. Old Ifu is already old, and with his body, it is difficult to complete the next thing, and more rely on these mercenaries. Therefore, he must keep these people and be willing to obey his own domination. Okay, I can tell you. But you need to know that if you want to live forever, you still need complicated rituals, and only I know how to get eternal life. Old Ifu looked around everyone and reminded in a low voice. The mercenaries nodded in understanding. The old Ifu took out an old notebook from his arms, which was tied with a thin hemp rope, and said, "A king of the eternal night. As long as he drinks her blood according to the method, he can live forever." Eternal Night King. The mercenaries looked solemn, and they were exposed to a lot of weird things while working hard to make money. Among them, there are many people who have dealt with the Blood Clan. The word Eternal Night means that the Blood Clan, and they are naturally clear. Likewise, they did not reject the price of immortality to become a vampire. To the weak, they are not friendlier than the vampires. "Mr. Eve, is it okay?" The bearded mercenary looked at the notes on the table. "Ask yourself if you can look inside." Old Ifu nodded slightly. He took it out to make everyone believe his words. Beard picked up the note and gently untied the thin hemp rope on it. "The notes are too old and heavy, and I am afraid they will rot in my hands." As the note unfolds, its contents are revealed. This is a commander's note. The first few pages tell about some of his daily life, how old he fell in love with which girl, but on the day of his confession, he saw the girl and a nobleman playing games with their bare bottoms. How old a traveler came to the city, and he followed him to learn swordsmanship. Another year came a beautiful girl in the city. She was so beautiful and fascinated. The girl who shook her buttocks in front of the nobleman was like a village girl in love compared to her. The men in the whole city became rivals in love with each other overnight. In the second half, when the owner of the note reaches 40 years old, he becomes the commander of the city and is expected to advance to become a hero. He planned to work until the beginning of the spring, so he quit his job and went to a city with a meritorious proving ground to try to complete the advancement. In the last year, I led the soldiers under my command to guard the city, and the city was preparing to celebrate the new year. The old city master ordered everyone to send wine to every family. Also include them. The notes are written here, and several pages are left empty. Turn 3 pages in a row to see new content. Damn old thing. He lied to everyone. My soldiers started peeling, revealing the flesh under the skin. He turned us all into goddamn monsters. In the final mezzanine, there is a hand-painted map. The commander asked his friend to follow the map to find him and rescue him. What does this mean? Beard passed the note to the next person and asked himself. A note. The content does not mention the method of immortality. What can it say? The old Ifu continued. The commander's friend is just a businessman who came back to the city with a carriage in the name of a businessman. The old city lord, who was once old and damned, is getting younger and younger, like a gentleman in his 30s or 40s. His friend in command really disappeared. During the few days he stayed in the city, the people in the team began to disappear one after another. He took all the goods and left the city in the empty streets at noon. Later, the businessman has been paying attention to this matter and collected a lot of information, including the king and the key. The mercenaries looked at old Eve. "Mr. Eve, are you the businessman in the story?" The old Eve businessman, the rich kind, makes people guess the story on him. "No," old Eve continued. "This is the story of my great-grandfather." "You believe this story so much?" said the bearded man. "If before today, no matter whether the story is true or not, the old Ifu is willing to pay, and they are willing to accompany the old Ifu to play. But now that it involves fighting the undead later and the secret of immortality, they have to ask them clearly. The keys and ancient tombs have all been verified, haven't they?" Old Eve asked back. The mercenaries looked at each other. "Mr. Eve, go to the ancient tomb tomorrow?" The bearded man asked softly, his attitude returning to respect. "Well, I'll take a look tomorrow." Old Ifu got up and went back to the bedroom. "Don't reveal it, or there will be more trouble." "Okay. Then I won't disturb your rest." After everyone finished speaking, they exited the room and closed the door. On the way back from the skeleton army, Fong Hao released the state of divine presence. Sitting on the bed, he first contacted Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin, are you there? Boss, you ordered. Zhang Bin's reply was still quick. I asked Bloodhunt to send you an animal called an iron claw rat, which can help farmers loosen the soil. Then you can distribute it to the villagers and raise them separately. Oh, okay, about how many? 505. After you get them, send them to the villagers and keep them safe. These little guys like to dig holes. Oh, okay. Zhang Bin was confused, but agreed. After hanging up the chat between the two, Fong Hao pushed the room away and went downstairs. I haven't eaten this day, so I'm really hungry. Master, wait a moment. Dinner will be ready soon. Ear showed a sweet smile. It is good. Fong Hao agreed and walked out of the Lord's mansion. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw Nelson sitting silently on the bench and waiting. An orc skeleton stood beside it. Ms. Nelson, you are out. Fong Hao stepped forward immediately. After Nelson saluted, he introduced, Lord, this is Blackthorn. The skeleton hero behind him stepped forward and knelt down on one knee. He Jing has seen Lord. Fong Hao also understood in his heart that the original commander of the 300,000 orc army was nicknamed He Jing. Blackwattle, Amiri. It can only be called Blackthorn now. Blackthorns, Tier 5 heroes. Faction, Undead. Template, Blue. Racial characteristics. Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Light Weakness. Legion Talent. Stick to the City-State. Infantry Commander, Long-Range Commander. Skills. Camp. Thorns, Torture, Talk to the Dead. Inherent abilities. Advanced Defense Proficiency, Intermediate Tactical Proficiency, Intermediate Command Proficiency, Intermediate One-Handed Weapon Proficiency. Stand on the City-State. The combat units under the command will increase their morale by 5% and their defense by 1% during defensive battles. Encampment, passive. The efficiency of camping and building a village is increased by 20%. Torture, passive. This unit is good at punishment, and the morale of the executed person returns to 0. Thorns, active. Deals 50% skill damage to the target. Dead Conversation, active. Give a corpse the illusion of life. Give it a short life, and allow it to answer questions. Prerequisite. Corpses must have a mouth and cannot be undead. Description. The product of the immortal corpse which is not recognized by the undead god. This hero cannot be promoted or advanced. The attributes of the Blackthorn are a bit strange. Not like a leader hero, but more like an executioner suitable for torture to extract confessions. It is also fortunate that he won this battle. Otherwise, if he falls into his hands, how can he be better? Don't torture yourself to death. Okay, get up first, and then arrange work for you when the team returns. Fong Hao said, Yes, my lord. He Jing stood up and respectfully stood aside. After sitting and chatting with Nelson for a while, the returning troop also entered the territory. This time, there were no corpses that could be transformed, but a lot of gold and silver utensils were still obtained. One truck after another to the warehouse. There are also those weapons dropped by the ghouls, but let the blacksmiths repair them, and they can also sell for a good price. The most important thing is the harvest of blueprints and rare materials. Scrolls of blueprints, skills scroll of heroic and martial killing skills, fortress construction drawings, white steel two-handed swords drawing drawings, bronze corpse raising coffins drawing drawings, noble cane sword drawing drawings. Rare materials, traces of death 244, bloodstone 27, shadow stone 160, creeping spine 1. Only the 3 twilight feasters dropped one of the wriggling spines, and the rest belonged to ghouls and would not fall. He took the backpack handed over by Njia and recorded all the drawings. By the way, Bachelor Nelson, get a heart in the ancient tomb. Let's see if it's better to keep it, or to make an organ jar for higher profits. Fong Hao suddenly thought of the heart of the dark gold hero. If sealing the visceral jar can obtain powerful skills, it is not impossible to seal it. The heart was still packed in a clay pot, and it was carried back by the skeleton all the way. I'll see, Nelson replied. The skeleton was holding the pot, and Fong Hao and Nelson looked in along the mouth of the pot. The heart is still beating, and it is very powerful. Where did your lord get it? Nelson asked. Fong Hao told Nelson what happened, and even explained the news in detail in the human city. Nelson nodded slightly and thought for a moment. Lord, want to make it into an organ jar. Can you see what the effect is first? Feng Hao said. The heart also has a special task. Feng Hao wants to see what attributes will be put into the organ tank first. If the attributes are good, he will not do this task. If the attributes are average, the heart will be reserved for the task. It all depends on which gets the most benefit. My lord, I don't recommend that you make organ jars, which will bring disaster to the territory. Nelson said softly. What he said was bland, but Feng Hao could hear the seriousness of the problem. A recovered heart will bring disaster to the territory? Is his army of hundreds of thousands of undead vegetarians? What do you mean? Let's just say it, bachelor. Feng Hao frowned. Ordinary vampires don't have such a strong vitality. This heart has the purest vampire power. I am afraid it is the closest person to the ancestors of vampires. Sealing it is like making a time bomb. The vengeance of the vampire. Nelson said solemnly. The blood race has a strict hierarchy, and not everyone with fangs and bat wings will be recognized by the blood race. They have their own clan and heritage. But no matter which clan, they all have a common ancestor of the blood clan. And this heart has a relationship with the ancestor of the blood clan, which also proves the seriousness of the matter. Even if Feng Hao can provoke any local forces, he cannot provoke such a force. What's more, he has a second choice, to complete the task of the heart. One is friendly, the other is hostile. After Nielsen's introduction, Feng Hao felt that it would be better to put aside the racial barriers and help each other. Okay, then store this heart with you first, and see if there is any way to revive it. Feng Hao chose to be the heart's mission. Okay, Lord. Nelson put away the clay pot of his heart. After all, a beating heart is a bit scary in the Lord's mansion. Leaving it with Nielsen for safekeeping will save you a lot of trouble. After everything is dealt with, Ear also came to announce that it was time for dinner. After dinner, Feng Hao raised all the coverage, Boneyard, Dead's Corridor, and Necromancer Tower to level 6 again. Catch up with the level of the Lord's Palace. After everything was settled, Feng Hao returned to the room and fell asleep. The next morning, Feng Hao rolled over and sat up and walked out of the room. Ear still got up early. Master, Mr. Doken came to see you in the morning. Okay. Duo-Jean is a skeleton merchant, and most likely he has a new order. Go out of the Lord's mansion and go directly to the Business Alliance building. Dorking stood at the counter, assigning tasks to the rest of the skeleton merchants. Lord. Well, is there a new order? Feng Hao asked. Yes, my lord. I received 2 orders from the dwarves today. 2 points are all dwarves. Yes, my lord. The last time Feng Hao received 50,000 units of gunpowder. This time, he has 2 more orders. One is still black powder, and the second is an order for white steel firearms. Order. Requirement. 5,000 copies of black powder. Acquired from the exchange. 500 war coins. White steel plate making blueprints. Dwarf influence plus 10. Order. Requirement. 2,000 white steel fire guns. Acquired from the exchange. 200,000 war coins. Dwarf influence plus 10. What is the dwarf doing? It's not really fighting. This equipment and gunpowder are in such high demand. It has nothing to do with him anyway. Duo-Jean, we can't make this white steel fire gun. We don't have the blueprint. Feng Hao said. He also wants a white steel fire gun, which has 4th order damage with green quality, which is very fierce. But no, sir, you still have an order that you haven't filled out, and it will expire soon. If you don't need anything else, you can fill in the white steel fire gun. Maybe someone will sell the blueprint. Duo-Jean reminded. Oh yes. Feng Hao patted his head. The Business Alliance sends 2 orders every 7 days. The last time I filled out an architectural blueprint for the undead arm, I have not received it yet. The other one has never been used, and it expires when it is not used. Will be overwritten. Oh, then write the white steel fire gun. There is really nothing to write. Even if the material is insufficient after getting it, it is regarded as an expansion drawing. Okay, sir. Duo-Jean said, wrote the drawing of the white steel fire gun on the order, and put it in the mailbox behind him. Next, Feng Hao took the order for black powder and made 5,000 units of black powder in the warehouse. The skeleton merchant disappeared with the goods and the order, and Feng Hao also started to go about his own business. Had breakfast. 2 skull dragons fell from the sky, and 12 4th order giant sword infantrymen descended from above, their faces pale. A pair of eyes, from time to time, glanced at the skeletons passing by. Lord. The giant sword infantry recognized Fong Hao and immediately stepped forward to salute. Well, have you had breakfast? Fong Hao asked. These people were transferred from Zhang Bin's territory, and they are going to Pural City to open a store today. Some people were needed to escort the carriage, so these people were transferred. We've eaten, my lord. The giant sword infantry replied respectfully. Well, then you wait for a while, and we'll go when we're ready. The giant sword infantry stood cautiously aside. Fong Hao opened the Book of Lords and found the blueprint of the trade carriage in the production column. Trade carriage, 200 wood, 70 hemp rope, 50 leather, 10 iron, and 12 metal parts. The blueprint for the carriage of the trade group was obtained by Zhang Bin when he cleaned up wild boars last time. Fong Hao recorded it. Production quantity 1. Make. Triggered by a 100-fold increase. Obtain 101 of the business group carriage. The carriages of the merchant groups appeared out of nowhere and parked scattered around. The merchant carriage was larger and more stable than the flatbed, and above the body was a leather canopy. It can hold more cargo and can also protect from the sun and rain. Okay, load the wine barrels, tableware and utensils in the warehouse into the carriage, and we'll set off in a moment. Yes, my lord. All the greatsword infantry moved into action and began to load all the items that needed to be taken away into the carriage. After everything was ready, the large team set off again, heading towards the direction of Pural City. 3 hours later, the convoy finally entered the city of Pural. An unfamiliar motorcade, with a pretty bunny and fox maid, still attracted the attention of many people. There were people on both sides of the road, standing there whispering and talking in a low voice. Xiaobai, do you remember this road? You will be responsible for the shops here in the future. Fong Hao sat on the carriage and said to Xiaobai, the fox girl holding a big tail. Xiaobai is a maid with business talent. Besides Xiaobai, there are 10 rabbit maids, specially in charge of this store. As for the fourth order giant sword infantry that followed, it is to protect the safety here. After all, it is a formal industry. There are wine cabinets to molest the maids, and if someone is looking for trouble, you need some people to watch the scene. The city defense commander of Pural City is just at the 5th order, and it should be enough to arrange the 4th order as security. Remember, Master, rest assured, I will not let Master down. Xiaobai clenched his fist and assured. Well, I believe you. The convoy stopped by the shop, and Fong Hao took the money box to the Lord's mansion to go through the formalities. He gave the money and got the deed. From now on, this store will be owned by Fong Hao. The shop door was opened, revealing the dusty floor and furniture inside. After an explanation, everyone began to clean up. Fong Hao stood outside the door, and there was no place for him to interfere, and he himself had no power, as long as he didn't cause trouble. At this time, the proprietress of the tavern across the road came over. Have you really bought this shop? The proprietress walked closer. Well, we will be neighbors from now on. Take care of it. Fong Hao smiled. The proprietress looked at the young man in front of her again. This is really rich and powerful. No matter how this shop is going to cost tens of thousands of gold coins, I just bought it. Also brought a large group of people to clean up. What are you going to do? Dining is eating. Fong Hao said. Just cooking, the lady boss asked. I also sell some drinks. The main thing is to eat. The proprietress shook her head slightly and said softly, you can't make money by doing this. You can open a hotel, and guests will eat here, and you can have a few people for dinner. This sentence is actually the experience of the proprietress running a tavern for many years. She opened a tavern and would sell some appetizers, but it's hard to open a food-based industry here. Unless you make delicious food, people will feel uncomfortable if they don't eat for 2 days, just like those alcoholics who can't live without wine. Otherwise, it will be difficult to have a market. It's okay, try it first. If it doesn't work, I'll sell daily necessities. Fong Hao said indifferently. The proprietress glared at him helplessly. Rich people are really disgusting. Let's go. Sit with me for a while. You won't be standing here forever. The proprietress turned and walked towards the tavern. Slim waist and plump buttocks, swaying slightly as they leave. People will look at it a few more times without realizing it. Fong Hao couldn't stand here all the time, so he followed the proprietress into the tavern. Sitting down at the front desk, I suddenly found that the reward above has changed. The reward for finding the ancient tomb became the search for the gathering place of the undead on the north side. and the amount of the reward was also increased to 5,000 gold coins. Seeing this reward, Fong Hao narrowed his eyes. Puller City 3 hours north, the right direction can find his territory. Damn it. Those mercenaries have a problem with their minds. They actually said that there are a group of undead in the north. The proprietress stood at the counter and muttered, "If you don't believe it, you will log him out?" Fong Hao asked, "Hey, they gave me money, so I can't make money without making money." The proprietress brought a glass of beer and pushed it over. "Who are these mercenaries? Are there any undead in the north, and what does it have to do with them?" Fong Hao asked curiously. "Who knows? It was said that there were ancient tombs, but this morning it was changed to undead." The proprietress complained. If it hadn't been for a lot of money, she wouldn't have signed them up. The credibility is not high, and the reputation of the tavern has also declined. They live here. Several rooms on the second floor were taken down by them. They are also very rich owners. After coming here, they eat and drink well. The old man who protects them looks like a rich man. The proprietress' eyesight is quite good, and she can see all kinds of people and things. "I want to publish it too. How do I charge it?" Fong Hao asked. "Okay, 1 gold coin for 5 days. The minimum is no less than 5 days. After completing the bounty tavern, 10% of the reward will be drawn. Of course, this is given after the bounty is completed." The proprietress said while wiping the table. "Well, then write down the news of looking for the sword of probation, and give 100 gold for each news." Fong Hao counted 5 gold coins from his pocket. "The first 25 days. Okay, write it yourself. You can help me write. I'm not good looking," Fong Hao said. The proprietress put down the sackcloth in her hand, stood on the notice board, and wrote the reward released by Fong Hao. Boom. The door of the tavern was pushed open. 6 well-equipped mercenaries, surrounded by an old man, walked into the tavern. Several people were silent, just walked up to the proprietress and said, "Prepare lunch for 7 people and send it to our room." "Okay, I'll send it to you when I'm ready." After saying that, several people went straight upstairs. "Mercenaries?" Fong Hao asked in a low voice after a few people left. The proprietress nodded and began to ask the back kitchen to prepare lunch for several people. As soon as he came in, Fong Hao also saw the information of these mercenaries. The 6 people are all at the level of the 6th or 7th order, which is considered a relatively high level in the human camp. Fong Hao's expression darkened as he watched several people go up the stairs. It seems that these people can't stay. They must have found out about the skeletons in their own territory, and letting them continue to mess around will bring them a lot of trouble. After saying hello to the proprietress, he walked out of the pub. In the afternoon, the sun is shining. The shop was handed over to Xiaobai, and Fong Hao returned to the territory with Jia. As soon as he jumped off his mount, Duo Jin came over. Said, "Sir, this is the blueprint obtained in the morning, and the Warfire coin has been handed over to Miss Ear." Duo Jin handed over 2 drawings. They are the white steel plate drawings, rewarded by the order, and the white steel fire gun blueprints, obtained by issuing the order yourself. Or this kind of production drawings are easy to get. Orders filled in the morning will be sold to them in the afternoon. On the contrary, it was the first order from the very beginning, and no one has given him the architectural drawings of the undead. Fong Hao took it and recorded it with the Book of Lords. White steel plate. White steel ingot 2. Need white steel ingots. According to the production mode of cast iron blocks, white steel ingots should not be made from blueprints, but produced using furnaces. White steel fire gun. 1 white steel plate. 2 white steel ingots. 3 metal parts. Description: the commonly used weapons of the fire gun team, with a simple production process, can be produced and assembled in large quantities. The quality of the white steel fire gun is green, but it has the 4th order damage. This kind of jump-type damage, if it can be equipped with a skeleton shooter, the strength will be doubled. At that time, a team of skeleton muskets will be formed, which will not only be fierce, but also very handsome. And the material requirements are not high. The only thing that is bad now is the white steel ingot. Duo Jin, does the Shangming shop have architectural drawings for producing white steel ingots? Fong Hao looked at Duo Jin. This kind of general building, all races will use, should not be difficult to buy. Not yet. I'll keep an eye out. If there are such architectural drawings, I'll buy them directly. Durkin said, "Kindness." Fong Hao had no choice but to hope that this blueprint would appear next time when the Merchant Alliance restocks. or in a nearby human city. If there is a way to buy white steel ingots, you can also buy finished products. Duo Jin turned and left, and Fong Hao also returned to the Lord's mansion. Returning to the bedroom, put the Starfire staff on the weapon rack, only to find that the sound transmission conch has stored a message. Fong Hao has 2 conch shells in his hand. One was given to him by a slave merchant in order to inform himself when to buy slaves. Another sound transmission conch was left to Tong Nyo by Fong Hao. Once there is news about the Skull-Broken tribe, he can tell himself. And the conch who has received the news now is the news from the copper bowl. He leaned the conch against his ear, and immediately came the deep voice of the copper bowl. Lord, grabbed 2 spies with broken skulls, searched our layout map from their bodies, and is sending them to the city where Mr. Burning Blade is stationed. Transmission conch has limited storage, and the content is very brief. It was to capture the 2 spies arranged by the Skull-Shattering tribe, but there was no further information. Fong Hao had no choice but to put on the armor he took off and walk out of the Lord's mansion again. Called in Jia and Heijing, boarded the Bone Dragon directly, and rushed towards the city where the Fireblade was stationed. About 30 minutes away, the Bone Dragon has already resisted the sky above the city. This former human territory has been converted into a temporary fortress. There are dense undead patrolling day and night outside the city, and the roads leading to the main city are even more checkpoints. Unless you have to make a big circle, it is difficult to bypass the checkpoint and directly attack the main city where Fong Hao lives. The Bone Dragon fell, and the Fireblade and the Copper Ox came forward to salute. Lord. A large number of undead skeletons stood on standby in the city, standing there in an orderly manner like terracotta warriors. On one side, there are several Tauren warriors huddled in the corner, guarding something. Fong Hao turned over from the back of the Bone Dragon and asked directly, "Where's the scout?" "Here, sir. Please come with me." The Copper Bull led the way and walked towards the place guarded by the Tauren. In the corner, 2 bloody corpses lay on the ground, just exposed to the sun. "Sir, it's these 2 people." Tong Yo pointed at the corpse. "Dead?" "Yes. The guards found that they were drawing a map, and there was a fight when they were captured, and they were killed." Tong Yo explained. He also wanted to catch them alive, but the other party had already entered a state of blood rage, and he was in the Manhwa market again, so he could only be killed for safety. In this way, only as much information as possible can be found. "What about the map you said?" Fong Hao continued to ask. "Here." Tong Yo brought a map. It simply marked the Manhwa market, the information of the city where the Fireblade was stationed, and some surrounding levels. Although the painting is rough, the positions of each level are marked in great detail. It can be seen that the duo have been investigating here for some time. Tong Yo's heart was also a little uneasy. Fong Hao asked him to arrange for someone to inquire about the broken skull. Now the other party's news has not been received at all. Instead, the spies lurking in Manhwa have been caught, and a detailed map has been drawn. This is the catch. Who can guarantee that there is no one else left? For fear that Fong Hao would blame himself and affect the interests of the Tauren tribe. During this time, the Tauren tribe received a lot of support from Fong Hao, and all kinds of weapons, urban construction, and roads were all paved with stone roads. No matter how cloudy or rainy it is, you won't be afraid of getting muddy all the way. It can be said that the Manhwa market is much better than before, and this improvement is sustainable, as long as Fong Hao is willing to continue to support. "My lord, I am responsible for these, Tong Yo said. "You'll talk about it later." Fong Hao put away the map and shouted in a low voice, "Heijing." He has been following Heijing behind Fong Hao and stepped forward. "Sir." Blackthorn is a new addition to the skeleton hero. Wearing a set of metal plate armor, the waist is also a black iron knight sword. Neither the Bronze Bull nor the Fireblade had ever seen it before, so he looked at it carefully. "Check it out and ask about the plan behind Skull-Broken. There are more troops." Fong Hao continued. "Yes, my lord." After Blackthorn finished speaking, he began to draw strange runes around a corpse. The Tauren people all showed suspicious expressions. Fong Hao said that he wanted to examine the corpses on the ground. "How are the dead judged?" Soon, Heijing completed his rune drawing and said, "My lord, I am ready. I need the blood of 2 beasts." Fong Hao nodded. "Tong Yo, make arrangements." "It's an adult." Tong Yo agreed and explained to his subordinates. Soon, 2 one-horned sheep were brought over. Before the rune, the blade cut open the throat of the one-horned sheep, and the blood flowed along the rune and merged into the first corpse. Call. The dead corpse sat up in an instant, sitting on the spot with some confused eyes. Well, the surrounding Tauren instantly took a few steps back, looking at the corpse that suddenly sat up in horror. Where is this? Who are you? The living orc asked in a daze. You're dead. Now answer my question. Okay. The orc replied stiffly. How many spies have Skull Broken arranged for? I don't know. All I know is the two of us. Skull Shard is aimed at the undead. What other plans are there? He Jing looked directly into the other's eyes and asked quickly. The Great Chief has contacted the Troll Tribe and intends to join the Troll Tribe. Boom. In the next second, the corpse exploded instantly, and blood and minced meat were splashed everywhere. Fong Hao looked serious and said, Bring 2 more one-horned sheep over here. Little is known about the first body, but also know some key information. Skull Broken is still not dead and contacted a troll tribe, intending to join forces with Fong Hao's territory to continue to attack. This made Fong Hao, who had planned to spend 2 days of peace in peace, raised his heart again. Since they dare to join forces, it proves that there is a stronger force than the last 300,000 army to deal with Fong Hao's undead army. This time, it was a one-horned sheep, a wild boar that had been beaten and was dying. 2 were thrown in front of the second body, and bloodletting began. Call. The second corpse sat up again, looking confused. You are already dead. Now answer my question. Which troll tribe did the Skull Shatter tribe contact? He Jing asked directly. The corpse replied, It's the Bloodmaw tribe on the other side of the mountain. What kind of powerhouse is there in the Bloodmaw tribe? I don't know, but I heard that the chieftain of the Bloodmaw tribe is an orange hero. The blood in the rune began to rise like steam, and the body of the resurrected orc began to swell like a balloon. In addition to the orange chieftain, what other heroes are there in the Bloodmaw tribe? Do not know. How many troops will Skull Shard dispatch? Haging asked faster and faster. Do not know. How many troops does the Bloodmaw tribe have? Do not know. The orc's body has become like a balloon, and his facial features have begun to deform. Blackthorn continued to ask, Tell me, the full name of Chief Bloodmaw. Meat Fist Caius. Boom. With a muffled sound, the orc's body exploded, and the minced meat fell down the sky like raindrops. My lord, I'm done asking. Haging saluted again. Well, let's go in and talk. In the hall, Fong Hao sat on the main seat, with several heroes below. Except for the absence of Bloodhunter and Nelson, the rest of the people were present. The 2 spies didn't know much information, and some things were heard from inside Skullbroken. Authenticity is worth verifying. But 99% of the Skull Crush tribe united with the Troll tribe would be true. Because with Skullbroken's current strength, it is impossible to compete with Fong Hao. The only way to fight it is to find foreign aid. The Troll tribe on the other side of the mountain is his foreign aid. It seems that the territory has entered a tense state of preparations. Tylok, do you have any news from the spies you arranged? Fong Hao looked at Tong Yo. The other party's spies have all come in, so it's impossible for one's own spies to fail to pass on any news. My lord, the locations and maps of some scattered tribes in the Cold Wind Mountains were sent back, but there is not much news about the Skullbroken tribe. Tong Yo got up and replied. The Skullbreaker tribe unites the large and small tribes of the Cold Wind Mountains. Hundreds of small people, thousands of large people. It is not like Fong Hao, who is basically unified near these major cities. Moreover, the roads in the mountains are rough, the environment is harsh, and the drawing of maps is also very difficult. Then do you know this Bloodmaw tribe of trolls? Fong Hao continued to ask. I heard that it is a group of tribes that are not easy to mess with. Tell me what you know. I have also heard of some. It seems that the Bloodmaw tribe was very strong back then. They conquered this continent, and later they were surrounded by dragons and elves. They were basically killed, but some of them also hid in the mountains. Copper the Cow said, He doesn't know much. After all, it's not an era. What I heard is also passed down from the older generation, let alone intelligence. The truth of the story cannot be verified. So, the patriarch of the other party is an orange hero, so it's very likely to be true. Fong Hao touched his chin. Probably. Which mountain range did the corpse say that the Bloodmaw tribe was talking about? Fong Hao continued to ask. Tong Yo said, It's called the Bloody Mountain Range. It is actually the same mountain range as the Cold Wind mountain range. It's just that the mountain range is too long and is occupied by different forces, so the Cold Wind mountain range and the Bloody mountain range are separated. Fong Hao took out the Book of Lords and opened the map. Give me a look. The copper bull pointed on the map and pointed out the location of this mountain range. In fact, Fong Hao has been to this Bloody mountain range, which is the mountain range of the Dragon Burial Cave. It is indeed a barren land. Located to the north of the Pig tribe, if the trolls attack from there, he really needs a good layout. Otherwise, call directly to your door. Well, Tong Nyo, go back and pay attention to collecting information. Horin pays attention to patrolling, and be careful of the spies arranged by Skull Shard. Fong Hao instructed. At present, they are still in a period of inquiring information. It's not time to massively deploy troops and close the market. Yes, my lord, the two said. After several people discussed the plan later, Fong Hao returned to the territory with 2 heroes. Return to the territory. Call Ear and head to the Faceless Hut together. The Faceless Hut is an intelligence agency where you can spend money to buy some intelligence you want. Push the door and enter. There is no one inside. Fong Hao walked behind the counter, opened the mailbox, and took out the information sheet inside. Ear, write the Frost Wind Mountain Skull Crush tribe here, and write the latest battle plan and the number of troops on the content. Fong Hao said. Ear picked up the pen on the counter and began to fill in the list according to what Fong Hao said. Fong Hao brought a second list. This is the Bloodmaw tribe of the Bloody Mountains, and the content is filled with the hero level, battle plan, and number of troops. Ear filled out the second list again. Fong Hao threw the 2 slips into the mailbox and waited silently for 2 or 3 minutes. Dang, the mailbox beeps. After opening, there is a metal tag. It says 500 on it. It means that these 2 messages require 500 Warfire coins, which is really expensive. The arranger prepared 500 Warfire coins, stuffed them into the mailbox in one breath, and closed the lid again. When it was opened again, it was empty. In this way, the operation should be completed, and the 2 parties have reached an agreement. Just arrange for people to wait here and notify yourself as soon as there is a result. Ear, arrange for a maid to watch it here, and send it to me if there is any information in the mailbox. The 2 walked out of the Faceless Hut, and Fong Hao explained. Just don't know when the other party will send the information. Shouldn't be able to collect on a monthly basis. The war will be over by then, and no news has yet been received. Understood, master. Ear nodded. Night falls. A bone dragon flew towards Pural City with the help of the night. Blood hunts, dark deception, made the bone dragon blend into the darkness, avoiding all the guards. It easily flew into the sky above Pural City. Fong Hao stretched out his dry fingers and pointed to the room on the 2nd floor of the tavern from afar. The blood hunter nodded slightly, jumped off the bone dragon, spread the huge bat wings, and swooped directly into the 2nd floor. Hoo-ah, help! Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of fighting and screaming in the room. Fong Hao sat on the back of the bone dragon and listened to a scream in the tavern where the lights had been turned off. If there was no matter of the Bloodmaw tribe, Fong Hao would not have killed them in such a hurry. But now that there is a threat to the north, there can be no danger in the south. Therefore, these people chose the wrong time to provoke Fong Hao. The cry of killing only lasted for 5 minutes, and the blood hunter jumped out of the window with an old man in his hand. The huge bat wings flapped and landed on the back of the bone dragon hovering in the air. At this time, the candlelight was lit on the 1st floor of the tavern, and there was the voice of the bartender asking, "Sir, is this the old man?" "Yes, let's go back." The blood hunter tapped the bone dragon's neck, and the bone dragon flew towards the territory. Lord's Hall. Fong Hao was sitting on the throne of white bones, with an old man in pajamas kneeling under him who was still in surprise. You are the young man who was in the tavern in the morning." The old man recognized Fong Hao at a glance. "Good eyesight." Fong Hao praised and continued. "The reward you posted has caused me a lot of trouble. I want to hear how you know about the ancient tomb, and why did you post the reward?" Old Eve glanced around. Except for one beast-eared hero, the hall was filled with undead with bones. "My lord, my name is Ifu. My great-grandfather left a diary and a key. I used this news to find the ancient tomb, and the reward for you was just a misunderstanding. The mercenary I hired found the traces of your team and issued this bounty." The old man's body trembled slightly, but he was not afraid, but a little excited and a little excited. Without waiting for Fong Hao to speak, he said again, "Master Undead, I am willing to give my loyalty and everything in exchange for my allegiance to you." Old Ifu knelt on the ground. The forehead is close to the ground. Now he sees it too. In front of him is not a young human being, but a great undead. The appearance of human beings is only an illusion. Otherwise, he would not be sitting on the throne made of white bones and commanding the many undead below. Fong Hao frowned slightly when he heard the old man's words and looked at Nelson next to him. "What's the meaning? Have you met a believer in the God of the dead? There is still a bone-loving plot. Why are you so excited?" Nelson noticed Fong Hao's questioning gaze and whispered in Fong Hao's ear, "His vitality has been exhausted, and he wants to become immortal." Fong Hao nodded slightly, expressing his understanding. Immortality is the undead's own statement, which actually means transforming into an undead. This old man is so old that even if ginseng is dipped in miso, he won't be able to live for long. Therefore, he was eager to find a way to continue his life, whether he became a blood clan or an undead, as long as he could survive. "Show me the notebook and key," Fong Hao said. Old Ifu took out the old notebook in his arms and handed it to the beast-eared girl beside him, who handed it to Fong Hao. "Sir, the key has been used this morning. We went to the ancient tomb, used the key on the first copper door, and found that it couldn't be removed, so it was left there." Old Ifu explained. Fong Hao took the diary and roughly flipped through 2 pages. It is indeed recorded some news about the tomb. "So, you came to this tomb in order to find a way to continue your life?" Fong Hao closed the old diary. "Yes, I dare not deceive the adults." Old Ifu was still respectful. "Where are the other limbs of the owner of this tomb, do you know?" Other limbs? I don't know." Old Ifu shook his head. "Is it not a whole corpse in the ancient tomb, but a mutilated corpse?" Fong Hao nodded again and said, "Okay, take him down." Although the old man cooperates, he is not a fuel-efficient lamp. And when he brought him back, he didn't get any useful news. The diary is the only reward. When you have time, read the contents inside and learn about the story. No, my lord, give me a chance to be loyal. I don't want to die, my lord. I am willing to give you all my wealth. There are many slaves in my manor, and they can be sacrificed to you." Old Ifu shouted loudly. Shouting, he was so anxious to find the ancient tomb that he felt the approach of death. "Now that I have come into contact with the undead, I don't want to die at this time." Fong Hao looked at the hoarse old man and shook his head slightly. "Okay, take him to the transformation pool. Then you will be an undead, and you can serve me." The old Ifu looked happy and no longer shouted and struggled. After standing up and saluting gracefully, he took the initiative to follow the skeleton towards the transformation pool. The old man left, and Nelson and others also returned to their residences. Under the luminous stone lamp, Fong Hao flipped through the diary again and watched it carefully. From the beginning to the end, except for the missing pages in the middle, the rest are also understandable. To say that the city lord in the story is really a ruthless character. Because he was afraid of death, he wanted to transform into a blood clan, and he was afraid that people in the city would find out and hurt him. He simply turned the entire city into a blood clan. The city owner, I am afraid he has already made this plan, and everything he has done in the past is for the last step of delivering wine door to door. When all the people in the city are transformed, the remaining 1 or 2 fish that slip through the net will not matter. "Cow," Fong Hao said. Also note a sentence in the note. "Damn Chester, damn liar." This Chester must be the name of the city lord, and it seems that there is no gain at all. After reading all the diaries, Fong Hao went back to his room and fell asleep. The next day, had breakfast. A bone dragon landed directly on the pig village, causing a commotion. When he saw Fong Hao and Njia on the dragon's back, a pig man immediately went to inform the pig patriarch Petty. Lord, I didn't know you came in person." Petty hurried to greet him. In the past, Fong Hao used the presence of God for anything, and rarely came over in person. First, the distance is not close, and the second is a safety issue. Who knows what strange things appear in this world and take away their own lives? "Come on, let's talk inside." Several people entered the patriarch's hall, and a pig brought fruit wine. Fong Hao gave a troll wine barrel to the pigmen village, and also let the pigmen drink fruit wine. "Sir, Do you have any orders for this time? Petty asked curiously. Since Fong Hao came over in person, he naturally had something important to explain. The north of the village goes all the way to the Bloody Mountains. How many orc villages are there along the way? How is the strength? Fong Hao asked. Petty was stunned, did a rough calculation in her heart, and said, the villages on the north side are relatively scattered, and we have less contact with them. There are about 10 villages. I heard that there was a war during this time. Orcs are like that. Today, 10 villages nearby may become 5 villages tomorrow because of plundering each other. Then another wandering tribe moved in, and several more villages were added. This has always been the case. Wars and migrations have never ceased. The Pigman village is now protected by the undead, and it is also in a low-key development stage, and has not interacted with other villages for a long time. Exact numbers are hard to come by. Find a way to gather the patriarchs of all the villages. Everyone is neighbors. It's time to get to know each other. Petty didn't look like he was joking when he saw Fong Hao. But getting to know each other between neighbors, it still doesn't seem like it came from Fong Hao's mouth. Really, and the time is fast, it is best to gather all these people tomorrow. Fong Hao emphasized the time. Petty looked serious, as if something urgent had happened. My lord, can I know the reason? With Fong Hao's character, he suddenly began to pay attention to the vicinity of Pigman village. Presumably something happened. It's okay to tell you, but don't reveal it to others. Fong Hao said, I understand, my lord. In the Bloody Mountains north of Pig Village, there is a Bloodmaw tribe. Have you heard of it? Fong Hao asked. Petty shook his head. Sir, the Pigman village was moved here later, and I don't know much about it here. Well, the Bloodmaw tribe is a troll tribe, and it is very likely that they will attack us. In order to ensure safety, I want to reduce all possible dangers, including scattered tribes north of the village. Fong Hao explained. Petty's expression was even more ugly. She never imagined that the troll tribe would attack from the north of the village. In this case, the village will be implicated for the first time. Sir, what should we do? Petty was a little flustered for a while, and the first thought in his mind was to move the village. Or hide first and come back after the fight is over. Don't worry. Things haven't reached the beginning of the war yet. You must find a way to gather all the patriarchs from the north. Okay, sir. I'll do it right away. Petty nodded in agreement. After explaining the matter, Fong Hao walked out of the patriarch's hall, and Petty began to study the reasons for calling these patriarchs. I don't have much contact on weekdays. It's definitely not realistic to invite guests to dinner. Also need to think of a reason enough to attract them to come. After Fong Hao left the patriarch's hall, he went straight to the center of the pig village. Opened the Book of Lords and turned to the building column. Tower of the Dead, purple hardwood 3350, stone brick 4500, iron 1200, traces of death 120, shadow stone 30. The Tower of the Dead is a blueprint that Fong Hao obtained in the reward before. There was no shadow stone at that time, and it was not built. This time, in the ancient tomb of the Blood Clan, enough shadow stones have been obtained, and this building can also be built. After selecting the location, build it directly. Purple light flashed, and a towering tower appeared in front of him. Tower of the Dead, purple. Category, undead architecture. Ability, increase the range of Shun Lin's expulsion. Description, special buildings for the undead camp, which can be built in cities and towns within the territory, which can increase the range of God's prophecy. The Tower of the Dead is more like a modern communication tower. Send the signal farther away. Previously, Fong Hao needed to cast divine proximity in Pigman village to drive the troops to act on the edge of the Bloody Mountains. With the Tower of the Dead, you can cast the presence of God in the territory, without having to rush to the pig village by yourself. Lord, the people who contacted other patriarchs have already set off, and they will get a reply in the afternoon. Petty came over at this time and said softly, Well, what's the reason? To call all these guys together, you have to think of a reason why they have to come. As for the mining rights of a large mine, Pigman village has discovered a mining area. If we are unable to mine by ourselves, we need to cooperate with other villages. We need to discuss on the spot with whom to mine. Petty said flatly, That's a good idea. In this area, the mining of the mining area has both benefits and credibility. Can the time be determined? Fong Hao continued to ask. Tomorrow at noon, in Pigman village. Seeing Petty's worried appearance, Fong Hao said, Okay, You don't have to worry. I will arrange the negotiation. Good Lord. After dealing with the pig village, Feng Hao and Njia boarded the bone dragon again and returned to the territory. Had lunch. Feng Hao and Njia changed to monitor lizards and headed to Pural City. As soon as he entered the city, Feng Hao felt that there was a tense atmosphere in the city. The number of guards has increased and the number of patrols has become more frequent. When passing by the tavern, I saw that the tavern had been closed and there were guards around. It seems that what happened last night has attracted the attention of the city owner. Before coming to the store, Xiaobai saw Feng Hao and took the initiative to greet him. The cleaning work is going fast. Today is the renovation and repair of the outside walls. What happened on the opposite side? Feng Hao pointed to the tavern. I heard that there were dead people in the tavern opposite, and several of them died. The guards came several times in the morning to ask something. Xiaobai replied, These maids don't know what Feng Hao did. I only know that the person on the other side is dead, and it has nothing to do with them. Did no witnesses see the murderer? Feng Hao looked towards the tavern. I don't know. Depending on the situation, I don't know the identity of the murderer. Otherwise, the guards wouldn't be investigating everywhere now. Xiaobai continued to answer. If the identity of the murderer is known, action will be taken immediately. Instead of doing house-to-house investigations and inquiries, she looks like she is not sure of the murderer. Oh, Feng Hao agreed, feeling a lot more relaxed. At this time, a group of guards came from a distance. He stopped in front of Feng Hao and said, Mr. Feng Hao, Lord City Lord, please come over. Feng Hao raised his brows. As soon as he entered the city, the other party came to invite him. It seemed that the city owner had been waiting for him. Did you find out that you killed yourself last night? No, unless the old guy can tell fortunes. Let's go. I happen to be looking for the city lord. Feng Hao said. Under the guidance of the guards, they entered the city lord's mansion unimpeded all the way. In the council hall, the city lord Cyril was sitting on the main seat and waiting. Lord City Lord. Feng Hao smiled. Basically, the heart has been determined. The other party absolutely did not know that the death last night was done by himself. Not so worried anymore. The city lord Cyril also smiled and said, Mr. Feng Hao, sit down. Feng Hao and Njia sat down on the seats beside them. Something happened in the tavern in the city last night. Did Mr. Feng Hao hear about it? Cyril asked directly. Feng Hao frowned and said, When I entered the city just now, I heard my subordinates say, Have you caught the murderer? Not yet. I want to ask how many servants you left in the city last night and how strong they are. Cyril looked directly into Feng Hao's eyes, as if to discern whether his words were true. Feng Hao didn't hesitate and said directly, There are 12 fourth-order infantrymen, and the rest are first-order orc maids. The city owner will not think that they are doing it, right? I am a businessman, and I don't like fighting. Cyril stared at Feng Hao's expression, but still found nothing wrong. He said, Well, it seems that the death of these mercenaries belongs to their internal vendetta. As a mercenary, even if they have a legal status, they do bad things. Many mercenaries are a group of robbers with a legitimate name. This kind of person died in revenge, higher than the casualties out of the mission. It seems that Cyril is blaming this unresolved matter on the vendetta between the mercenaries. Feng Hao didn't want to talk to him on this topic. Speaking directly interrupted Cyril's thinking. By the way, Lord City Lord, I don't know if you have any white steel ingots here. You need a white steel ingot? Cyril didn't expect that with Feng Hao's background and worth, there would be a lack of such things as white steel ingots. Well, if there are blueprints for forging white steel ingots, I can spend money to buy them. The drawings of the white steel fire gun have been included. The material is only white steel ingots. If you can receive blueprints for forging white steel ingots, or finished white steel ingots, it will do. First, make a batch of white steel fire guns to deal with the battle that may happen at any time. Cyril stroked his beard, but fell silent. Feng Hao's heart moved. It seems that Cyril really has white steel ingots here. What's wrong, Lord City Lord? What's the difficulty? Feng Hao asked. Cyril said with a bit of embarrassment, There are indeed some white steel ingots in the city, but they have already entered the armament depot. It may be difficult to sell them to you. The lord of the city must have a way to turn around. Why don't you just say it and listen? If he really couldn't give it to Feng Hao, the other party would have already refused. From this embarrassing appearance, there is still a way. It's definitely not possible to sell it to you, so let me post a bounty. As long as you catch the murderer and give it to me, I will pay you the white steel ingot as a bounty. What murderer? Fong Hao naturally knew Cyril's plan. It is nothing more than to use the white steel ingot as a bargaining chip and let himself help him deal with the murderer he speaks of. I came here today. I'm afraid it's also for this matter, but I said white steel ingot in advance. The murderer who killed the mercenaries in the tavern last night. Help me bring them back. The 1,500 units of white steel ingot stored in the warehouse are yours. How about that? Cyril smiled, with dense wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. The one who killed the mercenary? Fong Hao exclaimed. Kindness. Didn't you say there are no clues? No, there is a clue. It is another group of mercenaries in the manor outside the city. I will publicly execute them at that time to ensure the stability of the city. Cyril replied. It seems that the mercenaries of the manor outside the city have offended the city lord before, and they will directly press the unjust case on these people's heads. If Fong Hao didn't do what happened last night, he would have believed Cyril's words. After all, a city lord and a group of mercenaries, more people will trust the city lord. The name of the mercenary, the location of the manor, and how are the troops? Fong Hao planned to take over this matter. The Firewolf mercenary group. This is the location of the manor, and there are only a few dozen troops. Cyril handed over the single-page map that had been prepared on the table. Fong Hao took the map and took the name of the Firewolf mercenary group in his heart. Okay, I'll take over this matter. If you want a few people, I can't bring you dozens of them. Fong Hao put the map in his pocket. Several leaders, if possible, try to have as many as possible, and the people will accept it better. Cyril still stroked his beard. Okay, I'll try to bring some back as much as possible. Fong Hao got up. Then go ahead and prepare. Don't disturb the lord of the city. Kindness. Fong Hao walked out of the city lord's mansion and returned to his shop. The shop is hanging a sign with the name of the shop, Lao De Shuang, written in the font of the human race. An easy-to-understand and catchy name. It was also Fong Hao who stayed up all day and night, thought hard for a long time, and came up with the name after he had to call the language teacher. Fong Hao admired the signboard, and the tavern owner's wife came over. He handed the 5 gold coins in his hand to Fong Hao. The money is paid back to you first, and when the tavern reopens, you can come back and post the reward. The tavern is closed, and the bounty on the tavern notice board will not work. One is a reward for the mercenary, who died on the 2nd floor last night, and the other is a reward for Fong Hao's search for the Sword of Probation, with a total of 5 gold coins. Fong Hao put away the gold coins and asked, pretending not to know, I heard of dead people. Damn, this bunch of damn mercenaries. The old lady is unlucky to come home and attract these dead ghosts. The proprietress gritted her teeth and cursed. The sudden foul language made Fong Hao stunned. It seems that this time the death of the tavern has a big impact. Not only was it blocked, but I am afraid that for a long time in the future, no one will dare to live on the 2nd floor. How many days is the tavern closed? I don't know. Let's see when the murderer is caught. The proprietress sighed. Would you like to help me? I happen to be short of staff. Fong Hao said. The proprietress rolled her eyes and smiled. Little devil, I don't know your thoughts yet. You are still young, and you are not afraid of hurting your body. Anyway, your pub is closed. Why don't you come and help me? My pub is only closed for 2 days, and it is not closed. The proprietress corrected. Okay, help me when you go out of business. The proprietress is so angry that she has to go out of business. Fong Hao smiled and asked in a low voice, Have you heard of the Firewolf mercenary group? Well, do you still know the people from the Firewolf mercenary group? The proprietress asked subconsciously. I heard something about them. Is the Firewolf mercenary group not very popular in Puril? You know all this? The lady boss exclaimed. Few people in the city knew about this news. Fong Hao knew about it just a few times. Those guys, for causing such a big thing, the city owner didn't kill them. Fong Hao said with emotion. Yeah, the city owner has a child at an old age, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to give birth in the future. The proprietress made a decision like an old doctor. Fong Hao's eyes turned. Now the city owner's son should be getting better, right? No way. I haven't seen it for several years, and it is estimated that the situation is not very good. The two chatted in a low voice while watching the plaque of the shop being hung up. Fong Hao can also guess some things through the words of the proprietress. What is the reason for the Fire Wolf mercenary group to hurt the son of the city lord a few years ago, and the injury is getting more and more serious? I am afraid it will not live long. For some reason, the city owner didn't do anything to this mercenary group. This time, it was the right time to put the evidence of murder in the city on the Fire Wolf mercenary group. After chatting for a while, the guards came to search the tavern again, and the proprietress left immediately. Fong Hao and Njia sat on the monitor lizard again and returned to the territory. All the way back to the territory quickly, Fong Hao immediately turned over and began to count the troops to be brought next. The location of the manor of the war mercenary group has been shown on Fong Hao's big map, and the number of people is only a few dozen. You don't need to bring too many troops to attract attention. The heroes are Njia, Blood Hunter, 100 skull dragons, and a fifth-order skeleton troll full of seats. Blackthorn has the skills of defending the city, just in time to look at home. Flying at high altitudes, it won't attract the attention of people on the ground, and it's fast enough to end a fight before dark. Fong Hao cast Shenlin on the bone dragon. With 2 taps on the dragon's neck, the bone dragon rushed into the clouds and flew towards the manor of the Fire Wolf mercenary group. The bone dragon was flying in the clouds, and the wind whistled in his ears. The city below is as small as a matchbox, and the busy people are more like ants running around. Soon, the bone dragon had approached the manor of the Fire Wolf mercenary group, and he could see the outline of the city and some active crowds. When he got closer, Fong Hao realized that there was something wrong with the manor. Where is the manor here? It is obviously a city built by a lord to level 3. The central area is the lord's mansion, with houses, barracks, and a second-level city wall built. Could it be that this Fire Wolf mercenary group was established by traversers? But then, Fong Hao denied this idea, because he saw that in the open space in front of the Lord's mansion, several people were peeling and cutting the flesh of a beast. If the Lord here is still alive and free, there will be no manual slaughtering method. It seems that this place has been occupied by this group of mercenaries a long time ago and has become their base. As for this Lord, the fate is also very good to guess. Hopefully he ran away and didn't fall into the hands of these people. Prepare the dragon's breath and end the battle as soon as possible. With a roar, the bone dragon folded its wings and swooped straight down from the clouds. 100 bone dragons, quickly approaching the city below. The wings opened again, and while passing over the city, there were black energy beams. Sweep towards the crowd below. With dozens of people and no heroes, this is a battle without suspense. The bone dragon hovered over the territory. The huge skeleton troll jumped down from the dragon's back. Begin the finishing touches. Okay, don't kill the rest. Tie them all up, Fong Hao said. I have to bring back a few people to the city lord and kill them all here. At that time, I will not be able to prove to Cyril whether he has killed the Fire Wolf mercenary group. There were 6 members of the Fire Wolf mercenary group left in the audience. One of them is also the head of the mercenary group, a 6th-order warrior. The level is quite high. Sir, is there something wrong with you in the Fire Wolf mercenary group? It's easy to discuss something. It's easy to discuss. The head of the Fire Wolf mercenary group knelt on the ground and said, he was a little restless today, and nothing really happened. Where's the original owner of this city? Fong Hao asked. After all, everyone came through together. If they are imprisoned by these, they can rescue him. The head of the mercenary regiment rolled his eyes and immediately said, you made a mistake. This is the station of our mercenary regiment. Who are you looking for? Seeing what the other party said, then this lord is not in the hands of the Fire Wolf mercenary group. As for whether he escaped alive or was killed by them, there is no need to ask. That's all he can do. Fong Hao didn't say much, but said to several skeleton trolls, be optimistic about them. If someone tries to escape, kill them. The skeleton troll took a step forward, surrounded the 6 people in a circle, and stared down at the 4 people kneeling on the ground. It ended here. Fong Hao walked directly into the Lord's mansion in this city. The Firewolf mercenary group is really rich. A box full of gold coins, silk cloth, gold and silver utensils, and many more. There is more to be gained than the mountain bandit camp that was cleaned up a few days ago. Hey, this is very similar to the sword you bought last time. And Jia suddenly exclaimed, with a silver-white long sword in her hand. Not looking at the attributes, but just looking at the material and shape, It reminds people of the sword of probation that Fong Hao bought 2 days ago. Let me see. Fong Hao took the long sword in his hand. Sword of suspense, purple. Type, long sword. Damage, level 3 damage. Description, a long sword that killed its master. It is rumored that anyone who gets this long sword will die in pain. I went, and it was an unexpected reward. Here also got one of the swords of probation. Really? And Jia asked curiously. It really is. Then do a good search, these guys are rich. And Jia said, and started her own treasure hunt. I rummaged through boxes and cabinets, and lifted up under the carpet to see if there was anything valuable. Various valuable goods were moved into the yard. In the room on the second floor, a silver treasure chest was also found. Perhaps the number of people is too small, or for other reasons. The treasure chests here are only at the silver level. Open directly. Obtained. White steel scale armor production blueprint. Hero Heart 2. Soul Crystal 5. War Coin 21. White steel scale armor. Blue 3 cast iron blocks. 2 white steel ingots. 5 white steel plates. And 5 thick and tough leather. Description. Pieces of nails are connected, covering like scales, protecting the body. Not bad. The quality of blue, at least to the third order defense standard. It is also possible to replace the plate armor that has always been equipped. Continue to view the second piece. Heart of a Hero. Category, Hero Items. Description, the assessment certificate of the Advanced Heroes of the Arms can be used for hero assessment in the meritorious proving ground with the hero's heart. The territory already has a meritorious proving ground. It can provide promotion trials for 10th tier troops and heroes. The hero's heart is the trial certificate needed to upgrade the hero. Of course, it is also sold in the Xiangming store, and the price is quite expensive. After putting away the items, Fong Hao came out. In the open space, the items have been collected. Furniture fur, as well as some gold coins, cloth, silk, gold and silver jewelry. Okay. Take these people and prepare to go back. The bone dragon dropped some furniture furs that were inconvenient to carry near a village. Then take the rest of the valuable items, re-enter the clouds, and start the return journey. Dusk is approaching. The Lord's mansion of Pural City. The city Lord Cyril looked at the 6 corpses lying low on the ground. Why are you dead? It can be seen from the traces of binding on their bodies that these people have surrendered. But on the way, Fong Hao still sent corpses, not living people. If 6 living people were declared guilty in public and hanged on the gallows, it would be more convincing than 6 corpses. I was going to bring the live ones in, but as soon as they got close to the city, they shouted that the city lord slandered them. Your son's injury is none of their business. I was afraid it would affect your reputation, so I had no choice but to bring the body back. Fong Hao expressed himself also very helpless. These 6 people had seen their own undead army. In order to avoid trouble, naturally they would not let them fall into Cyril's hands alive. The reason, of course, is to combine the story of the proprietress, and I have long thought about it. Well, come here, prepare a carriage with them, and transport them out the white steel ingots in the armory. Cyril shouted. Immediately, a guard replied. Sir, miss, please come with me. Goodbye, Lord City Lord. Fong Hao smiled and followed the guards out. In front of the armory, the monitor lizard lay on the ground. Pieces of white steel ingots were loaded onto the cargo saddle under Fong Hao's gaze. Fortunately, the size of the monitor lizard is huge. Otherwise, so many white steel ingots would need 2 carriages to transport them back to their territory. 1,510 units of white steel ingots. The 1,500 in Cyril's mouth seems to be an approximate amount, and the total amount on the carriage is 1,510. Mr. Fong Hao, this is your bounty. Please count it. The guard came over. The numbers have been shown, and where there is still a need for a special inventory. No, I can take these with me. Fong Hao asked. Of course, these are yours, replied the guard. Fong Hao nodded and walked out with the monitor lizard. Passing through the central area of the city, the monitor lizard had to slow down. Little by little, it moved forward with the flow of people. On the gallows on the side of the road, the people of the Fire Wolf mercenary group have been hung high. On the high platform, the officials were reading out the crimes of the mercenary group and the murders that took place in the city yesterday. When the residents heard that the people who died yesterday were due to a vendetta between mercenaries, there was a riot in an instant, and they were discussing in private. The officials were still chanting the crime of the dead and the nobility of the city lord. The residents will believe it? And Jiao whispered, I don't know. Most of them should believe it. As Cyril said, the residents will trust the city lord more than the mercenaries. Fang Hao replied. He also didn't know if the residents would believe it. Many people must have guessed that this is the revenge of the city lord Cyril against the fire wolf. But these are not important. No one will seek justice for the dead, and if they die, they will die, not to mention that these people have done enough bad things. After passing by the store and asking if there is nothing special, the monitor lizard left Pural City and ran towards the territory. When the monitor lizards returned to their territory, the sun was still setting. Let the skeletons unload the white steel ingots into the warehouse, while Fang Hao took the long sword of probation and went to Xiaoyu's residence. Good evening, Lord. Xiaoyu greeted. Well, I killed a group of murderers today and found a long sword of probation just for you. Fang Hao handed the long sword of probation to Xiaoyu. The moment Xiaoyu touched the long sword, the body radiated a dazzling light again. Immediately afterwards, Fang Hao was prompted by the system. The ghost of the subordinate arm successfully advanced to a hero unit. Unfinished task, no hero assessment. Disaster Song Hilda, Green Tier 2 Hero. Faction, Undead. Template, Green. Racial characteristics, Undead, Incorporeal, Light Weakness. Skills, Possessing the Soul, Dark Void, Unfinished Business, Shadow Stealth. Inherent ability, Intermediate Combat Proficiency, Intermediate Full Weapon Proficiency. Shadow Sneak. The body melts into the shadows, including but not limited to shadows of objects and shadows of creatures. Note, they are bound here, eating and sleeping, reliving the pain of dying. Seeing Xiaoyu's attributes, Fang Hao frowned again. Xiaoyu actually had a name, and it really was the name of the countess in the story. After becoming a hero, you reach the second-tier green hero. The skill unlocks a Shadow Sneak, and the inherent skill unlocks full weapon proficiency. The skill of Shadow Stealth feels like an assassin in the original game. While invisible, give the enemy a sap. This skill of Xiaoyu is about the same. It can be hidden in the shadows, and it is very useful to inquire about information and assassinate. Just imagine, suddenly a person appears in the shadow and strikes your back with a sword. This is the means of being invincible, who can guard against their own shadow. All weapons are proficient, which is really rare. Intermediate, all are good, all are not very powerful. The only downside is the nickname or prefix, Calamity Song. It doesn't feel very auspicious, and it doesn't sound like much gold. Lord, I have become a hero. Xiaoyu's tone was flat. It seems that becoming a hero is just an ordinary thing, without any emotional changes. Fang Hao looked at her and noticed the change. Xiaoyu's current body is almost close to the real body. It is no longer a transparent phantom floating in the sky, but more like a person. And the layer of phantom clothes on his body has disappeared, standing naked in front of Fang Hao. Xiaoyu, do you want to wear some? Although this is your freedom, Fang Hao said. Xiaoyu followed Fang Hao's gaze towards her body, only to realize that she had undergone some changes after evolving a hero. He hurriedly returned to the room, put on a linen gown, and walked out again. If you can wear clothes, it means that Xiaoyu can wear equipment. Lord, I was rude just now. Xiaoyu apologized. Well, it seems that you already have your own name. Do you like us to call you Xiaoyu or Hilda, and respect your opinion? Xiaoyu. Okay, Xiaoyu, since you can wear the equipment, will there be any problems with shadow sneaking? Fang Hao suddenly thought of this. When you cast Shadow Sneak, you melt into the shadow and drop your equipment with a bang. Wasn't it discovered by the enemy? The incumbents came out naked to assassinate, and it was not too serious. The deceased maintains this state of excitement and congestion when he dies, and it also affects the reputation of the deceased. I'll try, Xiaoyu said, and her body disappeared into the darkness like ink. In the next second, Xiaoyu appeared behind Fang Hao and gently touched his shoulder. Sir? Fang Hao turned back and saw that Xiaoyu was still wearing the long linen fur. It can be proved that the equipment will also be affected by Xiaoyu's skills, and there will be no situation in his imagination that the person disappears and the equipment is left behind. Well, let Sawyer prepare 2 everyday clothes for you tomorrow. Thank you, sir. I like Ear and the others wearing that black and white dress. Can you give me a set? Okay, you can just take care of Sawyer. Fang Hao is a little curious. It seems that the girls in the territory prefer maid outfits. Let her think about everything she needs, and then prepare for her. Before Xiaoyu was a pure spirit body, many furniture, carpets, etc. Although there were all of them, they were useless. You don't even need to open the door, just float out. Now it is in a state close to the entity. After chatting with Xiaoyu for a while, Ear's dinner is ready. Had dinner. Feng Hao came directly to the Business Alliance building. Duo Jin was still arranging work, and skeleton merchants came and went in and out of the store. Sir. A group of skeleton merchants saluted. Well, you are busy, don't worry about me. Feng Hao sat down at the counter and asked Xiang Duo Jin, is the order for buying fire guns still available? It's still there, my lord. Take it out and sign it. The materials are complete. By the way, let's see if there are any blueprints for fire gun bullets. Feng Hao said, Sir, wait a minute, I'll take a look. Duo Jin took out the order, then opened the counter behind him to check the drawings inside. Feng Hao confirmed the order and reconfirmed it. Order. Requirement. 2,000 white steel fire guns. Acquired from the exchange. 200,000 war coins. Dwarf influence plus 10. After confirming the order information, Feng Hao directly signed his name. The order is officially in effect. Sir, there are blueprints for the fire gun bullets. Fire gun bullet 50, green 1 cast iron block. The blueprint this time is 50 fire gun bullets, which consumes a cast iron block. It's pretty conscientious, and there's no 1:1 consumption. After buying the drawings and recording them, Feng Hao also took the order to the warehouse. White steel fire gun, 1 white steel plate, 2 white steel ingots, 3 metal parts. Description: the commonly used weapons of the fire gun team, with a simple production process, can be produced and assembled in large quantities. Crafting quantity 40. Triggered by 100 times increase, get white steel fire gun 4040. 4,000 white steel fire guns appeared beside Feng Hao, piled up in a mess. Take 2,000 and send them to the dwarves. It's your lord. The skeleton merchant disappeared with the order and delivered the 2,000 white steel fire guns. And the remaining 2040, Feng Hao needs to equip the skeleton shooter. 20,000 units of bullets and 5,000 units of gunpowder continued to be produced. Assemble existing skeleton shooters. Inside the shooting range, Feng Hao selected 20 skeleton shooters, holding white steel firearms, and had entered a state of steady aiming. Standing in place one by one, the fire guns in their hands aimed at the straw man target in front of them. Put! Bang bang bang! A dense roar sounded, and in the next second, the entire body of the grass figurine exploded, and grass clippings splashed around. The bullet pierced through the straw man, shooting holes in the stone wall behind. The power is really good. Even Feng Hao's best bow and arrow can't smash the straw man target, and it has the power to shoot into the stone wall. This can be regarded as Feng Hao's most powerful weapon. Whoa. Skeleton shooters began to reload, reloading gunpowder and putting in bullets. In the face of a skeleton with a slightly stiff movement, this set of work can be said to be very slow. 5 minutes on the bomb and an instant launch. What sound? Not far away, and Jia came over. Try the fire gun. What are they poking at from there? And Jia looked at the skeleton shooter curiously. As for the ammunition, you can continue to fire when you are finished. So slow? After the battle, how many times can they send? Why not 2 or 3 times? The two chatted, and the skeleton shooter was reloaded again, and it automatically entered a stable aiming state. Put! Bang bang bang. Another shot was fired, and gravel splattered on the wall. The power is not bad. And Jia nodded. The reload speed is really a problem. There is no time for you to reload in battle. Feng Hao touched his chin. It's not easy to solve. How to deal with it? You give each man 100, put a gun for another, put a gun for another. And Jia, she is really smart. Feng Hao gave a thumbs up. Right. After testing the power of the fire gun, Feng Hao asked the skeleton shooters to return to their posts, or use the high-speed hardwood short bow, blue tier 3 damage short bow first as the archer's normal outfit. Fire guns and others have found a solution to changing bombs, and they are arranging them. And Jia went to find the blood hunter. Feng Hao continued to open the Book of Lords and turned to the production page. White steel scale armor, blue 3 cast iron blocks, 2 white steel ingots, 5 white steel plates, and 5 thick and tough leather. Description: Pieces of nails are connected, covering like scales, protecting the body. All the remaining white steel ingots are made into white steel scale armor to increase the combat effectiveness of the troops. Under the blessing of 100 times the increase, large pieces of white steel scale armor appeared and piled up all around. The other side, Cold Wind Mountains, Skullshatter Tribe. In the middle of the night, Skull Smash Thrall was still listening to the report of his subordinates. The spies who arranged for them to go out also sent back a lot of news one after another. How many bone dragons are there? Is it a human being who leads the undead? Thrall asked seriously. Great Chief, through the understanding of the past few days, the number of bone dragons is close to 100, and the leader of the undead is indeed a human man. The scout replied, More than 100. Thrall murmured, his face even more gloomy. The number of bone dragons has reached this number, and even if the Cold Wind Mountains fight again, there is no possibility of winning. When the time comes to attack with the Bloodmaw tribe, find a way to let the trolls deal with these bone dragons. Is there any news on the total number of troops? And whether the Copper Bull really took refuge in the undead? Thrall continued to ask in a deep voice. Great Chief, there are hundreds of thousands of inquiries, but the exact number cannot be confirmed. The Copper Bull Tarok has surrendered to the undead, and this matter has been confirmed. Okay, you Copper Bull, traitor of the orcs. Thrall cursed through gritted teeth. Head Chief, there is the latest news. Say, recently, the undead have been mobilized very frequently, and the Copper Bull has also traveled to the city of the undead many times. We suspect that the undead may be arranging an attack. The scout lowered his head and whispered. Boom. Thrall slammed a heavy punch on the armrest, his face even more ugly. Too deceiving. Great Chief, do you need to arrange more scouts? No, this information is enough. Inform the Bloodmaw tribe directly and tell them to set off early tomorrow morning to attack the undead territory. Thrall said in a deep voice. The undead are mobilizing people and horses, and they are likely to attack the Cold Wind Mountains. In this way, he became the one who resisted the main force of the undead, but those trolls took advantage. So the plan had to be ahead, and the trolls had to get the attention of the undead army anyway. Yes, Chief, I'll go right away. The scout replied, exiting the room. Thrall sat on the chair with a gloomy face for a long time. He stood up and said, Come on, Great Chief, bring over the woman sent by the tribe. Yes. Not long after, a strong female orc with huge fangs walked in and looked at Thrall shyly. Thrall was furious and hugged the orc woman in his arms, stroking the thick hair on his legs. In the orc woman's exclamation, her body was thrown down, relieving the pressure in her heart. The next day, Fong Hao woke up early from the bed. After getting dressed and going downstairs, Ear has already started to prepare breakfast. After running around the territory, I stopped by the tailor shop, blacksmith shop, sericulture house, and the Faceless Hut. It was confirmed that nothing happened, and the Faceless Hut did not return any information. Fong Hao doubted whether the other party had forgotten his own affairs, or you have been deceived yourself and don't do anything with money. Finally, I came to the door of the Xiangming store, pushed the door, and walked in. Fong Hao's business alliance is open 24 hours a day, and the skeleton merchants do not need to rest, and Duojin is also here day and night. When I have nothing to do, I will chat with other people and play dominoes, but I do not need to sleep to replenish my strength. A domino is a mahjong-like card played by rolling dice. Fong Hao watched it twice, but he didn't think it was interesting, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Lord. Duojin was still enthusiastic. More money. Do you have a new order? Fong Hao is still more willing to make money. He is still waiting to save 1,000,000 war coins and go to the store in the business alliance to buy orange equipment. My lord, there are no new orders, Doken said. Well, let's see if there are slave scrolls and hero scrolls in the shop. Fong Hao said. Okay. Doken pressed the counter button. The shelves behind him were all opened, and the goods inside appeared in sight. There really are slave scrolls, and they are not sold by one, but several at the same time. Buy all these slave scrolls. Okay, sir. Duojin didn't talk nonsense, and took down the slave scrolls on several shelves. Fong Hao clicked. There were 21 in total. That's the sound transmission conch, right? I bought it too, and I'll take it with me later. Fong Hao pointed to the sound transmission conch on the counter. This kind of thing is the pager of this era. To keep in touch with each other. Duojin took it down and handed it to Fong Hao. Continuing to look at it, I didn't have anything I needed urgently, so I went straight out of the business alliance and went back to the Lord's mansion for dinner. Had breakfast. Fong Hao took He Jing and 20 skull dragons, full of skeleton trolls, to the edge of the bloody mountains. After an hour or so, finally arrived at the destination. First sit on the bone dragon and fly along the mountain range, and observe it carefully. My lord, if the Bloodmaw tribe in your mouth wants to attack, this is the only way for them. The bone dragon fell, and the black thorn pointed to the map and said. The map recorded the nearby mountains, surrounded by continuous high mountains. Only the foot of the mountain was a mountain trail, which was also the road they took to the Dragon Burial Cave last time. In fact, there is another one, which is the secret passage in the mountain when you come out of the Dragon Burial Cave. That one Fong Hao had already arranged for the man to go back to get the black powder, intending to block it directly. Kindness. Fong Hao opened the Book of Lords and turned to the building page. Find the fortress blueprint inside. First-class fortress, 3,000 for wood, 2,000 for stone, 1,500 for stone brick, 500 for iron, and 120 for metal parts. Between the two mountains, the direct option is to build. The light flickered, and a fortress was built. Directly upgraded the fortress to level 6. Level 6 fortress. Category: defensive buildings. Ability: fortress. Fortress. Building defense durability increased by 1%. Materials required for upgrading: 3,000 hard and tough wood, 5,000 stone bricks, 3,200 iron, and 500 metal parts. After reaching the 6th level, the ability of the fort appears, which can increase the durability by 1%. Better than nothing. I hope to stop the trolls' attack on the battlefield. The fortress looks to Fong Hao. Just like the medieval castles in the west, the wide city walls connect the mountain walls on both sides to form a defensive barrier. At the center of the city wall is a tall and heavy city gate, which can ensure normal travel on weekdays. The top of the city wall is more than 5 meters wide, and you can arrange archery masters above or place some defensive weapons and equipment. You can build military camps inside, set up civilian houses and blacksmith shops without any restrictions. With a small city, there is not much difference. Correct. Fong Hao patted his head. Since these can be built, the Arrow Tower and Defensive Magic Tower should also be able to be built. Open the Book of Lords again. Build Arrow Towers and Defensive Magic Towers. The light appeared, and 2 kinds of defense towers had already appeared. Raise the Arrow Tower and Magic Tower on the city wall to level 6, and then you need to install the corresponding troops. Blackthorn. Sir. He Jing came over. The two stood on the city wall, looking into the depths of the mountains to the north. To defend against trolls here, do you think there is anything else that needs to be arranged? Fong Hao said. Blackthorn's skills include the skills of defending the city, and he was also the commander of the orc army all the year round before his death, so he should have sufficient experience. Hopefully Nelson hasn't wiped him out of this knowledge. He Jing stood aside, thought briefly, and said, Sir, the advantages of trolls lie in their size and strength. The height of the city wall is sufficient for defense, but it is necessary to delay the speed of the trolls approaching the city wall as much as possible and increase the number of attackers that can be attacked. Time. Then build some roadblocks to refuse horses? But this thing is also very easy to be destroyed. I'm afraid it won't be blocked for long. Fong Hao thought of horse resistance and shook his head in self-denial. Fong Hao has been in contact with ogres and knows some of their fighting characteristics and physical advantages. Powerful and thick-skinned. Unless you attack their vitals, even stabbing them in the body won't do much. Those mass-produced roadblocks are still suitable for blocking human-sized units. Blocking trolls certainly does work, but it's much less effective. No, my lord. What I mean is that you can dig a trap that trolls can't get past to hinder their attack speed. Heijing looked down. It's just that the amount of work will probably be larger. Here are the Coldwind Mountains. Even the ground beneath your feet is hard rock. If the fortress was not built using blueprints, it would be difficult to dig out the foundation if it was built manually. Digging soil and digging rocks are 2 different quantities of work. What's more, the enemy's attack was in front of him, and a big hole was dug to hinder the trolls. He Jing was worried that the time would not be enough. But this proposal, Fong Hao feels very good. Whoever said that the amount of work was too big, he didn't feel it was too big. This proposal is good. You can study the location and length of the trap, and I'll transfer someone. Fong Hao said. Oh well. Blackthorn agreed and walked down the city wall to start planning the location of the trap, as well as the depth and width that could hinder the troll. Fong Hao opened the Book of Lords and contacted Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin, are you there? Boss, it's so early to get up. Wait, I'll let someone pick you up and bring all the iron claw mice. Oh well. After speaking, Fong Hao hung up the chat between the two. Not long after, the blood hunter flew over riding the bone dragon, just landed, and jumped down from the back of the bone dragon to the skeleton trolls, holding a dynamite barrel in his arms. Sir, where are these explosive barrels? Xuehuan asked. Here, I'll take you there. Fong Hao took the blood hunter to the mountain tunnel that could lead to the outside world. Explosive keg was thrown in. After a huge roar, the tunnel collapsed, blocking it all. Blood hunting. Go to Zhang Bin's territory and take him and the iron claw rat over. Fong Hao continued. Yes, my lord. The blood hunter left with the bone dragon again and went to Zhang Bin's territory. About 2 hours. When the bone dragon returned again, Zhang Bin also came with a group of iron-clawed rats. Putting down the wooden barrel, the iron claw rats disperse in an instant, stretching his neck and looking at Fong Hao, who he hadn't seen for several days. Fong Hao also looked at the iron claw rat curiously. These little guys can be very different from meeting them for the first time. Some have rings around their necks, some wear leather helmets, and some even have fitted clothes. Anyway, each one is different, but it's a lot more cute. Boss, Zhang Bin came over. Now riding the bone dragon. I am used to it, and nothing happened. Is this an animal beauty contest? Fong Hao looked to the side of the iron-clawed rat, who stretched his neck and was full of curiosity. Oh, isn't this going from house to the residence? And everyone has made some marks in order to distinguish their iron-clawed rats. Zhang Bin explained. The iron-clawed rats are all about the same size, and the residents are afraid that they will not recognize them if they are fattened. They marked each of them, hats, necklaces, and shaved off the buttocks for identification. Okay, you command them, and start digging traps according to Heijing's plan. Hurry up and finish digging. Fong Hao pointed to Heijing. Oh, okay. Zhang Bin walked out with the iron claw rat and began to dig traps on the ground according to the plan. The scene of more than 500 iron-clawed rats digging the ground is quite spectacular. At this time, another 2 bone dragons fell from the sky, and Jia jumped off the dragon's back, followed by Petty. On the back of the second bone dragon, 9 orcs were thrown down. When he came down, he knelt down on the ground with his legs weak. Here, this is a slave contract. There are 9 tribes in total, and 4 of them have just been destroyed. And Jia handed over a stack of slave contracts. Under Fong Hao's advice, Petty used the discovery of a large iron ore as an excuse. Called all the chiefs of the orc village in the north. Early this morning, they all gathered in the pigman village. Of course, with the temper of the orcs, naturally they would not negotiate the mining rights of the mine so peacefully. Shout out and kill. A few people even brought soldiers and horses over to directly occupy the pig village and treat it as slave labor. When the scene was chaotic, Petty was in a cold sweat, and Jia yawned and led the undead army to surround all the orcs. At this time, these orcs who threatened to kill this and that knew that they had been deceived by the pigs. Where there are mines, they are all to attract them. After Jia killed several disobedient patriarchs, there was no second voice in the audience. Silently signed the slave contract. Then his subordinates were dismissed, and the patriarch was sent to Fong Hao. Fong Hao took over the slave contract in his hand and recorded it directly in the Book of Lords. I brought back 9, and I was a little surprised to hear that 4 were killed. Kills so many. No way. It wouldn't be honest if you didn't kill a few. And Jia said helplessly, kindness. Fong Hao snorted and looked back at the orc patriarch who was kneeling there. One by one is indeed very honest, and Jia is the most effective in treating these people. According to the rules of the orcs, you are all my slaves now. I can decide your life and death, and I can also protect you from being harmed by other races. The 9 orcs didn't speak, just bowed their heads and knelt there. There will be a powerful troll army attacking from the north. I need you to stop fighting and unite to defeat the troll army. After you win, you still live in your own villages. and I will keep you safe as a lord. Feng Hao said loudly. You can say the orcs are greedy, or you can say that most of them are simple-minded. If Feng Hao doesn't solve this problem first, these orc tribes who are too lazy to take care of themselves will be like a stupid road deer harassing you. See what you are doing here? Can you harass and grab something good? They don't take a long-term view and consider that if they can't resist the trolls, their village will suffer. Speaking, everyone is dumb. Feng Hao is also a little angry. No, I am willing to listen to the master's dispatch. A bushy orc said, just call me the Lord. Oh, yes, Lord. Black Jing. Feng Hao called out softly. Hey Jing came over, sir. These people are handed over to you. Arrange work for them. Don't let them idle. Feng Hao said. Good lord. The bloody fortress was established, and Feng Hao kept Heijing as the defending hero. In addition to those orc soldiers who were mobilized and headed to the fortress one after another, more undead were on their way. At that time, it will block the attack of the trolls here. In fact, the problem is not big. Feng Hao has a bone dragon in his hand. Undead, flying, and dragon's breath have all the advantages, so they shouldn't be defeated by trolls. As for the troll, that orange hero, as long as the opponent's arms are exhausted, it is not difficult to beat him to death. Calling Heijing to handle everything, Feng Hao took Jia back to the territory. The bone dragon just landed. Then a rabbit maid rushed over. Said, Master, the faceless hut has sent a letter. Feng Hao was stunned for a moment, and then quickly walked towards the faceless hut. Sure enough, there were 2 letters on the counter. Open one first. It is the information of the skull-shattered tribe. The army of 320,000 orcs, 3 orc heroes, set off for the expedition this morning, and the route map is uncertain. Looking at the number of 320,000 orcs, Feng Hao frowned again. Are orcs multiplying so fast? The last time an army of 300,000 people was destroyed, this time they gathered another 320,000 people. Where did this get so many soldiers? According to the normal marching speed, it will arrive near the territory in about 3 days. If the orc army has a marching attribute bonus, it will be faster. After reading the first letter, Feng Hao continued to open the second letter. 48,000 troll troops, 2 troll heroes, set off on an expedition, the Bloody Mountain route. Feng Hao's heart tightened. The troll race is born with a high level, and the number is actually 480,000. I won't go out on a clan to exterminate myself. Are men, women, and children at home here? Go and call Master Nelson. Feng Hao said. After a while, Nelson came over. Lord, what are your orders? Feng Hao handed him the information in his hand and said, the orcs and trolls have already sent troops, and it is expected that there will be a series of battles tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Nelson took the information and looked at it seriously. Feng Hao's territory has been developing rapidly. As long as it develops steadily and becomes the top force in this area, it is only a matter of time. Therefore, both Feng Hao and Nelson are improving their territories in a peaceful way, rather than plundering them like the orcs. Now these 2 savage tribes have launched an attack desperately. Once they can't resist, the advantage they occupied before will be instantly shattered. How do you want to arrange it? Feng Hao thought for a while and said, if you focus on it, it must be the Bloody Mountain range of the trolls, and the east side of the skull-smashing attack is relatively easy. The Fireblade and the Bronze Bull will defend the east side, while the rest will focus on their energy. Put it on against the troll horde. Nelson nodded slightly and said, well, Lord, you don't have to worry too much. With the current military strength and reserve resources in the territory, there is not much of a problem. The total strength of the territory is about 400,000, and the reserve of the creeping spine in the warehouse is more than 110,000. As long as the battle is played normally, there will be no problems. At most, it was a question of how many troops were lost. The most crucial point is that Feng Hao don't die, except that the other party used the decapitation action and succeeded. Otherwise, the battle will not be lost. Even if Feng Hao died, to ensure that the body could be preserved, Nelson directly performed the transformation ceremony. Well, I hope so. Feng Hao thought for a while. Scholar, I will recruit some troops later. You can directly lead the troops to the bloody fortress to enhance the defense of the fortress. Follow your orders. Nelson saluted again. After the 2 briefly chatted, Feng Hao became calmer. What Nelson said was right. Even if the opponent was an orange combat-type general, his warehouses, wriggling backbone, was well stocked. Fighting now isn't necessarily a bad thing. Eliminate all hidden dangers as soon as possible. Nelson returns to the Organ Museum, ready to go to the Blood Fortress. Fang Hao went directly to the barracks to recruit troops, and today he will mobilize all the troops for defense. First come to the skeleton transformation field. The unlocked units are Skull Beast, Tier 1, Skull Soldier, Tier 1, Skull Wolf, Tier 2, Skull Giant Bat, Tier 3, Bone Warrior, Tier 4, Skull Bullhead Strange, Tier 4, Skull Troll, Tier 5, Bone Dragon, Tier 10. The 4th Order Skeleton Warrior was transformed into the 6th Order Human Bandit. Bone Warrior, Creeping Spine 4, Death Trace 1, Soul Crystal 1. Need to consume the traces of death and soul crystals. The skeleton warriors themselves do not have special skills, and they play little role in the army of hundreds of thousands. Fang Hao does not intend to recruit. This time, I want to recruit the 3rd-tier Skull Giant Bat and the 4th-tier Skull Minotaur. It hasn't been too long since the last time the Skull Shard army was defeated. The material exchanged on the regional channel is not much. Among them, there are 112 tusks and 33 bloodstones. Among the 33 bloodstones, 27 bloodstones were obtained from the renewal of the tomb the day before yesterday. As for the more useful troll stones and dragon crystals, I didn't even get one. Fortunately, Fang Hao's fighting style is more than finesse. As long as there are enough people, they can be piled to death. Recruit skeleton giant bats first. Skull Giant Bat, Creeping Spine 3, Bloodstone 1. The number of recruits has been adjusted to 33. Recruit. Triggered by a 100-fold increase. Recruit Skeleton Giant Bat 3333. The light flashed, and 3,000 skeleton giant bats appeared. Go outside and stand by. Fang Hao said. 3,000 skeleton giant bats flapped their wings and flew out. After recruiting the skeleton giant bat, continue to recruit the skeleton minotaur. The skeleton minotaur has the charge skill and is a good breakthrough unit. It is very useful whether it is attacking or ramming the enemy formation. Skull Minotaur, Creeping Spine 4, Death Trace 1, Beast Tooth 1. The number is directly 112. Select Recruit. Triggered by 100 times increase. Recruit Minotaur 11312. Let all the skeleton minotaurs recruited go out and stand by. The minotaurs began to walk out. The recruitment of the 2 types of arms just now consumed a total of 547 peristaltic spines. There are 115,235 wriggling spines left in the warehouse. 90% of these wriggling spines were obtained from the orc army that wiped out more than 300,000 people last time. The remaining bits and pieces are killing kidnappers, mountain bandits, some strongholds, and the firewolf mercenaries that were killed yesterday. Little by little, the number was accumulated. Next, Fang Hao continued to go to the barracks for recruitment. He intends to use all of these wriggling spines, and he will not be able to have cubs if he keeps them, so as to avoid any omissions and dangers. Skull Warrior, Creeping Spine 2. The number of recruits is 15,000. Triggered by 100 times increase, recruit 1,515,000 skeleton warriors. Fang Hao was also taken aback at the moment when the prompt of the 100-fold increase appeared. The amount of 1 million. Can the territory hold it? Swish swish. Light flashed across the sky, and a large number of skeleton warriors were recruited. Not only was the territory full, but the roofs of the surrounding houses were stacked on the city wall like a stack of arhits. All are on standby outside the city. Well, as soon as the skeleton moved, the effect of stacking arhits disappeared. The skeleton fell like a broken frame, and there was a sound of bones colliding. It can be considered that the stack is not high. If it is higher, I am afraid that the fallen ones will already be broken. Call in Jia and Xuehuan over here. Fang Hao said to the rabbit maid who was hiding behind the door in fright. The maid's legs trembled a little, but she still moved to find in Jia and Xuehuan. After a while, Xuehuan and Jia walked over. Grown-ups. Well, the Bloodthroat and Skull tribes will attack in the next 2 days. I will recruit troops, and you will guide them. Understood, my lord. Next, Fang Hao continued to recruit troops, but he would not recruit so many at one time, and recruited every 1,000. The two of them commanded and arranged to go outside the city. Use all creep spine, skull spearmen, creeping spine 2. The number of recruits is 15,000, and 1,515,000 will be recruited after a 100-fold increase. Skull shooter, creeping spine 2. The number of recruits is 10,000, and 1,010,000 will be recruited after a 100-fold increase. Necromancer, creeping spine 3. The number of recruits is 10,000, and 1,010,000 will be recruited after a 100-fold increase. Skull rider, creeping spine 3. The number of recruits is 1,745, and the number of recruits is 176,245 after a 100-fold increase. Fong Hao's recruitment order is still the same old routine. The main ones are infantry and long-range output. As for the cavalry, they are recruited by the remaining wriggling spines. There is still a hero without cavalry in his hand. When the battle begins, it is difficult for him to have the energy to use Shenlin to command the cavalry, and if he is nervous, he may forget about the cavalry. Therefore, in the recruitment was carried out in a scattered manner, so as not to come in handy when a cavalry was really needed on the battlefield. Standing on the city wall, looking at the endless army of bones outside. Also more at ease. There were 700,000 troops in the territory, and 300,000 undead troops were stationed there. In addition to the newly recruited 5 million undead army, even if it is killed day and night, those ignorant creatures can be exhausted. After the recruitment was completed, Fong Hao made equipment for the troops directly outside the territory. White steel weapons are definitely insufficient, and black iron and iron equipment are generally equipped. A lot of equipment was produced and distributed. After the equipment was assembled, Fong Hao began to deploy personnel. The main city also needs to be deployed because it wants to be here. After discussing with Nelson and Bloodhunter, the main city should stay behind with 500,000 troops to prevent the enemy from coming around and giving him a blow to his ass. It was decided to keep 100,000 skeleton warriors, 100,000 skeleton spearmen, 200,000 skeleton shooters, 100,000 necromancers, and 2 bone dragons. Even if the enemy really made a detour, they successfully attacked the castle. So many undead soldiers can also insist on returning to the affiliated cities and fortresses. As for the bone dragon, something more serious happened, and he took Fong Hao and the maids to escape. Of the remaining 5.2 million troops, 3 million were taken by Nelson to the Bloody Fortress, and 2.2 million went to the city where the Fireblade was stationed. After all, the troll side is more dangerous, and the deployment of arms is more inclined. With everything in order, the two heroes leave with a mighty army. Fong Hao was relieved as he watched the two teams go away. To achieve this level is already his greatest ability. As for what happens after that, it's up to fate. He walked straight down the city wall and walked towards the Lord's mansion. Recruiting troops and allocating equipment. It has been busy from noon to dusk. My stomach growled as soon as I left, and Ear's dinner should be ready. In front of the Lord's mansion, Fong Hao saw Xiaoyu, who was sitting at the door waiting. Lord. Xiaoyu saluted slightly. Although Xiaoyu is incorporeal, it looks less like a ghost and more like a human being. Especially at this time, wearing human clothes and wearing leather armor. A living image of a female swordsman. Well, Xiaoyu, I came out very early today. Fong Hao said. My lord, is there going to be a war? I saw you and Maester Nelson moving troops. Xiaoyu said. Yeah, the Skull-Broken tribe has united with the Bloodmaw tribe of the Trolls and plans to attack the territory from both sides together. We also need to prepare in advance. Xiaoyu listened to her ears and was silent for a while. Lord, I am willing to go to the garrison fortress to share your worries. Xiaoyu's words made Fong Hao frown. He didn't expect that, with Xiaoyu's stay-at-home personality, he actually wanted to participate in this battle. The reason why Fong Hao didn't assign a task to her was because she only advanced to the hero level yesterday, and the second point was because of the series of tasks. Xiaoyu is still the dead. When the undead dies, it disappears completely. There is no such thing as bringing the corpse back and making it into an undead. Xiaoyu belongs to the cultivation type hero. In order to obtain the same level of promotion speed after the Sword of Probation, all 12 weapons are collected, and the lowest will reach the purple hero. Fong Hao still didn't want her to take risks. Fong Hao asked suspiciously, why did you suddenly remember to join the battle? Sir, I want to hone myself in battle. I want to go to the battlefield. Xiaoyu said seriously. Don't be in a hurry. How about waiting for me to arrange a task for you next time? Fang Hao was still a little worried. Just becoming a hero, just like getting a driver's license and wanting to go on a high speed, isn't it too dangerous? What's more, Xiaoyu's skills are more inclined to assassination, which has little impact on the overall battle situation. My lord, I can sneak in the dark, and even if I don't go to the battlefield, I can send back the enemy's information. Xiaoyu said again. It can be seen that Xiaoyu is a little eager to participate in this battle. Well, since that's the case, then you can go to the city where the Fireblade is stationed. They are dealing with the Skull Shard tribe. It just so happens that you know more about Skull Shard. Fang Hao thought for a while and said, Xiaoyu previously possessed the head of the knoll and sneaked into the Skull Shard tribe. Fireblade is also safer there. Thank you, sir. Xiaoyu thanked and turned to leave. Looking at Xiaoyu's back, Fang Hao still worriedly instructed, be careful. Just follow Huorin to learn. You don't need to participate in the battle. Understood, my lord. Xiaoyu left. The next day, as soon as the morning sun hit the ground, Fang Hao was already up. I first glanced at the sound transmission conch on the bedside and did not record any news. It also proved that the two defensive fronts were not attacked by the enemy. After a simple wash and breakfast, Fang Hao returned to the room and directly cast Shenlin to check the situation of the two territories. First come to the city where the Fireblade is stationed. Soul fire rose in the pupil of a skeleton warrior, and it had come to the city where the Fireblade was stationed. The densely packed skeletons stood on the spot in an orderly manner like terracotta warriors, with no end in sight. Fang Hao walked out of the group of skeletons and went straight to the hall of the city lord's mansion. Both Huorun and Tong Niu were present, and they saw Fang Hao's identity when they saw the skeleton with the rising soul fire coming in. Lord. The two hurriedly stood up and saluted. Well, Tylok, how did you deal with the Manhwa market? Fang Hao asked as he sat down in the chair. Manhwa market has been opening up to the outside world. This Skull Shard attack is likely to retaliate against the Manhwa market, and some defensive preparations should be taken as soon as possible. Sir, the market has been closed, and the residents of the Niu people have also been moved to the rear of the battlefield. There is no problem with safety. Tong Niu replied. Tong Niu also pays more attention to the affairs of his own people. After getting the news of Skull Shard going out again, the market was directly closed, and all the clansmen were moved to a safe area. Even if the battle fails, the tribe will have time to evacuate to further places. Of course, after Tong Niu saw the army of millions of undead transferred last night, he also dispelled his worries of failure. Instead, he began to think about whether to counterattack the Cold Wind Mountains after the victory and eradicate this threat in one fell swoop. Fang Hao nodded and continued to ask, Skull unites the Bloodmaw tribe, and the battlefield will be a little scattered. You two will be responsible here, and the Fireblade will be deployed in a unified manner. The dominance of the battlefield is still in charge of the Fireblade. Even if Tong Niu is a purple hero, his overall strength is much stronger. But loyalty is still Fang Hao's fancy. The Fireblade is 100% loyal, and is absolutely loyal to the territory and Fang Hao. The loyalty of the Bronze Bull is also high, but Fang Hao can't let Fang Hao hand over the power of Commander-in-Chief to him. It's not that he is afraid of betrayal by the Copper Bull, but the influence of racial factors. The Fireblade will put Fang Hao's safety and the safety of the territory first. However, when the Bronze Bull makes a decision, it will take into account the safety of its own race, and whether the Tauren army will increase casualties and other issues. It will be more secure to hand it over to the Fireblade for unified deployment. Yes, my lord. The two agreed. The three continued to chat about defense and deployment, and how to counterattack after victory. A bone dragon landed directly on the open space in front of the city lord's mansion. Zhangbin walked in with a frightened look with a few of his human entourage. Boss, Zhangbin asked tentatively. Well, Zhangbin, this place will resist the attack of the orc army. Then you will stay. Fang Hao said. After Zhangbin heard this, cold sweat instantly flowed down. Yesterday he directed the Iron Claw rat to dig a trap, and he had already guessed that there was going to be a war. I was sent directly to the front line today, and my heart sank. Boss, it's okay for you to let me organize people to distribute flyers. Leave this army to me to fight. And I can't. Zhang Bin was a little delusional. Organizing a battle is fundamentally different from developing a city. To develop a city, you can feel it, but there is no chance of regretting a little mistake in the war. Even if he didn't die on the battlefield, Fang Hao would have to chop off his head when he went back. You don't need to, you can provide the Legion attributes, and you can learn it as well. The main ones are to be commanded by Hor Run and Tai Lok. Fang Hao said, That's okay. Zhang Bin swallowed and spit, then greeted Hor Run and Tong Niu with a few words of flattery. Zhang Bin was present, in addition to providing attributes. The most important thing was information transmission. At the beginning of the war, the sound transmission conch played little role. Zhang Bin can tell himself the detailed news through the channel when he is present. Better to make adjustments. Okay, I also have a warrior's skill scroll for you to use. Fang Hao glanced at Zhang Bin, who was sweating. Thank you, boss. This is sure to be correct. Fang Hao lifted the presence of the gods. Recast it again, and it has come to the bloody fortress. After the construction of the Dead Man's Tower in the Pig Village, Fang Hao's gods can easily possess the fortress troops. Unlike the place where Fireblade was stationed, it was extremely busy here. The undead warriors are transporting a large number of trees, and the orcs of different tribes sharpen the logs with thick arms and place them in the dug traps. Fang Hao walked into the commanding mansion of the fortress. Nelson, the two Blackthorns, are assigning tasks to several orc chiefs. Among the orc patriarchs, there is also Peppa Pig wearing leather armor. Lord, Nelson, Hei Jing, and Petty immediately saluted. The rest of the patriarchs were a little stunned. Wasn't it a human being who was called the city lord yesterday? Why is this skeleton called the lord today? Which is the territory, and which is the lord? They were confused, and they were forced to sign a slave contract. In the inn, what kind of territory is, I don't know where the main city is. Did it go well? It's going well. The rear of the fortress can continuously mobilize a lot of resources, which is relatively more advantageous than the people in the mountains. Heijing said, Well, this kind of terrain has an advantage over us, which is a good thing. Fang Hao said. Next, Heijing gave Fang Hao a detailed introduction to the layout. Sharp wooden stakes have been placed in the traps, and the tops of the mountain walls on both sides have also used bone dragons to arrange boulder rolling logs. As long as the enemy passes here and adopts a strong attack, they will face the threat of various traps. Of course, these are not enough to win this battle, and more rely on the battle of the army. Heijing took Fang Hao for another walk around the fortress. After instructing you to notify yourself immediately if there is a situation, release the status again. Sitting up on the bed, Fang Hao exhaled heavily. It has been arranged to the current level, and there should not be too many problems. Millions of troops can't stop the opponent's attack. That is, he has such a catastrophe in his fate, and then he will escape with his hero and ear. As soon as he took a sip of the fruit wine on the table, the Book of Lords came out with a prompt tone for private chat. Opening it up, it was Dong Jiayue's message. Brother Hao, I have encountered some trouble here and want to buy some equipment from you. What's wrong? What equipment is needed? Fang Hao has seen Dong Jiayue's strength. In terms of personal ability, she has the highest combat power among the three. Purchasing equipment, it seems that there is some danger. I met two guys with sperm and brains, and they have been outside my city for a day with soldiers. Dong Jiayue scolded through gritted teeth. In the first random event, the territories of nearby lords are displayed. Although mostly remained calm, there was no conflict. But each lord recorded the location of the adjacent territory and made plans for defense and future attacks. Dong Jiayue is the same here. Recently, there have been many malicious scouts around the territory. Soon, Dong Jiayue received a message from a nearby lord. There are a total of 3 nearby territories, and they are also the 3 territories that appeared in the last quest for lords. The 3 briefly communicated, and then met in the middle to discuss peaceful development and work together to explore dangerous areas nearby. Since it was the first time we met, everyone was still unhappy about the conversation, and a verbal agreement was also reached. Yesterday, one of the 3, Zhou Chengming, sent an invitation again, requesting to meet again to discuss resource mining. Dong Jiayue was suspicious, but did not find anything special. Who knows? In the middle of the conversation, the other 2 will reveal their true colors. An ambush was set up to capture Dong Jiayue alive. Dong Jiayue's skills were good, and after taking physical strength medicine, she just took her own soldiers and killed them while being surrounded by the opponent. And the army of the other two also pressed down on the city and surrounded it until now. Now Dong Jiayue's territory has completely entered a state of closure. Resources cannot be mined, and food can only last for 2 or 3 days. If this goes on, even if the opponent does not attack the city, he and the soldiers in the city will starve to death. The man named Zhou Qingming was still swearing in private chats, talking about the reproduction of survivors, waiting for Dong Jiayue to take the initiative to climb into his bed for the sake of the human race. That Zhou or something, his brain is ill. Fang Hao felt that Zhou Qingming also had a brain problem. When you fancy someone's little girl, just say it straight and say things that you don't believe in yourself. Yeah, Brother Hao, I'm counting on you. Dong Jiayue said. What do you want? Fang Hao asked. Long-range weapons, bows and arrows are the best. Okay, I'll put it on the shelf, you can take it. Fang Hao directly made 202 high-speed hardwood short bows and put them on the shelves for designated transactions with 2,000 arrows. I'll go, Brother Hao. You actually have a blue bow and arrow. Dong Jiayue exclaimed. Fang Hao instructed again. You guard the city first. I have some trouble here, and arrange for someone to rescue you when it is resolved. Okay, Brother Hao. Fang Hao will not be so stingy about Dong Jiayue. If his city falls and needs to choose a trustworthy territory, he will choose Dong Jiayue. Even if he didn't take into account the loss of the city, as a friend, he didn't want the other party to be in danger. It's just that she is about to face a war here, and she has no time to travel long distances to support her. Fortunately, there should be no problem in defending the city. Even if the city is closed for a few days, Fang Hao can provide food to defend the city. After chatting with Dong Jiayue, Fang Hao closed the Lord's book, walked out of the Lord's mansion, and adjusted the territorial forces. Night. The Skull Smash army camped. The hide tents were erected high, and the army began to eat dinner. Along the way, Skull Broken still carried forward his own style, and all the orc tribes along the way were forced to join the team, and those who resisted and disobeyed were all killed. This also allowed the original 32 army to expand to 340,000 again. In the middle of the camp is a huge animal skin tent. The tent was brightly lit, and all the senior leaders of Skull Shards gathered here, waiting for the battle plan of the warchief tomorrow. Is there any news from the Bloodmaw tribe? Thrall said solemnly. Master Chief, there is news from Bloodmaw that they have discovered the fortress built by the undead, and will launch an attack tomorrow, and ask us to attack at the same time. An orc hurriedly replied, for fear of attracting the great chief at this time. Of dissatisfaction. Thrall opened the map drawn by the scouts, and 2 orc guards pulled them apart and displayed them in front of all the higher-ups. Although the map is simple, it also depicts the location of the city level in detail. Thrall looked at the crowd below and said, Tell me, how should we fight this? The enemy's strength is around 400,000. The 400,000 troops were intelligence from 3 days ago. After the team left the Cold Wind Mountains, none of the assigned scouts came back alive, nor did they bring back new information. Of course, these are not important. In only 3 days, the opponent's military strength will not change. Great Chief, you can use the Bloodmaw tribe to disperse the troops of the undead. If we launch an attack again, we can reduce the loss of a certain amount of troops. An orc said. Thrall did not speak, but agreed in his heart. Great Chief. Another person stood up, walked to the map, and said, This is obviously a fortress, and the lord of the other party must be hiding in this city behind. I am willing to lead the flying troops to go around and kill him. If he dies, all his defenses will be destroyed without attack. This orc is short in stature, with pointed ears and big head, and green skin, which does not look like an orc. The undead have bone dragons. Can your flying troops handle it? Another orc asked. The dwarf orc smiled confidently and said, Master Chief, the opponent's bone dragon will definitely be arranged on the main battlefield. As long as I follow this route to the rear, there is a high chance of success. The orcs had a heated discussion on this matter. Thrall finally nodded in agreement. Yes, the Flying Legion will be led by you, and now start a surprise attack on the opponent's main city. Thrall said. The little orc had a happy face, and immediately said, Yes, I will definitely live up to the trust of the great chief and bring back the head of the other party. You, you don't have to attend the next meeting. Mobilize the army and prepare to go. Yes. After the little orc saluted, he exited the tent little by little. The candle on the side flickered, and a shadow sprang from the corner, merged into the shadow of the dwarf orc, and left the orc tent together. The dwarf orc returned to his tent and began to put on his armor. Tonight's surprise attack has a high probability of success. As long as he can succeed tonight, or cause some chaos to the undead army, he has made a great contribution. At that time, who would dare to look down on me? When I become the commander, the first one will be sent to you to die. The little orc cursed and put on the last piece of armor. Without noticing at all, his shadow was wriggling, forming a human female body little by little. The next second, the shadow behind him directly covered his mouth, followed by a pain in his neck. The little orc looked terrified, and he could feel his neck being cut open by a sharp weapon. He broke free from the bondage forcefully, pulled out the weapon from his waist in an instant, and slashed behind him. But his own sword fell, but it just hit the ground. Where's the half-figure? A large amount of blood gushed out from his throat. He covered it tightly and shouted for help. But his body became colder and stiffer, and finally fell into a pool of blood. 20 minutes later, chaos erupted throughout the orc camp. The orc hero who had just been assigned to raid had his throat slit in the tent. This is an incredible thing. Thrall was furious and ordered all the orcs to investigate overnight to find out the enemies lurking in the camp. And the culprit had already left here and brought the news back. Main city. It was dark. The ticking sound suddenly remembered by the head of the bed made Fong Hao, who was somewhat insomniac, suddenly open his eyes. With the help of the light of the luminous stone, I found that it was the sound transmission conch of the fireblade that sent the message. Could it be that the orcs are attacking tonight? I thought to myself. Immediately bringing the conch close to his ear, the sound of the fireblade came. I got the news that Bloodmaw and Skullshard will launch an attack tomorrow. Skull may use flying units to take a detour to attack the main city. The message is short, but the message is big. Fong Hao was lying on the bed, and the city where the fireblade was stationed appeared within a second of casting Shenling. Entering the city lord's mansion, only to find that Xiaoyu is also there. Fireblade, tell me the news in detail. Fong Hao asked. Huoren looked at Xiaoyu. Sir, let her tell you the news that Xiaoyu brought back. Fong Hao was stunned and looked at Xiaoyu beside him. My lord, I sneaked into the Skull Shard camp late at night and heard the news that Bloodmaw sent to Skull Shard, and I will launch an attack on the fort tomorrow, and Xiaoyu told Fong Hao what he heard and saw. Apart from the surprise attack, I didn't find out too many tactics, and the flight commander was cut off by Xiaoyu, so I'm afraid the surprise attack plan was cancelled. After listening to Xiaoyu's story, Fong Hao nodded. These orcs are not without a little brains. At least they have analyzed that the bone dragon will be placed in the main battlefield, not the main city in the rear. This analysis and countermeasure cannot be said to be wrong, but it has no effect on Fong Hao. The main city left 2 bone dragons and an army of 500,000 undead, including 200,000 archers. Even if you do come around, you won't be able to achieve the decapitation effect at all. Of course, Xiaoyu did it right. Who knows if that short hero has any special abilities? Killing it early will save you trouble. Huoren, you are still in command here. Xiaoyu, don't run around. Fong Hao looked at the two and explained. Yes, my lord. The two replied. Fong Hao lifted the state of God's presence and sent the news to the bloody fortress. The next day, early morning, just before Fan Liang in the sky, Fong Hao received news from the sound transmission conch again. Sticking to his ear, it was the voice of Blackthorn. Sir, the troll army is attacking the fortress. Sure enough, the attack was launched today. Fong Hao was lying on the bed again, exerting the state of God's presence, and appeared in the bloody fortress in the next second. Climbing to the city wall and looking to the north, I saw dense trolls, wielding all kinds of weapons, running and approaching here. The ground was trembling, and the whole trail was filled with the strange screeching of trolls. Sir, the battle is about to begin. He Jing came over. Well, you will command. Fong Hao handed over the command to He Jing. He Jing is responsible for all the arrangements, and he may not have more experience than He Jing in combat. Yes, my lord. He Jing walked to the top of the city wall again and measured the distance of the enemy's attack. The tremors under his feet became more and more intense, and the troll was getting closer and closer to the fortress. "The archer is ready," He Jing said. An orc next to him immediately raised a beast skin banner with a bow and arrow. Behind the city walls, hundreds of thousands of skeleton archers pointed upwards with bows and arrows. This is not because the skeleton shooter can understand the flag, but a lot of orcs are placed in the middle. According to the order to see the flag, communicate the corresponding order. This is also because there are too many people and there is no way, even if it is tens of thousands of people, you can communicate orders by shouting or chaining reactions. However, it is difficult to rely on individuals for this endless force, and it needs to be commanded as a team. He Jing watched the enemy get closer. Fire arrows. The flag was changed, and another red flag appeared on the side of the bow and arrow flag. Send the arrow. Send the arrow. Send the arrow. The messenger orcs below also shouted loudly. Woo! A whistling sound like the wind rang out. A dense rain of arrows shot into the sky, crossed the fortress wall in front, and shrouded the attacking trolls like a black cloud. The equipment of the troll army is not uniform. Some are equipped with shields, and some are only carrying a battle axe. Puff puff. In just an instant, a large number of trolls were tied into hedgehogs and fell in pieces. The trolls began to raise their shields. Those without a shield would carry the bodies of their dead companions to withstand the next wave of arrows. He Jing looked at everything in front of him. Fire arrows. Send the arrow. Send the arrow. Send the arrow. Call. The second round of arrows roared out again, reducing the number of enemies with a dense range of damage. Third round. Fourth round. The rain of arrows continued. Boom. Reaching a certain distance, the troll starts to fight back. The distance was still far away, and the trolls relied on their strength to throw the flying axes, war spears, and iron cables in their hands. All kinds of messy weapons flew and smashed into the people in the fortress, killing a large number of skeletons in an instant. With the death of the skeleton, gray mist began to rise from the bodies of all the troops. This is Feng Hao's Legion skill Death Face. Whenever a soldier under his command dies, all soldiers will enter a fighting state, increasing their attack and defense by 1%, which can stack up to 100 points. And the number of deaths in that wave just now exceeded 100. Inform the mountain, put rolling stones. The flag changed again. A figure appeared on the mountain walls on both sides, and the axe in his hand cut off the rope that bound the boulder and the log. The boulder slid down the mountain wall, smashing the bottom into flesh. The trolls withstood one trap after another and continued to attack. Boom. Then, the troll rushing in front, his feet were empty, and his body suddenly fell. In the huge, deep pit, sharpened wooden stakes pierced their bodies. But the troll's tenacious vitality still supported him not to die immediately, but to let out a painful howl. The commander of the troll family had an unusually ugly expression. When did the undead race appear so many insidious tricks? And the insidious tricks continued along the way. Being a troll is not a fool, and will not use human life to block the trap ahead. The boulders and logs that just fell came in handy. The shield stood against the rain of arrows that kept sloping in the sky, commanding the soldiers to throw boulders and logs into the huge pit and fill the road. The road was clear, and the trolls continued to attack, while keeping an eye out for traps. After throwing the flying axe in his hand, he picked up the stones on the ground to fight back. Trolls are powerful and can be thrown like cannonballs. Blackthorn stood on the city wall, watching the battle below. Even if the traps have taken effect along the way, the trolls die in pieces. But in this mountain trail, there are still densely packed trolls, continuing along the trail to the rear, with no end in sight. Bone Dragon. The flag changed again. The Blood Hunter rode the Bone Dragon into the sky and flew over the mountain path. Dragon Breath. The Bone Dragon swooped down, and black and white death energy began to condense in its huge mouth. Roar. Dozens of black death beams poured down the dense troll ranks in the mountain path. A large number of trolls struggled in pain, and their flesh and blood began to fall off quickly, scattering bones. Good job. Bloodhunter patted the Bone Dragon in praise. Just when preparing for the second wave of Dragon Breath, suddenly whoosh. A huge crossbow bolt came galloping, dragging a slender metal chain. Boom. The crossbow arrow smashed the Bone Dragon's ribs and penetrated the body. The metal chains suddenly tightened in the next second, and the huge force pulled the bone dragon down. Bloodhunter was shocked. Look in the direction the giant crossbow bolt came from. In the troll team, the oily skins were lifted open, revealing the huge and cumbersome crossbow inside. Arm-thick metal crossbow bolts were placed on the crossbow bed. The sledgehammer in the troll's hand slammed hard on the joystick. Bang, bang, bang. The crossbow string screamed, and the crossbow bolts shot towards the bone dragon like cannonballs. The bone dragon dodged immediately, but 2 bone dragons were still hit, and the crossbow arrow shattered the bones and penetrated the spine. The heavy chains tightened more and more, dragging the 2 bone dragons to the ground. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from the chains and fell to the ground. The bone dragon fell in the center of the troll army and was besieged by the army. The bone dragon waved its giant claws, opened its mouth and spit out the dragon's breath, and a large number of trolls died, but it was still difficult to resist the siege. Under the swarming siege of trolls, it finally turned into 3 huge withered bones. Go back. Seeing that the trolls reloaded the crossbow bolts again, the blood hunter had to let the bone dragon return first, and then redo the plan. The fortress wall. The scene just now made Feng Hao stand up suddenly. In Feng Hao's territory, the bone dragon is his treasure, and he loses 1 less. Now, 2 of them died in 1 breath, and the heart is like a drop of blood. Looking at the crossbow in the distance, he gritted his teeth in hatred. Lock dragon crossbow, 8th order equipment. Fuck. Really deal with dragons. How can these guys with breasts and breasts have such a thing? Behind the Bloodmaw tribe, the Legion commander hurried to the rear and came to an extraordinarily tall troll. It is the chief of the Bloodmaw tribe. Meet Fist Caius. Chief, the bone dragon has been forced back by the crossbow, and the team has rushed under the city wall, but the casualties are also very serious. The army commander said cautiously. Caius' face was gloomy and cold, and the skull that he held tightly in his hand was crushed into pieces in anger. He originally thought that the biggest obstacle in this battle was the bone dragon, but he did not expect that the number of enemies would be so many. Although the fortress ahead blocked the line of sight, but the intensity of those few waves of arrow rain has also reached a fearful level. What happened to Thrall? This damn thing is actually false information, and the number of undead is more than 300,000 to 400,000. Caius said through gritted teeth. Thrall told him that there were only 300,000 to 400,000 people, and it was not a threat when the 2 sides were attacking at the same time. The only threat is the undead bone dragon. It's okay now, the density of the arrow rain just now is more than 400,000. If the Legion hadn't already attacked, he might have killed the skulls first, and then came back to continue fighting these undead. There is still no news from Skull Shard. If they abide by the agreement, they should have launched an attack. The Legion commander said. Huh, they, Caius sneered. When this is over, I will slap Serpy with my own hands. Chief, then next? The Legion commander asked tentatively again. Caius stood up, moved his bones, and said coldly, Notify the Bloodmaw Legion and prepare to attack with me. As ordered, Chief. The Legion commander received the order and quickly passed the message on. Those guys with scattered equipment just now who only know how to roar and scream are just ordinary troll tribes in the Bloody Mountains. It is the vanguard of the battle, also known as Pathfinder or cannon fodder. Caius did not pay attention to the things ahead. The fortress built by the undead is not much harder than the thin city wall of the human race. But since the battle, more than half of the cannon fodder have been killed or injured, and the city wall has not even been touched, which makes Caius a little anxious. Even though trolls are ferocious, they still belong to living creatures. Failure to take the first step in the Bloody Mountains will affect morale. Therefore, he intends to lead his legion, the true warriors of the Bloodmaw tribe, to directly destroy the city wall. Crush all those crunchy skeletons under your feet. Soon, the warriors of the Bloodmaw Legion came over. Bloodmaw Legion, prepare to attack me and destroy the undead city wall ahead. Caius said loudly. Yes, Lord Chief. Blow the horn. The Legion commander took out the horn of the tribe and blew it directly. As the trolls approached the city wall, the mages led by Nelson also began to attack. One after another black magic missiles smashed into the troll's team. The missile exploded, and the troll, even though he was tall and strong, was affected by the explosion. His limbs flew around, and the negative attributes of magic spread rapidly in the team. The morale of the trolls that made the angry rush quickly dropped. The sun was already high overhead. The battle has also been 5 or 6 hours, and a large number of trolls have fallen, and the blood-red blood is like stagnant water in this trail, forming blood and puddles. At this time, suddenly, a loud horn was heard in the distance. Everyone was stunned. This is the horn of war. After 5 or 6 hours of playing, the horn of war is sounded again. At the corner of the mountain wall ahead, the well-equipped troll army is approaching in an orderly manner. These trolls are markedly different from the trolls that came before them. The whole body is covered with battle armor, and there is also a unified huge machete in his hand. In the team, an unusually strong troll caught everyone's attention. Meet Fist, Caius, Orange Tier 3 hero. The chief of the trolls is indeed an orange hero. Release the arrow. Hei Jing roared again. The dense arrows appeared again, covering the attacking troll army. Arrows rained down on the phalanx of the troll army. Even though these trolls are well-equipped and faced with such a dense rain of arrows, there are still many troll soldiers who died in the march. The troll army was moving fast. At this time, the fire gun soldiers showed the effective killing ability at short and medium distances. Under the command of Petty, the gunnery continued to kill threatening targets. Basically pointing at a troll, dozens of fire guns fired together, instantly smashing the pointed troll into a plug. And the orcs behind them will hand over the fire guns with bullets and replace the ones that have been fired. Petty then looked for the next target, and the fire gunmen launched a salvo. This kind of team selected by the orcs and attacked by the skeleton shooters has a total of 10 teams, shooting at the Bloodmaw Legion that is rapidly approaching below. Attack! Caius and the team shouted loudly. The troll army began to charge forward quickly, and the body directly hit the city wall, shaking the mountain for a while. All the long-range troops began to attack the trolls attacking under the city, and the magic defense tower released black lightning. Throwing axes, war spears, arrows, magic missiles, flying back and forth over the mountain path. A huge hood was formed, covering the entire battlefield. Get out of the way! Caius roared. The troll ahead makes way. Caius drove under the city gate and threw a punch. Boom! The energy exploded, the reinforced city gate sawdust splashed, and a large hole was directly smashed. The entire city wall connected to it shook violently. Caius's eyes narrowed slightly, and the second punch recharged and punched. Boom! With a huge roar, the city gate shattered directly. The troll on the side knocked down the entire city gate with his body. The trolls cheered violently and crowded the city gates. When all the trolls saw the endless army of bones behind the city gate, the cheers stopped abruptly, and there was only silence and shock. Seeing his mother's ghost, how can there be so many undead? If you kill all the people in this continent, you won't be able to make such a big army of bones. At this time, sharp knives and red flags were raised on the city wall. Attack! Whoa! In an instant, the army of bones moved, like a tsunami that was provoked, shooting towards the army of trolls. The other side. Inside the Skullshard camp. Skullshard Thrall did not follow the plan agreed with Bloodmaw last night, and even though it was noon, he still did not attack. Orcs are generally more irritable and unwilling to think, but they are not brainless. The more intense the fight on the troll side, the easier it will be for me here. When the trolls suffered heavy casualties and their own troops were sufficient, the previous distribution of benefits would have to be rediscussed. Any news from the trolls? Thrall asked. 3 hours ago, Bloodthroat sent a message to inquire about the battle situation, and there has been no news since then. An orc replied immediately. It's almost time. Let me know. The legions are ready to go. Yes, Lord Chief. The guard was about to convey the order, but there was a sound of running from outside his name. An orc rushed in a hurry, and without waiting for Thrall to ask, he said loudly, Great Chief, the scouts have discovered the undead and are approaching the camp. Thrall frowned, then quickly stretched out and snorted coldly. These bones dare to come out. They are really a bunch of brainless guys. The undead's main force must have been transferred to the Bloody Mountains to fend off the trolls. If these bones can't get out of the city, they really need a certain amount of effort to attack the city. But who would have thought that these brainless guys actually came out? How many people are there? Thrall asked indifferently. The scout statistics, about 2 or 300,000. Sal frowned again, so much. Could it be that Bloodthroat played tricks with him and didn't launch an attack this morning? Tatata. Just as Thrall was scolding the blood-throated shameless in his heart, a few footsteps sounded outside the door again. 3 guards came in, kneeling down on one knee. Great Chief, the undead army is found on the left side of the camp. Reporting to the Great Chief, the undead army is found on the south side. The undead army was found in the rear. After the 3 guards finished speaking, they were all stunned. What happened? He was surrounded by undead. Thrall's face is also difficult to look at. How can the undead have so many troops? It's not the same as the intelligence. Go out and have a look, and let the legions prepare for battle. Thrall picked up the giant hammer and walked out of the tent first. When I climbed up the simple defensive wall of the camp, I saw a dense army of white bones appearing all around. Back to the font Q, a little bit closer. Prepare to fight. What are you still doing? Preparing to fight. Skull shattered, roaring and issuing orders. Who is he fighting with, and why are there so many undead troops? The orc camp was instantly chaotic, and they hurriedly returned to their camp. The Fireblade and the Bronze Bull are moving fast. A Tauren warrior ran over and said in a muffled voice, "The orc camp is gathering, and the flying cavalry has been dispatched. The route is to bypass the army and go to the city behind." Fireblade looked up and saw hundreds of orc flying troops, bypassing the large army and flying towards the city behind. Skull giant bats to intercept all orc flying units, not allowing one to circle the rear alive. Whoa. Tens of thousands of skeleton giant bats flew from the team, swarming towards the flying units of the orcs. These guys, obviously they are the attackers, but they want us to come to him, Zhongbin said from the side. This time, as a correspondent, he was stuffed in by Fong Hao. There is no need for him to follow the battle, get in touch with large-scale battles, and report the situation on the battlefield to himself in time. Yeah, Fireblade sighed. According to Xiaoyo's information, this morning, Skull Shard and Blood Maw will launch an attack at the same time. Early in the morning, Fireblade and Bronze Ox are ready to deploy and wait for Skull Shard to attack. But after waiting left and right, several hours passed, but still no one was there. Huorun was worried that Skull Shard would take a detour to attack the main city, so he refused to investigate the situation. Finally, I know. These guys are still in the camp and haven't come out yet. As soon as Huorun and Tong Niu discussed, they directly changed their strategy and directly surrounded the place where the orcs camped, and then began to shrink the encirclement. In the encirclement, not a single broken skull can escape. Master Huorun has entered the range of the bow and arrow. Another person came to report. Archer attack. Yes. The skeleton shooter entered a steady shooting state, drew bows and arrows, and carried out a covering attack towards the orc camp. Call. The overwhelming arrows roared out and poured towards the opposite side. The orcs started to counterattack from a distance, and the arrows crashed down. Fireblade continued to order, speeding up the advance. The army of undead quickly shrinks the encirclement. 300,000 orcs against 1,000,000 undead. There is no suspense in this battle. The blazing blade blew the horn in his hand. The long-range troops stopped attacking, and all the melee combat began to attack. Rush into the Skull Shard's camp from all directions. Bloody Mountains. The undead army, like a rushing tsunami, launched an attack on the troll army. The troll was nearly 4 meters tall, and the dense undead soldiers stepped on top of each other, exceeding the height of the troll and covering the troll army. The whole place was screaming and the sound of weapons clapping. On the cliff, Bloodhunter takes hordes of skeleton giant bats out of sight of the trolls. Follow the cliff to the top of the dragon locking crossbow equipment. It was these crossbow beds that made the bone dragon dare not approach, and had already lost 2 heads. Kill, dismantle all these things for me. The Bloodhunter pointed with a long sword, and all the skeleton giant bats rushed towards the equipment army like a group of swallows. Returning to their nests, the trolls operating the equipment were driven away, but the number of giant bats was simply too many. The giant bat wrapped the whole body of the troll, and when it was separated again, it had turned into bones and scattered all over the place. Dismantle the equipment. The blood-hunting sword slashed and smashed the equipment. All equipment must be cleaned before the rest of the troll's support. Soon, the angry voice of the troll sounded from the side, and the blood hunter had already completed the task with the skeleton giant bat and began to retreat. Bloodhunter returned to camp, reboarded a dragon, and charged into the sky with the rest of the dragons. He rushed into the middle and rear of the Bloodmaw Troll Legion again and began to breathe out. Black beams of energy swept through the ranks of the trolls, and swarms of trolls began to die, or become pieces of bone. Caius, two fists blasted out, his energy exploded in a fan shape. Pieces of the undead turned into broken bones under the force of the fist and scattered everywhere. But then, countless undead swarmed and continued to move forward. Even if he had killed thousands of undead, he could not see that the number of these skeletons had decreased, and the warriors of their own Bloodmaw Legion fell in large numbers under the attack of the undead and bone dragons. Seeing the warriors of the Legion die one after another in front of him, and looking at the boundless undead army ahead, Caius knew that he had failed, and the wrong information made him underestimate this undead team. Two fists blasted away the gathered undead, roaring, "Everyone, follow me back and retreat to the Bloody Mountains." All the trolls had long since retreated, and when they heard the chief's cry, they also shouted angrily. While resisting the attack of the undead, retreat to the Bloody Mountains. The undead army was still in hot pursuit, crowded, trampled, and entangled with trolls. To leave them all. "My lord, the troll army has retreated." After this battle, the trolls lost most of their losses. Heijing walked up to Feng Hao and said, "Well, carry out the appropriate pursuit, clean the battlefield, and transport the troll corpse back to the territory for transformation." Feng Hao instructed. They did not understand the terrain and roads inside the Bloody Mountains. Skeletons are no match for trolls once dispersed, so a proper chase will do. The layout of the entire battlefield is still good. Before the enemy broke through the city wall, he relied on traps and roadblocks to kill a lot of trolls. The biggest loss was the appearance of the locking dragon crossbow. Feng Hao never thought that this thing has such great power that it can pull the dragon down from the sky. Caused him to lose 2 bone dragons. Bone dragons are no better than ordinary arms. Without Long Jing, there would be 1 less death. Even if tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers died, the 2 bone dragons would not feel distressed. "Understood, sir." Heijing nodded to show his understanding. The next step is to repair the city walls and gates, and arrange for the skeleton army to be called back. If Feng Hao is present, he can use the Book of Lords to repair the building. But now he is only in a state of imminent presence and can only rely on. With a promise, he began to organize manpower to repair the city wall, and at the same time arrange for manpower to call back the attacking skeletons. The battle in the Bloody Mountains is over. Feng Hao released the state of imminent presence and woke up from the room. At this time, the sun has already started to set, about 4 or 5 o'clock. There was a rumbling sound from the stomach, followed by a feeling of hunger on an empty stomach. "Ear, prepare for lunch," Feng Hao shouted when he opened the door. "Okay," Ear responded from downstairs. Feng Hao opened the Book of Lords and contacted Zhang Bin. "Zhang Bin, how are you over there?" Feng Hao asked. Soon, Zhang Bin sent a reply. "Boss, the battle is over. All the orcs were killed in the battle, and a wounded greenskin orc hero was captured. Miss Hilda said she assassinated the flight captain last night. Hilda is Xiaoyu. Zhang Bin is the name of the hero who can see the hero, so he calls it Hilda. Once the hand-to-hand combat begins, it is difficult to survive. In particular, the undead army issued an order to kill the enemy, and the order was completed when the opponent died. If it wasn't for the injured orc who didn't take part in the battle, I'm afraid he would have died under the skeleton's sword at this time." "Is he seriously injured? How many heroes?" Feng Hao asked. The green 5th Order hero had his throat cut, and his speech was a little hoarse, but it should be fine based on his state. Zhang Bin replied, "Well, keep an eye on him. I'll go over there later." "Okay, boss." After this battle, Zhang Bin and Feng Hao were already obedient. Those who can survive in the channel can be said to have some ability, but no one can have such a large-scale army. Others are still showing off the green equipment, and Feng Hao has already started a large-scale conquest. Hang up chat. Feng Hao went downstairs to eat. Eat at this time, in the middle of lunch and dinner. "Master, did the battle go well?" Ear and Fong Hao are familiar with each other and dare to ask some questions. Smooth, we have one. Tonight, the maids don't have to go to the undead area to clean up. There will be corpses to transform, so as not to scare them. Fong Hao said while eating. People in this era are actually stronger than they think. Otherwise, it will be difficult to survive here. Okay, thank you, Master. Ear smiled and thanked the maids. In fact, they were lucky to meet Fong Hao. The food and drink are good, and the living environment is even better than the previous village. Where's Njia? Fong Hao asked. How about boxing in the backyard? Are you going to call her? Well, let her clean up and go out with me later. Oh, okay. Ear got up and walked towards the courtyard. Soon Njia walked in, wiped the sweat from her body, sat down and ate. How was the fight? No problem, just go out with me later. Fong Hao said. Tell everyone that the battle was won, so that everyone can feel at ease. The province is nervous. Okay, fine. After the two finished their meal, they rode the bone dragon and flew directly to the city where the Fireblade was stationed. On the way, you can see a convoy full of loot and corpses, like a long dragon, heading towards the main city. Soon came, the city of Flaming Blades, fell in the center of the city, directly into the main hall of the city. Huarun, Tong Niu, Xiao Yu and Zhang Bin were all present. In the center was a small green-skinned orc kneeling. Clip Kenji, Green Tier 5 Hero. Sir. Everyone stood up. Fong Hao sat down, but his eyes still fell on the orc in the center. Curiously asked, Are you an orc? He jumped up and estimated that he could hit the waist of the copper bull, and the difference in size was too great. I'm an orc. Clip's voice was dry and hoarse, probably caused by Xiaoyu's throat cut yesterday. But the resilience of the orcs is terrifying. Xiaoyu thought that his one shot would kill him. Not only did the other party not die, but he was able to get up and talk to them today. Why do you call it a clip? Cough, my lord. I used to have dirty hands and feet and took other people's things, but I have corrected this problem now. Clip said, It seems that the meaning of the clip should be related to thieves and thieves. Are there any heroes in the tribe of Broken Skulls? Fong Hao asked directly. There is no imaginary resistance, nor any bargaining. The clip said directly. Yes, the sacrifice of the Skull-Broken tribe is rumored to be a hero, but I don't know what level he has reached. Fong Hao frowned. There was actually a sacrifice. Tell us so easily? My lord, there are a total of 212 tribes in the Cold Wind Mountains, all of which were suppressed by Thrall with force. It is said that the affiliated villages are more like the slaves in Thrall's hands. Thrall is dead. Naturally, I have nothing to hide. The Clip said calmly. Clip is a smart orc. He survived the orcs and became a hero, certainly not by brute force. The undead in front of him would not reason with him. Since it is left alive until now, it must still be useful. You're smart. I want you to help me conquer the Cold Wind Mountains, would you? Fong Hao said softly. GZ's heart skipped a beat, calmed down quickly, and hurriedly said, Sir, I am the flight commander, and I know all the terrain and village locations of the Cold Wind Mountain Range very well. I am willing to help you conquer the Cold Wind Mountain Range. Okay, he is indeed a smart person. Fong Hao opened the Book of Lords and took out a green hero contract. Sign him. You are a part of this place. The clip directly cut through the finger and pressed it on the hero contract. A ray of light emerged from the contract and merged into the clip's body. Fong Hao nodded with satisfaction. He likes to deal with people who know current affairs. Although the clip didn't quite fit his aesthetic, he was very satisfied with the other party's attitude. Flaming Blade, Tarok. Sir. The two stood up. The two of you will immediately integrate the army, and the clip will lead the way for you to capture the Skull-Broken tribe and take the remaining 200 orc villages as subsidiary villages. It's an adult. Fireblade, Bronze Bull, and Gripper walked out. Begin to regroup troops. Skull-Shattered Thrall's 2 large-scale deployments have basically hollowed out the Cold Wind Mountains. In addition, the number of undead troops occupies an absolute advantage, and it is not a problem to directly occupy the Cold Wind Mountain Range. Boss, is that clip a goblin? Zhang Bin said from the side. No, I have seen the goblin, and he is more spiritual than him. Is that a goblin? It's really possible. Fong Hao directly opened the properties to view the properties of the clip. Clip Kenji, Green Tier 5 Hero. Faction, Orcs. Template, Green. Racial characteristics, living creature, Cunning, kid. Legion skill, vanguard. Skill, throwing rolling stones. Inherent skills, intermediate flying proficiency. Cunning. This unit likes to set traps, sneak attacks, and other skills to win the battle. Little Ghost. This unit has the blood of the Ghost family. Pioneer Army. This unit leads the flying army, and the flying speed is increased by 10%. Tossing rolling stones. Throwing stones from a high position is a low-cost, but very effective tactic. Description: never show kindness in front of a little devil orc. This will only make them underestimate you and provoke them in every possible way. I rely on. This hero is rubbish. This is the most rubbish among his heroes. The skill is actually throwing stones. Can this also become a hero? Let's go through the trial and assessment through the back door. Boss. What, is it a goblin? Zhang Bin asked aside. He was quite interested in this green-skinned guy. No, it is said to be an orc, with the blood of a kid. Feng Hao said. This orc is also divided into blood. The one with the huge mouth and fangs said that it was of the devil bloodline, but another kid bloodline appeared. Oh, that's boring. I thought it was the goblins. By the way, Horin and the others are attacking the Cold Wind Mountains. You should stay here for a few days. You can go back when he is almost there. Feng Hao explained. Oh, listen to your arrangement, boss. Zhang Bin was obedient. After dealing with the matter here, Feng Hao took Jia and Xiaoyu away again, returned directly to the main city. The night was dark, and the two convoys transporting corpses and loot from the battlefield also returned successfully. All the corpses were thrown into the transformation pool for transformation, not to mention the mountain of equipment acquired. The biggest harvest is still 324,458 spines. Although the number of dead troops is still in the statistics, it is still more than 4 million, plus these backbones. The force will reach a terrifying, unimaginable level. Lord. Nelson came over, and behind him were the corpses of 2 orc heroes and the corpse of a troll hero. Bachelor Nelson, it's hard work this time, Feng Hao said. The duty is, it should be done. Feng Hao smiled slightly and looked at the 3 hero corpses behind him. Said, are these 3 heroes? Yes, my lord. I need to take the corpse back as soon as possible for dehydration and incantation, otherwise it will be difficult to preserve the corpse this season, Nelson said. That's hard work, Bachelor. Nelson nodded slightly and instructed the skeleton to carry the 3 corpses to the organ museum. After finishing all the things, Feng Hao returned to the Lord's mansion. Maybe the reason for the win. The dinner was quite rich, so that the 2 who had no hunger at all ate a lot. Feng Hao patted his belly and sighed involuntarily. This world is really boring. I don't even have a mobile phone, and I can't watch videos. What's wrong with the master? Eeyore asked curiously after hearing the sigh. It's nothing. I just feel a little bored, fighting and killing all day long. What was the master's life like before? Tell Eeyore. Eeyore sat aside, holding her small head. That's really the king's treatment. I'm not blowing it with you. At that time, there was such a big cube where you could watch others sing and dance and play games. Feng Hao talked about something newer in modern times. It's like telling a story to Elle. Singing and dancing? Eeyore can do it too. It's good for Eeyore to sing for the master. Eeyore said excitedly. Elle can also sing and dance. Of course. Eeyore blushed and said again. It's just my hobby, it's not very good. If the master is willing to watch it, Eeyore can perform for you. Okay. Eeyore blushed even more, closed the door of the Lord's mansion, came to the center of the hall, and began to dance with her singing. Black and white maid outfit, a pair of erect bunny ears, white and tender bare feet dancing to the beat. Eeyore jumped more and more vigorously, and forgot that she was performing for Feng Hao. Her footsteps were flying like butterflies, but her body was as flexible as a snake, fully reflecting her softness and figure. After the song was completed, Eeyore's face flushed red, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Turning around, he came directly to Feng Hao's side and fell into his arms. Is the master good-looking? A burst of aroma got into Feng Hao's nose. Nice. That night, Eeyore went to the master's room to sing and listen. Eeyore's rosy tongue gently licked Hao's earlobe below. Depend on. Eeyore's small movements made Feng Hao's heart sway. I think it's getting late. Come to my room and sing for the night. Feng Hao took Eeyore's little hand and walked towards the bedroom on the 3rd floor. The next morning, Fang Hao woke up from his sleep. First, cast Shenlin and confirmed it at the bloody fortress and Zhongbin. Nothing happened, and it was developing very smoothly. Only then did Shenlin go downstairs to wash up. Ding! Suddenly, the Book of Lords sent a private chat reminder again. Brother Hao, are you there? It is Dong Jiayue. Fang Hao suddenly thought that Dong Jiayue was besieged by two lords. Hey, what's going on with you? Fang Hao asked. Brother Hao, those two stinky hooligans gathered more than 1,000 people and started to attack my territory. The loyalty of the soldiers under them has begun to decrease. I'm afraid they can't support it any longer. Dong Jiayue was a little anxious. Everyone is an adult, and she knows what will happen if she falls into the hands of those two people. She passed one test after another and faced danger one after another. She was really unwilling to let herself die in the hands of these two wastes. But she had no one to rely on, so she could only put her last hope on Fang Hao. Okay, don't worry. I will give you a blank map. You will record the location of your territory and give it to me, and I will arrange someone to rescue you. Saying that, Fang Hao put the blank map in the designated transaction column. The blank map, I bought several before, just came in handy now. Dong Jiayue exchanged something casually, recorded the location, and retraded it. Fang Hao recorded the map on the big map, which directly showed Dong Jiayue's territory. It's really not that close. This is for you. The lethality is relatively high. Pay attention to the range. White steel fire gun. Don't hurt yourself. Fang Hao put the gun he left behind, along with bullets and gunpowder, on the designated transaction. Okay, thank you, Brother Hao. After Dong Jiayue finished speaking, she stopped. Fang Hao walked out of the Lord's mansion. Go and call the Blood Hunter. Soon Blood Hunt fell on Fang Hao's side. Blood hunting, this is the map. You go to this territory to save a human woman named Dong Jiayue. The enemy is more than 1,000 human soldiers. Kill them all without leaving any survivors. Fang Hao took out a new blank map and copied the route down. Blood Hunter took the map. Understood, my lord. Does this Dong Jiayue need to be brought back? No need. She's very dangerous now. You count the good people and set off immediately. Yes, my lord. Blood Hunt carried 3 bone dragons, which were full of skeleton trolls, soaring into the sky and rushing towards Dong Jiayue's territory. After the Blood Hunter left, Fang Hao immediately sent a message to Dong Jiayue. I have already arranged for someone to pass by. I am an undead hero. What you are doing now is delaying time and waiting for my people to pass. Well, Brother Hao, how long will it take? About 2 hours. Okay, I'll try my best. Dong Jiayue said. This kind of thing facing Dong Jiayue is definitely not an exception. In this world that is full of dangers everywhere, but without legal constraints, a young and beautiful woman may attract the attention of many men. Similarly, there are people who don't care about these things, relying on their appearance to find a strong backer. Obviously, Dong Jiayue is not. Facing the siege of the two people outside, she can only wait for Fang Hao's rescue now. Hanging up the private chat with Dong Jiayue, there was a sound of hooves not far away. A giant sword infantry dismounted and walked over quickly. Sir, the store manager Xiaobai asked me to inform you that the store has opened. The giant sword infantry stepped forward and saluted. In fact, it opened yesterday, but when he came on horseback, the whole city was closed, and the city walls were full of skeleton archers and necromancers, as if the battle was imminent. Although the undead did not attack him, they did not let him enter the city. He shouted several times outside the door, but when no one answered, and the scene was a little cautious, he returned to Pural City. It wasn't until today that the city gate opened that he came in to inform Fang Hao. Yes, yesterday was the day the store opened. Fang Hao just remembered. He also thought about doing some activities when it opened to boost its popularity. Unexpectedly, because of the attack of orcs and trolls, this matter was given to the undead. By the way, are there many guests? Fang Hao asked again. No one was there all day yesterday. Today, the owner of the store lowered the price of drinks to a very low level, which attracted some customers. Replied the Greatsword Infantry. Okay, I know. You go back first, and I'll go to Pural City to see it later. Yes, my lord. The giant sword infantry replied, then turned and left. After breakfast, Fang Hao took Anjia to Pural City. I haven't come here for 2 days, but Pural City hasn't changed at all. Leaving the monitor lizard outside the city gate, the two entered the city directly. The tavern that was closed because of the dead has also reopened, and now is the time to clean up the shop. When I came to my shop, the 3 words, looking for fun on the plaque, were very eye-catching. The number of customers in the shop is much more than what the giant sword infantry said. Everyone was sweating profusely. While wiping the sweat from their foreheads, they kept feeding food into their mouths. They are still not used to chopsticks. Generally, they pick up the meat and vegetables in the hot pot with chopsticks and put them in their mouths. Master, Xiaobai stood at the counter and saw Feng Hao showing a smile. The big fluffy tail began to wag. There are a lot of people. Feng Hao said, yeah, there were no customers yesterday, so today I will lower the price of the drinks. The most important thing is the fragrance of the base of Sister Ear. The whole street can smell the aroma of the shop. Xiaobai smiled all over his face. The common people of this era are relatively scarce in food, and there is no such thing as delicious food. Ordinary people, bread dipped in some salt, is a meal. Now that there is such a thing as hot pot, how can it be unpopular? Moreover, hot pot has just appeared, and it is difficult for other shops to imitate their own preparation. Feng Hao can rely on hot pot to make money for a long time. Well done, Feng Hao praised. Thank you, master. Xiaobai's face blossomed with joy, and his tail swayed rapidly. Okay, you guys are busy. I'll go to the opposite tavern to post a reward. Feng Hao said. Good host. Saying goodbye to Xiaobai, Feng Hao walked out of the store. Come to the tavern and push the door directly in. At this time in the morning, the pub has not officially opened. When the proprietress saw Feng Hao coming in, she glared at him fiercely, but she was full of amorous feelings. Little brother, you are not authentic. Your wine sales are so low. Did your elder sister treat you badly? The proprietress was full of resentment. She is very kind to Feng Hao, and she will tell him if there is any news. But I didn't expect this kid to be a white-eyed wolf, and he would cheat himself in a blink of an eye. The price of drinks in the store is so low, she will have no customers here, and the store that she has been operating for such a long time will close down. Feng Hao said aside. Who told you not to help me? Aren't you a rogue? The proprietress gritted her teeth. Seeing that the proprietress was really angry and wanted to drive people away, Feng Hao said, I will only do activities in these 2 days, and the drinks are only relatively light fruit wine, so I won't take away your drinkers. Real. We're so familiar. Can I steal your business? But I'm afraid your people will be less in the past 2 days. After all, the wine is cheap and someone will try it. Feng Hao explained. The impact on the tavern is sure, but it's not that big. The wine brewed automatically by the barrels is more like a fruit wine, the kind that anyone can drink, and it is not enough for those who want to get drunk. Humph, you still have some conscience. Feng Hao sat down in front of the bar, and the proprietress still brought a glass of beer. By the way, what did you do? It's so fragrant. The lady boss asked curiously. In the tavern, you can smell the aroma on the opposite side. The bartenders swallowed while working. Hot pot, you can try it when you are free. It's delicious. Humph, you're so familiar. You don't plan to collect money, right? The proprietress stroked her long hair. I'll give you a friendship price then. Cut. The two chatted for a while, and Feng Hao looked at the notice board on the side again. Nothing on it. The new one-page map does not have it, nor does the bounty. Why is there nothing on it? Feng Hao pointed to the signboard. What can I have? It has been sealed until the tavern has just been allowed to open. If it hadn't caught the Fire Wolf mercenary group, I don't know when the tavern would have stopped. Speaking of this, the proprietress looked at Feng Hao seriously again. Fire Wolf, didn't you catch it? How can I have that ability? Didn't I say that the city owner caught it? Feng Hao said. The proprietress leaned forward, approached, and said in a low voice, Bullshit. If he could arrest him, he would have avenged his son long ago. At that time, you mentioned Fire Wolf to me. It must be you. Feng Hao shrugged. It's not me. It's useless for you to think about it. Umph. My mother is the most accurate in seeing people. It's useless for you to quibble. Feng Hao didn't want to continue discussing with her on this, so he took out 5 gold coins. Write down the reward for me last time. It's 25 days worth of money. Okay. The proprietress accepted the money and rewritten the information on the sword of probation. Each valid message will get a bounty of 100 gold. After writing the information, Feng Hao still asked reluctantly, Is there no map and story for adventure? I'm still waiting to go out to adventure. No, you rich young master, can't you enjoy your happiness? What kind of risk do you take all day long? You should read more night novels. Dong Jiayue's territory. Because of exploring the relationship between ancient tombs, Dong Jiayue's territory has developed well. The city walls are all level 4, and they are accumulating materials for level 5. But the development is good, and the city's broadness has become her weakness. The containment that Zhou Chengming set up last time killed a lot of her soldiers, and now there are less than 100 soldiers left. With such a small number of people, it is impossible to defend such a large city wall. When the enemy dispersed, they easily entered the city and fought in the city. In the face of 10 times as many people, no matter how good Dong Jiayue is, he can only retreat a little bit with his men and horses, and finally retreat to the Lord's mansion for final resistance. Outside the Lord's mansion, the enemy soldiers did not continue to attack, but surrounded the place. The soldiers made way, and 2 lords approached. Brother Zhou, we can agree that after we capture this place, the little girls will belong to you, but everything in this territory will belong to me, and we will still be allies at that time. The speaker was tall and thin, with slightly dark skin, and the brother Zhou in his mouth was the Zhou Chengming mentioned by Dong Jiayue, a middle-aged man of medium stature, somewhat Mediterranean. Oh, don't worry, brother, I only want that little girl. I've been suffocated during this time, Zhou Chengming said, still scratching his crotch. The 2 were chatting in front of the Lord's mansion, and the foul language in their mouths made Dong Jiayue angry. Brother Zhou then continued to order the soldiers to attack. If you attack earlier, you will be happy as soon as possible, Brother Zhou, said the tall and thin man. What he valued was the city. It is hard to imagine that a young girl has upgraded her territory to such a level. Don't. What should I do if she commits suicide and disfigures her face? Then the city is yours, and I won't get anything. Zhou Chengming waved his hand hurriedly to stop the tall and thin man who was about to order an attack. What do you want? The man frowned. Let me persuade. Don't worry, don't worry, Zhou Chengming said. After speaking, he took 2 steps forward and said to the Lord's mansion with the doors and windows closed in front. Miss Dong, why do you think this is necessary? Everyone is working hard to live. You and I will run a city together. The pressure will be much less, and I will sincerely take you. Zhou Chengming stood in front and spoke loudly, expressing what he thought was sincere. Even if there are tall and thin men and more than 1,000 soldiers around, they don't feel embarrassed at all. After he finished speaking, the Lord's mansion was still silent. Without Dong Jiayue's answer, it was like being empty. Brother Zhou, it's almost there, the tall and thin man urged. Zhou Chengming said again, Miss Dong, after all you need a man. Do you want to marry this aboriginal? They never bathe, and it is difficult to have a common language. Boom. Suddenly, there was a roar from the window of the Lord's mansion. The next second, Zhou Chengming felt a pain in his ear, and a warmth flowed down his cheeks. Subconsciously touched it, but found that his left ear had disappeared, and there was a large amount of blood on his hand. At this time, Zhou Chengming let out a scream after realizing it. Rolling back and crawling back, he shouted, She has a gun. She has a fucking gun. The tall and thin man looked a little funny at Zhou Chengming's appearance. Let you be like a teddy. You will be in heat when you see a girl, and now that your head is healed, it will almost be opened by others. The left ear was missing, and half of his face was stained with blood, looking a little scary. It should be an ancient fire gun. If it is a modern gun, I am afraid that we are not enough people to break her. The tall and thin man analyzed. Just now, he also saw the barrel of the gun sticking out of the gap in the window, and a piece of black smoke rising after the gunshot. Whatever he is, hurry up, attack, and bring that little girl out to me. Zhou Chengming roared, his face grim. The tall and thin man continued. She has a fire gun in her hand. The reload speed should be very slow. Everyone who attacked will be killed. The female lord tries her best to catch them alive. Whoa. After receiving the order, all the soldiers attacked the Lord's mansion. In response to Dong Jiayue's ambush and plans, Zhou Chengming was not the leader, but a tall, thin man. His territorial position is not good, and after several trial missions, it is all dangerous and not far from death. When seeing Dong Jiayue's city, when he found Zhou Chengming's lecherous upper body again, he had a plan. Privately persuaded Zhou Chengming to design a second meeting to lure Dong Jiayue out. Unexpectedly, This Dong Jiayue is really capable of fighting, and he just killed them in the trap they set up. As soon as the two saw that the feud had been forged, they could only consume all the soul crystals and recruit enough troops to attack this territory. Assignment is also simple. A tall and thin man wants a city, and Zhou Chengming wants a woman. Now that the city has been invaded, the rest is to bring Dong Jiayue out and hand it over to Zhou Chengming. The two have their own needs, but the alliance is also very fragile, and there must be no mistakes at this time. Inside the Lord's mansion, Dong Jiayue fired another shot, and after killing an enemy who jumped into the window, he hung the firearm on his back and drew out the long sword from his waist. The long spear in the room could not be used, so it could only be replaced with a weapon like a sword. Kill with the rushing enemy. The first floor was lost, and they continued to retreat towards the second floor, wielding a sword, ending the enemy's life. But there are too many enemies, and they keep pouring in. Several people hid in a room and blocked the door. The soldiers were sitting on the ground covered in blood, and the eyes they looked at Dong Jiayue became a little weird. This is not some evil thoughts, but the loyalty has dropped to a very low level, and a defection psychology has begun to appear. Call. Dong Jiayue sat on the ground and exhaled heavily. The gun was filled with gunpowder and bullets. Looking at the door that was about to shatter, he aimed the gun at his head. Her hands trembled a little, and her whole body felt cold. Brother Hao, you will avenge me in the future. Dong Jiayue closed her eyes, just about to pull the trigger. There was a burst of noise and panic outside the window. Someone yelled, and the soldiers outside the door who chopped the door also left. Dong Jiayue's expression suffocated, and she hurriedly removed the muzzle from her head. Handshaking bang. A gunshot rang out, and the bullet flew past the temples and shot into the wall behind him. Almost killed himself. Dong Jiayue hurriedly dropped the fire gun in her hand and looked down the window on the second floor. I saw a few bone dragons hovering in the air, and a tall skeleton troll jumped down from the back of the bone dragon, chasing and killing the human soldiers who fled. Dong Jiayue stood blankly at the window, watching the undead below kill the human soldiers. She naturally remembered that Feng Hao had said that an undead hero was sent here, and told her not to be afraid, let alone hurt herself. So, this undead team was sent by Feng Hao to save him. Lord, there are undead outside. On the side, the soldier also saw the situation outside, and his voice trembled. Humans have an innate fear of the undead, just as everyone fears death. Don't worry, these are the reinforcements I called. They won't hurt us. We won this battle. Dong Jiayue wiped the blood on her face and squeezed out a smile. Raise your arms and shout your victory. The soldiers did not shout, but loyalty and morale picked up. Soon, there was a knock on the door on the second floor. Is it Miss Dong Jiayue? The Lord asked me to rescue you. There is no danger outside. You can come out. The tone outside the door was polite, but the hoarse voice made it sound unsafe. Dong Jiayue reloaded the fire gun and let people push the furniture blocking the door of the house. Open the door and go out. Outside the door is a tall skeleton hero with a pair of huge bat wings behind him. You are Mr. Bloodhunter. Dong Jiayue pressed the fear in her heart and asked, Yes, please come out to me. After he finished speaking, he headed downstairs. In the open space outside the Lord's mansion, a tall and thin man, Zhou Chengming, and hundreds of human soldiers were kneeling. The two saw the undead hero and walked out with Dong Jiayue. I also guessed that this was Dong Jiayue's reinforcements. Immediately begged for mercy loudly. Miss Dong, we were wrong. We shouldn't be fascinated. Please forgive us once. Brother Zhou, then continue to order the soldiers to attack. If you attack earlier, you will be happy as soon as possible, Brother Zhou, said the tall and thin man. What he valued was the city. It is hard to imagine that a young girl has upgraded her territory to such a level. Don't. What should I do if she commits suicide and disfigures her face? Then the city is yours, and I won't get anything. Zhou Chengming waved his hand hurriedly to stop the tall and thin man who was about to order an attack. What do you want? The man frowned. Let me persuade. Don't worry, Zhou Chengming said. After speaking, he took 2 steps forward and said to the Lord's mansion with the doors and windows closed in front. Miss Dong, why do you think this is necessary? Everyone is working hard to live. You and I will run a city together. The pressure will be much less, and I will sincerely take you. Zhou Chengming stood in front and spoke loudly, expressing what he thought was sincere. Even if there are tall and thin men and more than 1,000 soldiers around, they don't feel embarrassed at all. After he finished speaking, the Lord's mansion was still silent. Without Dong Jiayue's answer, it was like being empty. Brother Zhou, it's almost there, the tall and thin man urged. Zhou Chengming said again, Miss Dong, after all you need a man. Do you want to marry this aboriginal? They never bathe, and it is difficult to have a common language. Boom. Suddenly, there was a roar from the window of the Lord's mansion. The next second, Zhou Chengming felt a pain in his ear, and a warmth flowed down his cheeks. Subconsciously touched it, but found that his left ear had disappeared, and there was a large amount of blood on his hand. At this time, Zhou Qingming let out a scream after realizing it. Rolling back and crawling back, he shouted, She has a gun. She has a fucking gun. The tall and thin man looked a little funny at Zhou Qingming's appearance. Let you be like a teddy. You will be in heat when you see a girl, and now that your head is healed, it will almost be opened by others. The left ear was missing, and half of his face was stained with blood, looking a little scary. It should be an ancient fire gun. If it is a modern gun, I am afraid that we are not enough people to break her. The tall and thin man analyzed. Just now, he also saw the barrel of the gun sticking out of the gap in the window, and a piece of black smoke rising after the gunshot. Whatever he is, hurry up, attack, and bring that little girl out to me. Zhou Chengming roared, his face grim. The tall and thin man continued. She has a fire gun in her hand. The reload speed should be very slow. Everyone who attacked will be killed. The female lord tries her best to catch them alive. Whoa. After receiving the order, all the soldiers attacked the lord's mansion. In response to Dong Jiayue's ambush and plans, Zhou Chengming was not the leader, but a tall, thin man. His territorial position is not good, and after several trial missions, it is all dangerous and not far from death. When seeing Dong Jiayue's city, when he found Zhou Chengming's lecherous upper body again, he had a plan. Privately persuaded Zhou Qingming to design a second meeting to lure Dong Jiayue out. Unexpectedly, this Dong Jiayue is really capable of fighting, and he just killed them in the trap they set up. As soon as the two saw that the feud had been forged, they could only consume all the soul crystals and recruit enough troops to attack this territory. Assignment is also simple. A tall and thin man wants a city, and Zhou Chengming wants a woman. Now that the city has been invaded, the rest is to bring Dong Jiayue out and hand it over to Zhou Qingming. The two have their own needs, but the alliance is also very fragile, and there must be no mistakes at this time. Inside the Lord's mansion, Dong Jiayue fired another shot, and after killing an enemy who jumped into the window, he hung the firearm on his back and drew out the long sword from his waist. The long spear in the room could not be used, so it could only be replaced with a weapon like a sword. Kill with the rushing enemy. The first floor was lost, and they continued to retreat towards the second floor, wielding a sword, ending the enemy's life. But there are too many enemies, and they keep pouring in. Several people hid in a room and blocked the door. The soldiers were sitting on the ground covered in blood, and the eyes they looked at Dong Jiayue became a little weird. This is not some evil thoughts, but the loyalty has dropped to a very low level, and a defection psychology has begun to appear. Call. Dong Jiayue sat on the ground and exhaled heavily. The gun was filled with gunpowder and bullets. Looking at the door that was about to shatter, he aimed the gun at his head. Her hands trembled a little, and her whole body felt cold. Brother Hao, you will avenge me in the future. Dong Jiayue closed her eyes, just about to pull the trigger. There was a burst of noise and panic outside the window. Someone yelled, and the soldiers outside the door who chopped the door also left. Dong Jiayue's expression suffocated, and she hurriedly removed the muzzle from her head. Handshaking bang. A gunshot rang out, and the bullet flew past the temples and shot into the wall behind him. Almost killed himself. Dong Jiayue hurriedly dropped the fire gun in her hand and looked down the window on the second floor. I saw a few bone dragons hovering in the air, and a tall skeleton troll jumped down from the back of the bone dragon, chasing and killing the human soldiers who fled. Dong Jiayue stood blankly at the window, watching the undead below kill the human soldiers. She naturally remembered that Feng Hao had said that an undead hero was sent here, and told her not to be afraid, let alone hurt herself. So, This undead team was sent by Fong Hao to save him. Lord, Lord, there are undead outside. On the side, the soldier also saw the situation outside, and his voice trembled. Humans have an innate fear of the undead, just as everyone fears death. Don't worry, these are the reinforcements I called. They won't hurt us. We won this battle. Dong Jiehua wiped the blood on her face and squeezed out a smile. Raise your arms and shout your victory. The soldiers did not shout, but loyalty and morale picked up. Soon, there was a knock on the door on the second floor. Is it Miss Dong Jiehua? The Lord asked me to rescue you. There is no danger outside. You can come out. The tone outside the door was polite, but the hoarse voice made it sound unsafe. Dong Jiehua reloaded the fire gun and let people push the furniture blocking the door of the house. Open the door and go out. Outside the door is a tall skeleton hero with a pair of huge bat wings behind him. You are Mr. Bloodhunter. Dong Jiehua pressed the fear in her heart and asked, Yes, please come out to me. After he finished speaking, he headed downstairs. In the open space outside the Lord's mansion, a tall and thin man, Zhou Qingming, and hundreds of human soldiers were kneeling. The two saw the undead hero and walked out with Dong Jiehua. I also guessed that this was Dong Jieyue's reinforcements. Immediately begged for mercy loudly. Miss Dong, we were wrong. We shouldn't be fascinated. Please forgive us once. It's all him. He took a fancy to your territory and asked me to attack together. Miss Dong, don't listen to his fart. It wasn't me who just had an affair. I was bewitched by you, so I offended Miss Dong. I'm not human. I'm wrong. I'm not human. The tall and thin man more decisively. While apologizing, he slapped himself in the face. Zhou Qingming saw the other party's move and wanted to slap himself. But the wound on his left ear was still there, so he could only slap his face, but it was also crackling. Miss Dong, Bloodhunter said. Ah, Bloodhunter. Dong Jiehua didn't know what to call him, but he just heard Bloodhunter call Fong Hao and Lord, so it should be right for him to call him and Lord. The books around these people's waists should be useful to you. A skeleton troll pulled the Book of Lords from their waists and handed it to Dong Jiehua. Dong Jiehua was a little confused. She knows the function of making and building the Book of Lords, but what other people do for her? Isn't it the same as there are 3 books in one? But just after taking over the Book of Lords, a system prompt appeared in front of him. The Book of Lords can be swallowed. Then, the Book of Lords turned into little stars and merged into Fong Hao's Book of Lords. Successful swallowing. Your Lord's book is currently level 2, and it takes 1/2 to upgrade. You gain the decision-making power of the territory to which Zhou Qingming belongs. Occupy/abandon. Occupy. It will become your affiliated territory and can continue to develop. Abandoned. 50% to 80% of the territory's resources will be obtained, and this territory will be abandoned. Occupied. You have occupied a subsidiary territory and have the ownership of this territory. You can set the deputy consul in the Book of Lords. Dong Jiehua confirmed step by step according to the procedure, not only occupied the other party's territory, but also upgraded the Book of Lords. It was only now that she knew that the Book of Lords had this use. Then, she devoured the tall and thin man's Book of Lords and occupied the other party's territory. At the same time, the following 2 people also received the news that their territory was occupied. Miss Dong, you are our lord now. In the future, I will follow your lead, make up for what I have done, and be a good person. Yes, Lord, we are your subordinates. Please give me a chance. Zhou Qingming is also begging for mercy. Dong Jiehua hesitated for a while. She was really going to die just now, but she couldn't bear to let her kill someone. Are you really willing to change? Dong Jiehua asked coldly. Yes, yes. The 2 looked happy, nodded hurriedly, and promised loudly again. Dong Jiehua just wanted to speak, but saw Bloodhunter nodded to the soldiers below. Swish, swish. Cold light flashed. Hundreds of human heads landed directly, including the 2 Zhou Qingming in front. The heads of the 2 rolled far away, their mouths grew, and their eyes were full of surprise and unwillingness. This, Lord Bloodhunter. Dong Jiehua looked at Bloodhunter in surprise. The latter continued. Miss Dong, the Lord asked me to leave you with 12 skeleton trolls. I can listen to your deployment and protect your safety. Dong Jiehua replied subconsciously. Since the danger has been lifted, I'll go back first and not disturb Miss Dong. What? Xuehuan rode on the bone dragon and flew away into the sky in an instant. The 12 skeleton trolls equipped with this well-equipped iron armor still stood there in a daze. Dong Jieyue swallowed and tried to say, "Throw the bodies out." Whoa, whoa. The skeleton troll began to act, picking up all the corpses on the ground and throwing them outside the city. Seeing the skeletons so obedient, Dong Jieyue's heart was also filled with joy. In the future, the loyalty of her troops is too low, and these skeleton trolls can also protect her safety. Simply bring the territory together. Dong Jieyue continued to give orders. Light a fire for dinner, and follow me to conquer the 2 affiliated cities in half an hour. Yes, Lord. The rest of the soldiers got into action, making a fire to cook. As for the other 2 affiliated cities that had just been occupied, it was uncertain whether there were any enemies left behind, so be careful. In the afternoon, Fang Hao returned to the territory. Luckily, 2 large orders were completed in the Shangming building, each of which was hundreds of thousands of war coins. Just as he was making money quickly, news from Dong Jieyue came from the Book of Lords. Brother Hao, thank you for the rescue. I'm safe here. It's good to be safe. No matter how strong your force is, you still have to develop your force. Fang Hao replied. This is Fang Hao's development concept. I don't know if it is suitable for Dong Jieyue. In the event of a major war, Fang Hao basically didn't do much himself. He used Shenlin to hide behind and command the battle, relying on the number of arms to pile up. Of course, Dong Jieyue did not have a 100-fold increase, but this time she was at a disadvantage because of the lack of troops. Once the war starts, no one cares whether you are playing fair or not. I wish you had no soldiers or no soldiers. Yes, Brother Hao. I remember, Brother Hao. I will become your affiliated city, and you will cover me in the future. Dong Jieyue said suddenly. She has now charged 2 other cities, got a lot of resources, and the Book of Lords has been upgraded. Also know the benefits of occupying territory. Don't worry, the distance is too far. You can develop well, and wait until the next time there is a team trial or other activities. Fang Hao replied. Fang Hao also knew that with Dong Jieyue's temperament, it was also an excuse for him to cover her. It is estimated that there is an idea to repay Fang Hao. Of course, this is also a good thing. It is a good thing for Dong Jieyue and herself, but she is not in a hurry now. Now that the blood hunt has not returned, the distance between the 2 territories is indeed a bit too far. Oh, you're right. We'll talk about it later. Although Dong Jieyue agreed, she was inexplicably disappointed. It was delivered to the door by myself, and people are not in a hurry to receive it. Well, pay attention to safety. By the way, the skeleton trolls left to you have no morale and loyalty. You can let them protect you at a critical time. Got it, Brother Hao. Just after hanging up the chat, Ear walked in. Master, I just counted it. A total of 1.88 million war coins. During this time, Duojin and the others were also taking orders. Some of them were in warehouses, and they did not need Fang Hao to make skeleton merchants. In the small vault under the mansion of Lord Fang Hao, the number of war coins is also increasing. Fang Hao looked at Duojin and asked, Duojin, if I buy things at the Business Alliance station, won't I have to carry all the money? Fang Hao intends to go to the Business Alliance station to see, but this 1.8 million war coins. Even if you want to take it, you can't move it. Sir, Business Alliance provides war cards with a minimum amount of 100,000 to 1 million, which can be exchanged to facilitate carrying and purchasing items. Duojin explained. As soon as he explained it, Fang Hao understood. It is not appropriate to say that it is a bank card, but it feels like a 100 yuan voucher or a 50 yuan voucher. Anyway, the type is the same. You don't need to take 1 million to buy things, but replace it with a war card. Okay, then change it for 1.5 million, and the rest will be used for other purposes. Fang Hao said. He was not worried at all about whether the Warfire card would fail or whether his Warfire coin would be hacked by the other party. War coin is the general currency of the mainland launched by Shangming. Good lord. Duojin reached. After some busy work, Fang Hao had a few more war cards in his hand, which were cards with a crystal structure. It looks like the club's VIP card. Ear called in Jia and said to let her accompany me to the Business Alliance station. Okay, master. Duojin, give me the scroll of Zhangshengming's station, and I'll go to the station. Duojin took out a scroll and handed it to Fong Hao. Soon, and Jia took the fruit, pushed the door, and walked in. Fong Hao opened the scroll directly, and a pale white light curtain appeared in front of him. The two walked directly into it. After a dizziness, he opened his eyes again and arrived at the 032 station of the Shangming. Flat and clean slate pavement with neat green belts on both sides. It's really good here. Let's go. Now that you have money, let's see what good things are in the Shangming store. I have been to the Business Alliance station once, and the second time is not so new. Along the way, the two chatted and walked towards the location of the official store of the Shangming. Just passing by a dark alley, I unconsciously glanced in. It's pretty normal there today. There are no passionate temporary couples. When he came to the front of the store, Fong Hao pushed the door directly in. There are still a lot of people sitting in the room, chatting and resting, or shopping for goods. And Jia was not interested in these, so she sat down on the chair beside her. Fong Hao came to the counter. The well-dressed goblin teller looked up at Fong Hao. The human boy of the undead race. Is this enough money? The goblin made a shrill voice. Fong Hao was stunned. It seemed that this was the goblin teller who entertained him last time. Well, I saved some, but I don't know if it's enough to buy what I like. Fong Hao smiled. 1.5 million is a lot, but not necessarily a large amount here. There is always something you are tempted to do here and work hard to make money. The goblin teller looked at Fong Hao again, a little surprised. This undead human being has just joined the Business Alliance. A week or 2 weeks. Not more than a month anyway. As soon as I joined, I dare to say that I have saved some money to squander here, which is really rare. Let's see. Which one is your favorite? I can show it to you to take a closer look. The goblin teller pressed the button on the counter, and a large number of goods were displayed. Purple, gold, dark golden light flashes the eyes. Fong Hao looked at them one by one. Then he pointed to the counter. Show me this, and these too. Thank you. There is a small ladder behind the goblin. He climbed the ladder and showed him all the items that Fong Hao pointed to. How did you join the undead? The goblin asked casually. It's a coincidence that my place is not considered an undead. The orc and I both live in the same city. Fong Hao glanced at Jia and said softly. The goblin thought for a while, then shook his head. I don't understand. This is the first time I heard that humans, orcs, and undead live together. I live blindly. One day is less than one day. Your words remind me of what my grandfather once said. He always mentioned that the time passed, the less he had to do the things he liked. Then his old man lives quite well. No. In the end, he died in prison for peeking at a woman taking a bath. Ah, this. You really know how to joke. Fong Hao smiled awkwardly. The goblin shrugged, as if it was true. Fong Hao continued to check the information he had brought. Broken mountain tiger finger, purple. Category, tiger finger. Strength, level 5 damage. Ability, explosion. Description, which lunatic put dynamite in it? My fingers. Price, 400,000 Warfire coins. Come on, what the hell? Did you blow up your fingers? It's kinda scary. Seeing that the price is acceptable, I want to buy it and give it to Anjia, so let's forget it now. Potion of the God of Death. Type, pharmacy. Ability, death lie. Death lie. After a fatal blow, he will enter a state of suspended animation, and he will automatically and slowly recover his injuries. Undead, the construct cannot be used, and the loss of vital organs cannot be achieved. Description, drink as early as possible. Who knows if your lover will buy you a huge amount of insurance. Price, 980,000 Warfire coins. This death potion feels pretty good. It is an extra life for oneself. Under the fatal injury, the person enters a state of suspended animation and then recovers little by little. This potion really feels a bit against the sky. Manufacturing blueprint of organ gun. Orange 300 hard and tough wood, 500 fine iron, 150 fine iron ingot, 100 white steel ingot, 80 white steel ingot, 15 precision parts, 3 traces of hurricane, 3 essence of destruction. Description, 4-barreled artillery invented by a dwarf engineer, powerful enough to defeat an entire enemy army in one round of design. Price, 3.5 million Warfire coins. Dwarves have never disappointed Fong Hao. I even suspected that the dwarves had entered the stage of industrialization, and the cars were running all over the ground, and the planes were flying in the sky. After I saw the Sualong crossbow bed last time, I also discovered the power of the equipment. So I just chose a device drawing to look at. The price is really expensive, and the introduction is also very good, but I can't afford it. The last item. Organ jar, purple. Category, magic container. Ability, lightning hand speed. Lightning hand speed. Increase base reload speed by 50% and base agility by 30%. Description. Beneath the waves live these strange and dangerous creatures. They have ancient blood but live in the darkness of the world. If your fleet passes here and the crew disappears in front of you in the blink of an eye, don't look for it. Come back to you. Keep the doors and windows of the room shut until the sun rises the next day. Price, 1.2 million Warfire coins. Fong Hao is attracted to Death Elixir and Organ Jar. After the Death Potion is used, it can save one life without the opponent making up for the knife, which is quite a good thing for him. No one thinks that they have too many means to save their lives, and so does Fong Hao. But the organ tank with flashing speed is more useful to him, and can increase the reload speed by 50%. If the fire guns are equipped in large quantities in the future, it can be said that the problem of reloading ammunition is directly solved. Of course, even if the base speed is increased by 50%, it cannot be compared with the speed of the bow and arrow. The use of Viscera cans is very good. His attribute is effective for construction units. That is to say, all shooters, whether it is a firearm or a bow and arrow, will have a 50% bonus, and you can try what you want at that time. I want this. This is 1.2 million. Fong Hao took out the corresponding amount of war cards and put them on the counter. The goblin teller glanced at the war card, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Really so rich, there won't be a golden mountain near this kid's territory. Put away the war card. What about the others? There is no match. The others don't help me much. I'll have a look at the new ones next time. Fong Hao held the organ jar in his arms. The goblin cabinet put the remaining items back on the shelves. You make money very fast. Do you have any tricks? The goblin asked. What's the trick? Take orders and sell goods. Fong Hao replied casually. Yeah, you're the fastest earner I've ever seen. After just a few days, you came here to buy goods. The family is rich, and the second generation is rich. Fong Hao smiled slightly. The goblins seemed to believe it. It seems that reincarnation is also a knowledge. My name is Moru. What is your name? The undead boy. Fong Hao. Fong Hao replied. The other party is always called the undead boy, which is really not very pleasant. Okay, I remember. Moru patted his head. Don't disturb you. I'll go over there for a meeting. Okay. Moru snapped his fingers, and the waiter on the side brought 2 drinks to Njia's seat. Thank you. Fong Hao thanked him and walked to Njia's place. In the corner on the side, a woman is sitting at the wooden table. He followed Fong Hao closely until he sat down in the far seat. There was a crystal ball in front of the woman, algae-like golden curly hair scattered on her chest, wearing a light blue dress with a bare back and a high fork, revealing a large snow-white back. Sitting stretched so that the dress fits tightly to the body, and a charming gap can be seen in the middle of the rounded buttocks. She pondered for a while, picked up her crystal ball, and walked towards Fong Hao's position. The woman stood up, her waist twisted, her hips undulating. He walked straight to the vacant seat in front of Fong Hao's table and sat down. Sir, this is your first time here? Do you need some divination? The first time is free. The woman's eyes showed a seductive look and her voice was soft. Fong Hao frowned slightly and looked at the woman curiously. The woman's dress revealed sexy and seductive, a blue open-back dress, a light blue hood on her head, and a veil made of golden filaments to cover her face. But in the gap, it can also be determined that the other party is a very beautiful woman. This kind of business is also allowed here? Fong Hao asked curiously. He remembered that when the skeleton merchant rule brought him here for the first time, he mentioned that girls from other races could be found in the tavern to provide services, and the price ranged from 10 to 100 war coins. The woman in front of her is said to be a fortune teller, and she looks more like a sexy costume. I can learn from it myself and go back to study new clothing styles with Sawyer, the tailor. Observation, learning, and practice are the primary conditions for innovation. The woman was stunned when she heard Fong Hao's words, thinking she was talking about her divination, and replied softly, Naturally, as long as it doesn't violate the rules here, sir. Do you want to try? How to try? Fong Hao asked. Just put your hand on the crystal ball. Fong Hao raised his hand and reached out to the crystal ball on the table. But as soon as the fingers touched, Fong Hao instantly retracted, while the other hand touched the dagger at his waist. With the light feather short sword pinned to his waist, the moment he touched the crystal ball, a clear fiery sensation came from it, and it was fading a little at this time. "What's the matter, sir?" the woman asked curiously. Fong Hao looked at the woman seriously again. "First of all, she is not a hero. I didn't see her prompt. The Qingyu dagger looks like a weapon, but its function is more like a talisman. With a special skill, blessing, the wearer will not be affected by any negative status." The negative state here, Fong Hao previously thought was a drop in morale, slowing down and moving. Now it also includes some resistance to divination magic. "I don't need any divination. Please don't disturb us," Fong Hao said directly. Fong Hao's sudden change in attitude made the woman's embroidered eyebrows slightly frown. "Don't rush to refuse, sir. This is just a little game of divination." The woman still said softly, "Please." Fong Hao made a gesture of please, indicating that she could leave. A mysterious, white-skinned and mysterious which came to the door, making Fong Hao more and more suspicious. The woman was helpless and had to stand up and plan to leave. Just got up, staggered under his feet, and fell into Fong Hao's arms. Boom. Before falling into Fong Hao's arms, and Jia kicked the woman's crotch. Kicked the whole person out a few meters away. "Go away," and Jia shouted angrily. "Whoa. The movement here attracts people around." The goblin's shrill voice issued a sharp scolding. "Dare to make trouble here? You are so bold." The woman brushed off the footprints on the dress, and her eyes became a little sharper. Looking at everyone, he smiled again. "No, it's just a joke with friends." "Umph. You all know the rules here. I don't care what your reasons are. If you dare to make trouble here, you'd better bear the consequences." The goblin still warned loudly. "Yes, we know." The woman gave Fong Hao a deep look and turned to the second floor. Fong Hao and Jia had no plans to stay, got up and left the store. In the room on the second floor near the street, the woman just now looked through the window and looked at Fong Hao and the two who were walking away. With a sneer, he said in a low voice, "Traveler, the first person in the area, humph, your information should be worth a lot of money." The woman returned to the desk and recorded all the information she heard about Fong Hao. Stamp it with a black scythe crossed. Fong Hao and Jia walked out of the Shangming store, and the daggers around their waists no longer felt as hot as before. Maybe ordinary divination can be considered a negative state, but he is very glad that the dagger can really protect himself. Fong Hao held the viscera jar painted with gorgeous runes. That woman didn't look like a good person just now. Then you stared at her, but for a long time. "I was looking for materials for Sawyer's costume design. Besides, isn't she showing it for everyone to see?" Fong Hao said righteously. "Cut." And Jia pouted. "It's weird that I believe your nonsense." The two stopped again, and in front of them was the resident pub. Standing at the door, you can hear the noise coming from inside. Go in and sit down." Fong Hao said. "The tavern is a good place. Whether it is an orc or a human tavern, you can get some adventure maps. Maybe here too." The two pushed open the door, and a burst of alcohol and loud noises rushed toward them. There are not many people on the street, but there are drinkers of different races gathered here. As soon as he came in with the organ jar, there was a brief silence in the audience. Everyone's eyes turned to Fong Hao, and then to the organ jar in his arms. Fong Hao sat down near the bar. "Any drinks?" The tavern owner is a celebrity, a burly man in his 40s. 2 glasses of beer and a little side dish. Fong Hao said, "Okay, the bacon in our store is famous for its delicious food. Do you want to try it for the first time?" The boss said. "Taste it, have one. Come here, it's not bad." The boss nodded and began to prepare drinks and side dishes for Fong Hao. Fong Hao looked at the notice board on the side. The notice board here does not publish a single-page map, but there are several bounty lists. Among them are the necklace to find the queen, the doctor who can treat strange diseases, but the last one made Fong Hao's eyes narrow. Missing person notice, Giovanni Hamadan, blood. Initiator, the Hamadan family. Provide clues to obtain. 50,000 war coins, 100 blood race influence. On the missing person notice, there is also a portrait of the person. Fong Hao looked at Jia, who also had a surprised look in his eyes. Giovanni Hamadan is the blood hunter and has now been turned into a skeleton hero by himself. Unexpectedly, The people in the family took him seriously and posted a reward. Shouldn't it be normal for a vampire to sleep for a few years? Why did I start looking for it after more than a month? Why? Have you seen this person? If you provide clues, you will get a large bounty. With the guarantee of the business alliance, you are not afraid that those bats will go back. The boss came over with 2 glasses of beer. I haven't seen it before, but I'm just curious that the missing person notice can still be posted here. Fong Hao posted the missing person notice back on the notice board. Well, looking for things and people, and sometimes publishing some Legion hires, you can see them here. The boss introduced. Isn't it normal for the blood race to sleep for several years? As for posting a missing person notice here, who knows, maybe he got some news. If something happened to this person, we can't say for sure. The Hamilton family is notorious for protecting their shortcomings. Anyone who has a relationship with him will be out of luck. After hearing this, Fong Hao also noticed the seriousness of the matter. Hamilton seems to have some strength, has joined the business alliance, and still has a certain amount of power. Although Bloodhunter was transformed into a skeleton hero by himself, the shape of the skeleton, the fangs and giant wings of the Blood family were preserved. It also appeared in front of other people more than once. Once the matter is exposed, I am afraid it will lead to revenge from the Hamilton family. It would be a good thing if this Giovanni really died. I don't know how many people are happy when he died. The boss spoke again. What's the matter? He did a lot of bad things. It's more than bad. Killing and stealing treasures, and sucking the blood of children are the most bad things. Humans and dwarves almost went to war with the Hamilton family. In the end, they reconciled without knowing how to talk. It's a reward list for Giovanni's head. How many bad things do you say he has done? The boss said viciously. Those who can post bounties here are the officials of the major forces. It is conceivable how many bad things he has done to have the official wanted him collectively. That's really the worst thing to do. No, said the boss. At this time, someone greeted him in the distance, and the boss wiped his hands and turned to greet the guests. Fong Hao and Njia were eating with their heads down, but they were still thinking about blood hunting. Now that he has a large number of people, he may not be afraid of the Hamilton family. But I don't want one more opponent. After returning, let the blood hunter be stationed in the territory, and some field tasks are handed over to other heroes, so as not to be noticed by others. The faceless hut is not only providing information to himself. Who knows if there are any faceless spies in the orc race to reveal the information of the blood hunt. The two chatted in a low voice and finished the food ordered on the table. After saying hello to the boss, he left the tavern. After leaving the tavern, the sky has gradually dimmed. The two of them came here in the afternoon, but after walking around, it was already this time. This time, he did not stay any longer, and was directly teleported back to the territory. Back in the territory, and Jia went to do her own business. Fong Hao went directly to the organ museum. There are 2 spaces in the organ museum. One is the building model hall, where the corresponding organ jars can be placed in front of the building. And the second space is now the door is closed. Fong Hao also visited it before. Inside is a huge stone bed, which is used for making skeleton heroes and transforming ceremonies. Now that Nelson is making skeleton heroes, the second door is closed. Fong Hao walked directly to the skeleton shooter's building and buckled the organ canister in his hand into the groove. Click! With the sound of a mechanism being activated, the organ jar slowly sank, leaving only the top skull jar lid leaking out. A purple ray of light spreads, and all the archer units under his command will be blessed by lightning hand speed. You've worked so hard to save money for so long. It took almost a day. Don't look at making money slowly, but spending money is fucking fast. After strolling around the territory, I cast Shenlin again, and asked about the safety situation at 2 locations. With nothing to do, he returned to his room to rest. The next day, early morning, Fong Hao sat up from the bed. Dress and wash, go out to exercise. Lord, Sawyer shouted. Morning, Sawyer. Fong Hao greeted. Lord, the sailor's suit has been made. Sawyer replied. Sailor suits have been made for some time. After several revisions and the maid's try-on, the final shape began to be made. Fong Hao suddenly thought of the witch yesterday and said, Sawyer, I have a costume idea. I'll tell you about it. My lord, are you creative again? Well, it's good. There must be a market. Fong Hao told Sawyer about the styles of clothes he saw. After discussing with Sawyer for a while, I arranged for the maid to bring the sailor uniforms to the Lord's mansion for to distribute. The part of giving out new clothes was still very happy, and the maids were holding the new clothes with joy on their faces. Breakfast was served. Fong Hao turned on the regional channel while eating. I haven't watched it for a few days, and some people have started to sell some equipment in the channel one after another. Of course, the number is very small. After all, it is an ordinary production method, not a 100-fold increase like Fong Hao. Selling green quality armor, changing materials and blueprints, private chat with the price if interested. Selling hunting bows, a total of 12, first come first served. Is there anyone who has a partner? It's so boring. Yesterday, a group of refugees came to my city and said that they were attacked. I have a good relationship with the village chief's daughter. We had an in-depth exchange last night and opened up to each other. My chow. All the men I recruited are older than me. People say that there are women in the refugees, not that there are women in the recruited troops. No, what do you mean by being bigger than you? You also measure the size of the recruited soldiers. So perverted, I like it so much. So perverted, I like it so much. Fong Hao looked at the chat channel and wanted to interject to advertise the newly produced clothing, but there was no chance. The repeater-style method lasted for several floors before it stopped a little. Occasionally, 2 sentences are thrown out, and then the repetition is continued. Picture, sailor suits have been made. The ladies who ordered last time can place orders. Of course, brothers who want to find themselves can also place orders. Fong Hao's speech changed the direction of the chat. Yeah, the boss is alive. I haven't seen the boss speak for several days. Oh, buy new clothes. Cough. Let me state this. I have a girlfriend, and I bought it for my girlfriend, not to find myself. Make a statement here. There is no silver in this place. Damn, you found out. Men's clothing is not easy to sell here, and most male lords can wear the clothes they have passed through, or the clothes of dead troops. But girls' clothing sells well, especially skirts with various themes. Everyone was noisy, and the number of costumes was rapidly shrinking. Maid outfits are still being produced and sold through business alliances and regional channels, and now a sailor outfit has been added. Fong Hao was thinking about recruiting a skeleton tailor to increase production efficiency. After thinking about it, Fong Hao dismissed the idea again. When silk is officially put into production, it is not too late to expand the manpower. After breakfast, led a group of maids, wearing new clothes, chatting happily. You look at mine, I look at yours. At this moment, Duo Jin's voice came from outside the door. Lord. Well, Duo Jin, what's the matter? Fong Hao asked. Sir, I received an order for 50 alchemy robes from the Alchemy Guild this morning. These are the reward, and there are 5 bottles of stamina inspiration potion. Oh, how much are you earning in war coins? Sir, after deducting 2% of the tax, there are still 49,000 war coins left here. These are 5 bottles of stamina inspiration potions. Duo Jin replied. Fong Hao took the potion and asked people to carry the war coins to the basement. Thank you for your hard work, Duo Jin. My lord, this is my duty. Duo Jin saluted slightly, turned, and left the lord's mansion. After Duo Jin left, only and a few maids were left in the hall. Also from that beautiful discussion of clothes. Fong Hao called softly. Ah, master. Jumped over. Fong Hao took out a bottle of medicine. This is a potion for stamina. Drink it. Fong Hao once talked to about the stamina-inspired potion. Although this kind of medicine is rare in the orc tribe, there are also orcs who buy it through various channels. That is to say, the medicinal effect of this potion also has an effect on the orcs. I now have 5 bottles in my hand, just for and some maids who need to go out of the city. In addition to having a certain self-protection ability, it can also enhance my physique. Master, this is very precious. Whispered. The orcs must be very expensive to buy the medicine from the Alchemy Guild, and they may not be able to buy it if they have money. Although Fong Hao treated them very well, they were still masters and slaves. It's so precious. After drinking it, there will be some tingling. It's a normal reaction. Don't worry too much. Fong Hao handed the medicine to The latter took it carefully, holding it in the palm of his hand. Master, is it really okay? What's wrong? Just drink it. In the future, every maid can drink it. It's a good thing to improve your physique. Fong Hao said with a smile. Okay, thank you, master. After thanking She opened the bottle cap of the potion and drank it with her head up. After taking the medicine, Eeyer's exposed skin began to quickly turn red and hot. His expression began to become painful. "Sit down," Fong Hao said. Il sat down beside her, gasping for breath. After a while, the unnatural redness of Eeyer's skin slowly receded, and she was originally fair. And the figure is also better. The exposed waist can see the clear vest line. Fong Hao checked Eeyer's attributes. Il Bunny Race, second order. Directly from the first order to the second order. More importantly, taking the inspiration potion is like opening a door. Professional knowledge can be understood more quickly and efficiently. Just like Fong Hao drinking the magic potion, he can feel the elements. "Eeyar, how do you feel?" Fong Hao asked again. Eeyar moved her body and said with a smile, "Master, I seem to be better than before." "And?" Fong Hao nodded, then looked at the other maids who were full of envy, and said, "You wait for a while, and then I will collect them and send them to you. I have these in my hands first. Give priority to the maids who go out." The maids who go out are Xiao Bai and the others who run the shop. Although he arranged soldiers to protect them, it was better to have some abilities. "Yes, master." Several maids also nodded obediently. Fong Hao, as the master, naturally has the right to distribute this kind of thing, saying that it will be given to him in the future. Because treating slaves, there is no need to promise something. "Well, you guys don't usually get together to chat and learn 2 tricks from Injia." Fong Hao continued. Aboriginal and recruited troops are different. Indigenous peoples can rely on learning. Practice to increase your rank and strength, and even learn skills. The troops recruited by the Lord through the building are not. It is more like a fixed template, and the building needs to reach different stages in order to improve the rank of the troops. "Yes, master." Ding. At this moment, the Book of Lords suddenly heard a private chat prompt. Since Fong Hao's items have been listed on the trading channel in large quantities, everyone can search for everything they buy, except Dong Jieyue and Zhang Bin. Other people rarely find themselves through private chat. Some people ask about anything, and they are all at Fong Hao, and then say something. Fong Hao thought it was Dong Jieyue again, but he didn't expect it to be an unfamiliar name, Fu Lei. "Fong Hao, my name is Fu Lei. The territory is south of Pural City. Can you please help me? I really have no choice." The opening of the interview was like an introduction, which made Fong Hao frown. How did he know he was near the city of Pural? "Well, Fu Lei, what difficulties did you encounter, and how did you know that I was near here?" Fong Hao asked. "Mr. Fong Hao, I bought your hot pot base last time. When I saw a hot pot restaurant in Pural City, your territory must be nearby." Fu Lei explained. Fong Hao patted his head and forgot about it. "Tell me what difficulties you have encountered, and I will help you if I can." Fong Hao replied. "Is such that Fu Lei is a freshman. In the first emergency, the Battle of the Lords, it was discovered that the city lord near the territory was actually his classmate. The two helped each other. Their relationship heated up quickly, and they soon established a lover relationship. Young people are in love, and they can't wait to stick together every day. The two discussed it, and the female classmate came directly to Fu Lei's territory to work together. The time when I bought Hao's hot pot condiments ruthlessly, it was because my girlfriend came over and bought it through gritted teeth in order to give the other party a good meal. There is a lake next to Fu Lei's territory, and he has obtained the blueprint of the fish pond. On weekdays, sell fish in the channel in exchange for the resources you need. Later, as he explored the surrounding area, Fu Lei also discovered the city of Pural. Then he brought the salvaged fish to Pural City to exchange for daily necessities. Because he sold goods by himself, he met a small noble named Bennett, and occasionally helped him to do some small things and earn some small money. Today, he brought his girlfriend here and let her get in touch with the outside world. Unexpectedly, when Bennett saw his girlfriend, he became so lustful that he directly led someone to rob his girlfriend. He has used all kinds of methods, and nothing can be changed at all. There was really no other way. Suddenly, I smelled a familiar smell and found the hot pot restaurant, Lao Des Huang. With the last hope, he contacted Fong Hao. The nobles of Pural City? The city owner? Fong Hao recalled in his mind. Where did the nobles in Pural City come from? It seems that they are not rich yet. No, I heard that his father is an important official in the city. Anyway, people in the city are quite afraid of him. Fu Lei said. Fong Hao thought for a while. Is it the one with pimples all over his face, who often makes a zizzing sound in his mouth? Yes, yes, big brother. You know him. That's great. You can tell me something to save my girlfriend. Fule was like grabbing a life-saving straw. I don't know. I beat him last time. I have some impression. Seeing this news, everyone in Fule was dumbfounded. It's not a matter of beating or not, but my girlfriend is probably really hard to save. Fong Hao can't say anything if he has a grudge against him, and he can't attack the city of Puril by force. What else can he do about it? I only hate myself for being stupid and want to take her out for a walk. Boss, is there really no way? I beg you. I will be a cow and a horse for you. You save my girlfriend. There is a fish pond next to my territory that can produce fish. Boss, I am willing to become your affiliated territory. You save my girlfriend. Fule sent a long message. Fong Hao could see the anxious mood of the other party from the words. Fule, I'll rush over now, and it will take time. Do you understand what I mean? Fong Hao said. When he passes by, the acne man may be done. I know. Boss, you can save my girlfriend. I don't ask for anything else. Fule replied. Fong Hao did not expect that this kid is still very emotional. In this way, you go to the city lord's mansion to find the city lord Cyril, say it's my person, and ask him to keep your girlfriend. Fong Hao thought about it and continued to instruct him again. Keep calm and firm, and say a word about other things. Don't mention it, understand? Understood, boss, I'll go right now. Fule closed the Book of Lords and stumbled towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. 2 hours later, Fong Hao brought in Jia to Puril City. He walked straight into the city lord's mansion. The city lord Cyril sat in the main seat. The house chief and the man with acne sat on the left, and on the right stood a pair of young men and women with black hair and black eyes. The man's inch hair is thin, and the woman has some baby fat. She wears a pair of glasses and looks very quiet. The people here are all Western-looking, and it goes without saying that the two in front of them are also Fule and his girlfriend. The two stood there with their heads bowed, as if they were students who were punished for standing. The girl with baby fat was crying all over her face, sobbing from time to time. Fong Hao sat down in the empty seat in front of the two with a gloomy face. Before Cyril could speak, he took the lead and said, Lord City Lord, did you offend you in some way? And this kind of problem occurs over and over again. Cyril originally had a smile on his face and wanted to make a round of it and round it up. Seeing Fong Hao's expression, his smiling face instantly converged, and he said in a deep voice, Mr. Fong Hao, what does this mean? I also want to know what it means. When I came to Puril City for a walk, someone tied a woman. What does this mean? Fong Hao asked coldly. Fule is one thing, but Fong Hao is really disappointed in this city. I originally thought that the rules and regulations of humans would be more complete, but I didn't expect it to be much better than the orcs. The thing about robbing a woman on the street happened right in front of her eyes. It's just some misunderstanding. It's a bit too much to say that robbing people. My son just asked her to sit in the house. Is this unsafe to send back? The Minister of Internal Affairs explained calmly. He has his own interpretation of his son's fault. Fong Hao sneered and looked at Njia, who was watching the excitement with Erlang's legs crossed. Njia, how many troops are there in the territory? Fong Hao asked suddenly. 500,000 in the main city. What's wrong? Hearing this number, the expressions of Cyril and the Minister of the Interior instantly changed. There are only 10,000 residents of Puril City, but Fong Hao's guard directly replied that there were 500,000 troops. How could there be so many people? Fong Hao glanced at Cyril and landed on the Minister of Internal Affairs. I can tell you. I want to kill you and your son of a bitch. You can't even see the sun tomorrow. Don't challenge my tolerance. Understand? What do you mean? This is the city of Puril. You still dare to start a war. The Minister of Internal Affairs scolded. War? City Lord Cyril, do you think this decision is correct? Fong Hao sneered and looked at Cyril. Cyril's face was equally ugly, and he didn't expect things to get to such a level. Moreover, the performance of the Minister of the Interior also made him extremely disappointed. Is it possible to say things like starting a war casually? Because your son robbed a woman in the street and started a war with Lincheng, I am afraid that the soldiers in the city will have a great opinion. Cyril glanced at several people with a gloomy face. Come on. 2 guards came in outside the door. Lord City Lord. Bennett robbed the woman on the street and put him in jail, waiting for the follow-up review. Cyril said solemnly. No, no, Uncle City Lord, he's just a fishmonger, no? The man with acne was a little panicked, and when the guards lifted him up, he loudly pleaded for mercy. Take away. The guard dragged and walked out. Lord City Lord, what does this mean? Before the investigation is clear, arrest the person first. The Minister of Internal Affairs said loudly. I will arrange for someone to investigate later. You are also tired during this time. You don't need to intervene in the city's affairs. Rest for a while. Cyril continued. Hearing the city lord's words, the interior minister's face instantly turned pale. What this sentence means, he knows best in his heart. Although he did not remove himself from his position, he also showed this kind of thinking. If he dissatisfied Cyril again, I am afraid that he would really lose his position. According to their family's reputation, once they are taken down, they will probably be killed. Sweat dripped down his forehead. I understand, Lord City Lord. Cyril nodded and looked at Fong Hao again. Mr. Fong Hao, am I satisfied with this? Things like this won't happen again. You can run your shop from the city normally. Satisfied. Everyone is happy to make money, and I don't want to make too much trouble about some things. Fong Hao smiled again. Haha. Well, then this matter is over. Bennett, I will arrange for someone to investigate. You can rest assured about this. Cyril said. Fong Hao nodded. After today's incident, Cyril will simply punish the man with acne to a large extent, which Fong Hao can think of. The acne man didn't really provoke him, and he didn't necessarily reach the stage of starting a war. Give him some lessons, don't dare to do anything wrong, and don't bother to care about him. Get out of the city lord's mansion. Fu Lei took a stride and rushed to Fong Hao, knelt down and thanked him. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss, for saving us. Fu Lei's girlfriend is named Xian Yao Yao. She wears glasses and is not fat, but has a round face. He also knelt down beside him, wiping away his tears and thanking him. Fong Hao is relatively well known, and everyone knows him in the regional channel. Let's do it. You two are also very lucky, and you have a companion after crossing over. Fong Hao said. The two stood up, and Fu Lei handed over the Book of Lords. Boss, if you hadn't rescued Yao Yao, I wouldn't be alive. You are a life-saving grace, and we are willing to be your subsidiary territory. They had agreed on this matter before. Fong Hao helped him save people, and he was willing to become an affiliated territory. Don't be in a hurry. Go to your territory and take a look. The location of Fu Lei's territory and the degree of development are still unclear. The only thing that is known is that it is in the south of Pural City. If the opponent's territory has nothing desirable and the territories are not connected, Fong Hao does not intend to make him a subsidiary territory. Okay. Fu Lei nodded and agreed. A few people went out of the city gate. Fong Hao and Njia sat on the monitor lizard, and Fu Lei and Xian Yao Yao were placed on the back shelf. Although there is a hard board under the butt, the monitor lizard runs smoothly, and there is no need to worry about bumps on the road. From Pural City, it takes about an hour. Finally came to Fu Lei's city, a Tier 4 city. Boss, this way please. Fu Lei's city doesn't have much to offer, but it's decent. The barracks and farmhouses are readily available, and the whole city is filled with a faint fishy smell. In the open space in front of the warehouse, you can see that the drying racks are full of fish of various sizes. You have a lot of fish here. Fong Hao asked while visiting. There is a freshwater lake near the territory. It just so happened that I also obtained the drawings of the fishery, and I rely on the operation of the fishery to support my men. Fu Lei smiled awkwardly. He thought he was doing well. Compared with Fong Hao, opening his mouth feels a little ashamed. Take me to that lake to see. Fong Hao said. Okay. A few people just entered the city and then came out again. After walking for 20 minutes, they saw a huge lake. Fu Lei arranged a lot of militiamen and peasants here to operate fish farms. Boss, this is the freshwater lake. This is a fishing ground that I have enclosed. Other villagers come to fish nearby, but we do not interfere with each other and occasionally exchange some items. Fu Lei introduced. How's the output? More than 10 fish can be harvested every day. The way of fishing here is relatively simple, and it can't compare with the modern way of fishing. Fu Lei replied. In fact, this yield is almost balanced hunting. Hunting can get a lot of meat, but it takes a lot of risk. The risk of fishing is low, and only a dozen fish can be harvested if a fishery is established. Are these enough for you and your troops? I have not recruited many people, and I have been calculating, and I vomited from eating fish. They will all be shipped to Purul City to sell for something else. Okay, I understand. Let's chat with you. Several people returned to Fu Lei's lord's mansion. This is Fu Lei's territory, and the two of them are a little nervous. Fu Lei, Fang Hao whispered. Ah, boss, he said. Do you understand what it means to be in affiliated territory? Fang Hao reminded. I know. When Yao Yao came over, I studied it and understood what it meant. Fu Lei replied immediately. He understands the information about the Book of Devouring and the subordinate territories. It was the reminder that the Book of Lords automatically appeared when Xi and Yao Yao came looking for him. After a little research, I understand what it means. Become my affiliated territory. This city will no longer belong to you. Although I will still let you manage this city, but only the ruling power. Even if I let you go to another city someday, you must obey the order. Fang Hao explained in a deep voice. Boss, I understand. After today's events, I understand my own shortcomings. I am willing to be your affiliated territory and will listen to the boss's arrangements. I also hope that you can protect our safety. Fu Lei sincerely said. He and Xi and Yao Yao's development plan is conservative. It is to arrange manpower to develop fishing grounds, and the military has also developed some. In addition to the initial mandatory tasks, the recruitment of troops has also been slowed down. It was not until he met today's incident that he knew the importance of military strength. Xi and Yao Yao was arrested, and he had no choice. If he wanted to lead troops to save people, he might not even be able to enter the city. If Fang Hao is not really strong, Xi and Yao Yao would not only be in danger, but he would also regret it for the rest of his life. Okay, you just understand. I agree that you will become my affiliated territory. Fu Lei brought up the Book of Lords in his hand and showed a reminder that he could swallow it. The Book of Lords, Level 2, can be swallowed. The Book of Lords in Fu Lei's hand turned into a ray of light and merged into Fang Hao's Book of Lords. Successful swallowing. Your Lord's book is currently Level 5, and it takes 1/10 to upgrade. Fang Hao had already devoured Level 4 Experience Force 6 before, but now he devoured a Level 2 Book of Lords and directly rose to Level 5. The Book of Lords has been upgraded to Level 5. Marching speed plus 4%, resource collection plus 5%, city conversion plus 3, monthly, daily number of speeches in regional channels plus 50, and territory channels are enabled. Subordinate city conversion. The original affiliated city and affiliated city can be converted to each other. The original affiliated city is converted into an affiliated city, and it no longer has the original functions and attributes, and the city buildings and arms are retained. Affiliated cities are converted to original affiliated cities, and no longer have the upgrade function, and the city buildings and arms are retained. Territory channel. The territorial consul can speak freely in the channel, and the Lord has the management right. Up to the 5th level, there are so many new functions. The city conversion is also well understood. That is, the local city can be converted into a traveler city, and the opposite traveler city can also be converted into an aboriginal city. Which one has the advantage still needs to be tested in the future, but the only certain traversers can use the Book of Lords and exchange information. This is an advantage that Aboriginal people do not have. Unlocked blueprints. Fishing farm construction blueprints. Fishing boat, small, blueprints. Unlocked 2 blueprints that Fang Hao did not have. You gain the decision-making power of the territory that Fu Lei needs. Occupy/abandon. Occupy. It will become your affiliated territory and can continue to develop. Abandoned. 50% to 80% of the territory's resources will be obtained, and this territory will be abandoned. Occupied. You occupy this territory and automatically become an affiliated city. You can set the deputy consul in the Book of Lords. In the position of acting consul, fill in Fu Lei's name, and a Book of City Lords will be split. Okay, Fu Lei, work hard in the future. You have a good advantage here, and it would be a shame to be behind others. Fang Hao handed the Book of the City Master into his hands. Okay, boss. Fu Lei took it with both hands. Now he is a city lord under Fang Hao, although the scale of the city is not large. Let's go. I'll upgrade your defenses in the city and arrange some guards for you. Fang Hao got up and walked out. Fang Hao upgraded the city wall to level 4 and built an arrow tower and an AP infantry training camp. After the Ape infantry training camp is completed, use the soul crystals stored in the warehouse for recruitment. Triggered by 100 times increase, recruit Ape Infantry 101. 101 topless, muscular men appeared in front of several people. Lord. Several people saluted. The soldiers recruited were all loyal to Fong Hao and obeyed the city's consul. From today onwards, you will protect this city. Fong Hao said, as per your order, my lord. Several people saluted again. Fong Hao continued to make equipment for several people, and then told them to stand guard and patrol. Boss, recruit so much at once, food. Fu Lei said, wiping his sweat. There are hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the main city, but the undead do not need to eat. In Fu Lei, the forehead was sweating after recruiting 100 people. Guarantee the output of your fish products, and I will arrange food for you. Oh, all right. Immediately afterwards, Fong Hao built the Tower of the Dead in Fu Lei's place. You can increase the distance that you can cast Divine Apparition to the south. After everything was built, he told Fu Lei not to tell others about him, and then he took in Jia and rode away on a monitor lizard. The addition of Fu Lei's territory can add another dish to the territory's menu. Returning to Pural City, Fong Hao went directly to the store. There was a burst of heat in the hot pot restaurant, and the temperature was still relatively high. The guests at each table are eating hot pot while wiping their sweat, which makes the consumption of drinks relatively large. Master, Xiaobai greeted him with a happy face. How is business today? Fong Hao asked with a smile. It can be seen that the business is not bad, except that there are fewer people in the morning, there are gradually more guests in the afternoon. There are more and more customers, and the rich people in the city regard hot pot as a staple food, and they come every day. Xiaobai said excitedly. Well done, these are rewards for you. Fong Hao took out 3 bottles of stamina inspiration potions and gave them to Xiaobai. There are only 3 bottles here. You can share them. If you don't get them, I will give them to you later. There are 6 rabbit maids and Xiaobai in the shop. In addition to being a waiter, the rabbit maid is also responsible for making some side dishes and handling tableware. But there are only 4 bottles in hand, one of which Fong Hao intends to give to the pig patriarch Petty as a reward for the last integration of the orcs. Okay, master. Thank you, master. Xiaobai happily put away the potion and used it when the shop closed. By the way, Xiaobai, I thought of a theme event. How about you help me with the staff? What themed event? Ocean-themed activities. Don't you say that all the rich here are willing to come? Let's launch a seafood pot. Coupled with sailing clothes, it will definitely attract a lot of people. Can it be done? Xiaobai was not sure. Not to mention Xiaobai and the others, even the residents of Pural City. I am afraid that no one has seen what the sea is like. Seafood pot can be made. What is sailing suit? She has never heard or seen. When you arrange a time, we will directly implement a sea-themed event and launch several packages. Fong Hao recalled the model of the restaurant and introduced it to Xiaobai. Xiaobai listened carefully for a while, then nodded. Okay, master. I will arrange it and launch this event in the next 2 days. Well, it's been hard work for you. Tomorrow I'll have someone bring you new clothes. It's not hard at all. Xiaobai smiled. After leaving the shop, Fong Hao went to the tavern again. Look, there is no map, no drawings, and no further stay. The sky was approaching dusk, and the two returned to the territory. Fong Hao used the Book of Lords to establish a territory channel. Fong Hao, Zhang Bin, and Fu Lei appeared on the channel. Zhang Bin, this is a new member named Fu Lei. Yeah, boss, this is a new channel. There is no limit on the number of times. Fu Lei, my name is Zhang Bin. I will take care of you in the future. Zhang Bin used to be a salesman, and his emotional intelligence and eloquence were relatively high. Hello, Brother Bin. I just became the lord of the city, so I can count on Brother Bin to take care of me. Good talk, good talk. Fong Hao continued. Fu Lei, trade me 3 fish, and get 1 for Zhang Bin. Okay, boss. Seeing Zhang Bin calling boss, he followed suit. Soon, Fu Lei's fish was traded, and was asked to make 1, and the remaining 2 were for the rest of the maids to try. He has plenty of meat and staple food here, but there is no fish. There is a river not far from the territory, but the fish in the river are not big, and no one is arranged to catch them. Now that you have a fish farm, you can also have a good taste. Night falls. To the southeast of the territory, Huiwa Heights. This is the territory of the Hamadan clan, which is shrouded in clouds and mist all the year round, and the sun cannot be seen. The Blood Clan Castle, in the hall. Sitting on the throne was a middle-aged man with brown hair. His face was morbidly pale. He was thin and wore a black embroidered dress. There was a bloody aura all over his body. He is the patriarch of Hamadan, the Red Duke, Clement Hamadan, a mighty Orange Tier 9 hero. Of course, in private people like to call him an unbeliever, or more simply, a liar. The blood clans of Huiwa Heights did not have a good opinion of him, but they could not change his strength. As long as he can continue to live, it is only a matter of time before he reaches the 10th Order and becomes a dark gold hero. The Red Duke glanced at all the vampires present and showed his sharp fangs when he spoke. Has my incompetent junior found it? I haven't seen him for so long, but I miss him very much. The Red Duke's voice was magnetic and gentle, like a nobleman missing his younger generation. But the audience was still quiet. Only the sound of swallowing saliva occasionally sounded. The people present knew the Red Duke too well, and the missing in his mouth was not as simple as the literal meaning. A vampire squeezed out a stiff smile and replied, "Lord Duke, we have been looking for Master Giovanni through various channels, and there must be news soon. Giovanni's is not the son of the Red Duke, but a nephew according to the relationship. After they are transformed into blood clans, they will no longer age. Giovanni was a playboy by nature, and after he became a vampire and gained powerful power, he went even further to cause trouble everywhere. From dwarves to human beings, wherever he can go, he has been provoked all over the place. A few years ago, the family actually wiped his ass. Later, things got bigger and bigger, and several forces almost went to war. The Red Duke personally took action and severely punished Giovanni, which made him stop for several years. This time I went out, but there was no news at all, and no one could be found. The Red Duke was looking for him so anxiously, not because he really cared about his safety, but he was holding a book of the Blood Clan in his hand, which recorded the secret of the ancestor of the Eternal Night Clan. I heard that my subordinates have not found any news for so many days." The Red Duke's body gradually became gloomy, and red light gradually diffused from his body. He said coldly, "In Feng Yang is used against me. Do you know the consequences?" The Red Duke's words changed the expressions of all the vampires present. They have no doubts about the cold blood and violence of the Red Duke. Even the former relatives will not have the slightest affection in them when they touch his authority. "Dong, Lord Duke, you misunderstood. We have arranged a large number of pale-blooded people and also issued a search task for the Business Alliance and the Faceless. Presumably there will be new news in the past 2 days. Give us some more time." The Blood Race hurriedly explained. "Well, there's no news from the Faceless? Did Giovanni disappear out of thin air?" The Red Duke raised his brows, but became a little curious. This person is still alive, and wherever he has appeared, he cannot escape the eyes of the Faceless. Even if the other party accepts the task, it is difficult to say that there is no news at all. Unless Giovanni vanished out of thin air, no trace was left. "Yes, Lord Duke, there must be news of Master Giovanni soon." No one at the scene cared about Giovanni's life or death. They just wanted to complete the task given by the Red Duke, and the Red Duke cared about the book in Giovanni's hand. "Humph, it's best for you to do the things I explained seriously, otherwise the consequences, you should be clear." The Red Duke's scarlet eyes swept over the blood races present. "Yes, we dare not. Ta-ta-ta." At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the stone corridor behind him. A blood servant walked in quickly, saluted and said, "Lord Duke, there is a letter from the Faceless cabin." Hearing the blood servant's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A few people just talked about the Faceless hut, and they sent the information over. Whether or not there is any definite intelligence, it proves that they are working hard to investigate this matter. "Bring here." The blood servant brought the letter in his hand. The Red Duke held it in his hand and looked carefully. Slowly, the Red Duke's expression became more and more gloomy, and his brows also wrinkled. Everyone observed the expression of the Red Duke, and also knew the information in the letter, so I'm afraid it's not good news. When the Red Duke finished reading the letter, he placed it on the side table. "It says that Giovanni is dead." "What? How is this possible?" Everyone couldn't believe it. Once the Blood Clan grows bat wings, they have strong mobility. Unless they are sent to death in some places with flying troops to cause trouble, it is difficult for ordinary human cities to keep Giovanni. What's more, with the Hamadan family as the backing, the biggest possibility is to negotiate, not to kill directly. According to the information, some people have seen undead creatures with bat wings, which are very similar to Giovanni's image characteristics. In all likelihood, Giovanni died and was transformed into an undead. The Red Duke continued. Then, so it was made by Otis, said a vampire. Otis, the King of Bones, is the top undead king in this area. Only he has the ability to transform arms and the courage to provoke the Hamadan family. No, it's not Otis. The Red Duke shook his head slightly. 2 locations are given above, north of Pural City and the Orc Manor Market. I remember that Master Giovanni does have a manor on the north side of Pural City. A vampire said softly, and another blood clan said, Lord Duke, I will now arrange the pale-blooded person to investigate these 2 places, and I will definitely investigate the whereabouts of Master Giovanni. No, the orcs are waging a war. Don't arrange for people to enter there now. Who is the current lord of Pural City? The Red Duke said casually, not disturbed by the news of Giovanni's death. Produce a slight change. Even if the Red Duke doesn't care about those scattered orcs, he doesn't want to provoke those simple-minded guys. These guys who only know how to fight and kill all day long are very troublesome to deal with. Negotiations are not as simple as fighting first. Furthermore, the pale-blooded are blood clan scouts cultivated by humans and can be exposed to the sun. It is easier to integrate into human society rather than orcs. Lord Duke, called Cyril, is a city lord who is very mediocre in terms of strength and management. The Red Duke thought for a while, but there was no impression of this person in his mind. Huiwa Highland is managed by the Blood Clan, and the attached human villages need to pay enough blood tax on a monthly basis, which also prevents the Blood Clan from hunting in the human city for decades, in exchange for each other's stability. In addition, the Red Duke slept for a long time before, so it is not clear that the human city has been replaced. Mediocre is a good thing for us. Arrange the pale-blooded people to investigate this matter in Pural City. I want enough information. The Red Duke said in a deep voice. It's the Duke. I'll do it right away, said a vampire. The Red Duke nodded. Whether it's looking for clues about Giovanni's disappearance or a sudden undead force near the territory, it's worthy of a detailed investigation. If there is really a undead force growing rapidly, and there is no background, he will immediately send troops to destroy this undead force, take back the Book of the Blood Clan, and wipe out the undead's territory. Go to the Blood Kiln to select 2 young humans and send them to my room. The Red Duke slowly got up and instructed softly. Yes, Lord Duke. The blood servant nodded and went to the Blood Kiln to choose tonight's supper for the Duke. The next day, early morning, Fong Hao opened his eyes and stretched out a lot. Beside her, Ear leaned against Fong Hao's arms like a kitten, looking at herself with a smile on her face. Morning. Ear turned over and straddled Fong Hao directly, with a charming voice. Master is lazy. You can't get up at this hour. The smooth skin and charming voice stimulated Fong Hao's senses. It's really unbearable to be so exciting in the morning. At this moment, the sound transmission conch on the bedside table suddenly sent a prompt, proving that there was information recorded. Fong Hao frowned. It was the sound transmission conch left to Horun and Tong Nio. Gently patted Ear on the body, signaling her to stop making trouble, and turned over and put the conch to her ear and listened. Immediately afterwards, the deep voice of the Copper Bull came from the conch. My lord, we have occupied the Skull-Broken tribe. The Cold Wind Mountains are all willing to surrender under the persuasion of the sacrifice. We have arranged for Kinji to wait for you in the city where Zhang Bin is sitting. So fast. According to the normal march, it would take at least 3 days to travel, and in these 2 days, the Skull-Broken tribe had already been occupied? After thinking about it, I quickly figured it out. The undead are different from the orcs. Even if the orcs have good physical strength, they still need to set up camps. In the case of a rapid march during the day, it still takes more than 3 days. But the undead do not need it. They are rushing and fighting day and night. Coupled with the Clip Kenji to lead the way, it must be faster than the normal march along the way. The only one who needs to rest is the Copper Bull. But it looks like Tong Nio didn't rest much, and followed the army all the way to the skull-broken tribe. Is there something wrong with the master? Ear asked curiously after getting dressed. Well, I'm going to go out soon to prepare breakfast. It's better to be simple. Fang Hao also turned over and got up. Okay. Ear went downstairs to prepare breakfast. Fang Hao also began to wash and simply did the morning exercise in the morning. After a lap, Ear's breakfast was also ready. Had breakfast. Fang Hao dragged in Jia, who was still awake, and boarded the bone dragon. With 2 other bone dragons loaded with skeleton trolls, they rose directly into the sky. After picking up the clip Kinji in the city where Zhang Bin was sitting, under his guidance, he flew towards the Cold Wind Mountains, the location of the skull-broken tribe. Entering the Cold Wind Mountains, the temperature drops sharply. The sky is shrouded in mist, the mountains overlap, and the trails meander. Occasionally, a slightly denser forest will appear, surrounded by scattered villages. Compared with the outside world, the resources are indeed poor. Under the command of Kenji, the bone dragon came to the sky above the Skullbreaker tribe. A dense army of undead surrounded the tribe. The bone dragon fell, and the fire blade and the copper bull stepped forward to meet him. Grown-ups, well, how is the situation here? Fang Hao turned over and got off the bone dragon and asked. After the army came here, the other party's sacrifice did not do much resistance, and persuaded the rest of the scattered tribes in the Cold Wind Mountains to agree to surrender. Huaren introduced as he walked. What about them? All the clan chiefs are in the hall, just waiting for you to come. Okay, go in and have a look. Pushing the door into the chief's hall, the scene still made Fang Hao jump. In the entire hall, there are more than 500 clan chiefs and chiefs of various tribes, far more than the 212 tribes mentioned by Kenji. Even if each tribe has 2 patriarchs, there can't be so many people. Fang Hao walked forward under the escort of Huaren and others. Why are there so many people? Fang Hao kept at his feet and asked in a low voice. Huaren replied. The news of Skull Shattering's death last night was passed on. There were so many tribes split early this morning, and there was no other way but to let them all come in. The traditions of the tribe have not changed at all. Broken Skull summoned the warriors from various villages, and it could be said that each tribe did not have much fighting power. That's it. So many villages were split up in one night. If Fang Hao really ordered not to stay and slaughter the entire Cold Wind Mountain range, it would be difficult for these people to resist Fang Hao's footsteps. I see. Fang Hao climbed the steps all the way and just sat down in the position of the great chief. Below is the first old man wearing a cloak and leaning on crutches, and shouted first, "Meet the great chief." The rest of the messy orc patriarchs were stunned for a moment. Looking at the young humans sitting on the stage, they also knelt down and shouted, "Meet the great chief." Fang Hao glanced at the old orc headed by him. Shaman Clay, Purple Tier 3 hero. It seems that he is the sacrifice in Kenji's mouth, and he is still a Tier 3 hero. And this priest's prefix is Shaman, which reminds him of Nelson's prefix, Corpse Witch. This prefix is different from others and is more inclined to its own work. It's more like an inheritance title or a job title. Okay, let's all get up. Fang Hao said. When Shaman Clay got up, all the orcs also stood up. Shamans often have a high status in a region, similar to spiritual leaders in modern terms. Even if he is not a leader or chief, he has a high status. You must all know about the Broken Skull. For the Cold Wind Mountains, this is both a bad thing and a good thing. Fang Hao said. The orcs below were silent, just lowered their heads, and some of them looked at their companions restlessly. Fang Hao continued. The bad thing is that the rules of the Cold Wind Mountains will be broken, and new rules will be re-established. The good thing is that the tyrant has died, and you will no longer be exploited in the future, and you will not be able to take the women of your clan every month. Delivered. Whoa. This sentence caused quite a bit of confusion. A large part of the battles between the tribes of the Cold Wind Mountains stemmed from the tribute Thrall demanded. If you don't have enough, and you have to pay, you can only go to the nearby tribe to grab it. Anyway, it's okay not to rob the Skull Shard tribe, and the rest of Thrall will be left alone. The other is a woman. All the beautiful women of the orc race were given to Thrall, and no one was jealous or jealous. Silence. Listen to what the great chief has to say. The shaman scolded with a cane. The audience was silent for a moment, waiting for Fang Hao's words. Okay, the new rules of the Cold Wind Mountains are still being formulated. Before the rules really fall, I will first set a few rules. Anyone who dares to destroy his race will no longer need to exist. Great Chief, please speak, said the shaman. 1. No one is allowed to engage in infighting by means of looting, provocation, etc., and all of them are found to be killed. 2. Your tribes are too scattered. All tribes are unified by Shaman Clay, and the number of tribes is controlled at 100. 3. Then I will arrange some work for you to complete. Don't blame me for being rude. Great Chief, is this the law of the human race? The shaman asked at this time. After all, Fong Hao is a human being, and in their opinion, this set of rules is more like a human being. No, it's the law of the dead. You just need to remember that the era of plundering and coveting other people's wealth has passed, and now all life needs to rely on your own efforts. Fong Hao said solemnly. Yes, follow the orders of the Great Chief. Okay, Clay, help them integrate the tribes, reduce the number of tribes to less than 100, and come see me when it's over. Fong Hao looked at the shaman. The shaman nodded and brought all the patriarchs to the gang in the hall to integrate the tribe. The orc stepped aside. Fong Hao also has time to check his Book of Lords. After coming in and sitting in the position of the Great Chief, he has already received a system prompt. The Skull-Broken tribe has become your affiliated city. You can rename the city here, and you can control all the resources of the tribe and affiliated villages. Fong Hao thought about it for a while and felt that it was not very pleasant to call it the Skull-Shattered tribe. I remember in which game, there is a city called Cold Wind City, which is quite suitable for this city. In the unnamed place, Cold Wind City was written. Named successfully. Cold Wind City. City level, level 7 original city. Attributes. Mineral mining plus 30%, gold coin tax plus 10%, orc breeding plus 10%. Description. A city with attributes that can bring various benefits to speed up the construction and development of the city. It turns out that this has additional properties, I said. Moreover, the level of this city is not low, reaching level 7. Unlocked blueprints. Hero Altar Construction Blueprint. Smelting Furnace Construction Blueprint. Forging Bellows Production Blueprint. Animal Head Heavy Shield Production Blueprint. It did get a lot of drawings. Hero Altar, orange. Category, Special Building. Ability, Resurrection. Resurrection. Traces of Life 1. Mithril 20. Faction Materials 20. War Coins 2000. Hero units such as Transformation, Crafting, and Summoning cannot be resurrected. Resurrection. You can revive the hero unit of this faction. Soul Imprisonment. Soul Destruction will not be able to resurrect. Description. Here, you can revive your heroic subordinates. Of course, there are always ways in this world to imprison and smash your soul. Yes. Be careful of those guys who play with the dead. Required for construction. 5,500 hard and tough wood, 5,000 stone brick, 2,200 iron, 20 traces of prayer, 10 traces of gods, and 30 essence of perfection. With this building, the hero can be resurrected. But Fong Hao also knew that this altar could be resurrected only when the hero died normally. For example, under the control of Nelson, none of the orc heroes killed these times was successfully resurrected. Nelson has this ability to prohibit resurrection, and the top forces of other camps definitely have similar abilities. Therefore, strength is the most fundamental plan to reduce casualties, not resurrection. Continue to view the second architectural drawing. Smelting Furnace. Category, Architecture. Products, cast iron blocks, white steel ingots, refined iron. Description, metalworking can be obtained by heating and used for crafting and alchemy materials. Seeing the information about the melting furnace, Fong Hao was instantly overjoyed. He can produce white steel ingots, and his white steel equipment blueprints can be produced and assembled in batches. The overall attributes of the army can also be significantly improved. Forged bellows, green hard and tough wood 5, thick and tough leather 5, metal parts 4. Description, a simple wind-generating device. The internal air is pressed into the smelting furnace for forging iron. He had seen the bellows on TV. It is used to blow air to make the fire more vigorous. It is the supporting equipment of melting furnace. The last drawing is left. Beast Head Heavy Shield, blue 1 hard and tough wood, 5 cast iron blocks, 2 white steel plates, and 2 white steel ingots. Description, heavy shield designed for orc heavy infantry. outstanding defensive power, but also increased the burden of troops. Feng Hao has seen the finished product before. Seen in the battle power pile after the battle. A round shield, carved with the image of a huge animal head. It does have some power. The material is now sufficient, and it can be crafted to equip the infantry at that time. After reading the drawings, Feng Hao continued to check the warehouse of the skull-shattered tribe. It seemed like a jump. There are a lot of ore in the warehouse. Among them, the reserve of stone is 2 million, and the reserve of iron ore has reached more than 200,000. There are also copper mines, silver mines, and even saltpeter and sulfur, all of which have huge reserves. This also confirmed Feng Hao's initial thoughts. The Cold Wind Mountains are rich in mineral resources, and they also meet the ore needs of their own territory. At this time, Shaman Clay came over. Master Chief, I have already arranged to reduce the number of tribes to 100, but it will take a few days for the tribes to merge and migrate. Feng Hao nodded and said, You can arrange this matter. You can just call me the Lord like the rest. You don't need to call me the Chief. The title of the Great Chief should be the honorific title in the tribe. Although it sounds mighty, there are more and more heroes in the territory, and it is a bit confusing to call each person one. It is still called the Lord, which is also in line with the identity given by the Book of Lords. Okay, Lord. Clay immediately changed his words. Feng Hao motioned Clay to sit down and asked curiously, I killed Thrall. Don't the people here hate me? Yu Guang glanced at the orcs not far away in the hall. After knowing that Feng Hao would not embarrass them, the tension on his face gradually disappeared, and they were gathering together to chat, waiting for the task assigned to them later. My lord, that's how the Cold Wind Mountains are. If any of them surpasses Thrall, they will kill him and sit in this position. Clay raised his head slightly and glanced at Feng Hao. The only difference is that you are human. The rule here is that strength comes first. If someone surpasses Thrall, they can sit in the position of the Great Chief and make new rules. The only difference is that Feng Hao is a human, and the army in charge is the undead. This makes the orcs who don't like to use their heads at all unable to turn around. I plan to let you manage this place. How do you feel? Feng Hao said, My lord, with my current energy, it is difficult to manage such a large group. Clay replied with a sigh. Even though Clay is a hero, his body has entered a stage of decline. Even with this idea, there is still some powerlessness. I will arrange for someone to come and sit in the town. You will still be the shaman here and assist you. Feng Hao said after thinking for a while. Clay is a purple hero anyway. As the spiritual leader of the orcs, the shaman can solve many problems. I am willing to serve the adults. Clay stood up and saluted slightly. Feng Hao opened the Book of Lords, took out a purple hero contract, and handed it to Clay. The hero contract was purchased at the Merchant Alliance store when it came. Sign it. Even though Clay showed enough sincerity and helped him persuade the chiefs of the large and small tribes in the Cold Wind Mountains, but Feng Hao still wanted him to sign the contract. People's hearts will change little by little with time, place, and events. Only the contract can always bind them, and will not do things that are detrimental to themselves. The contract was handed to him, and Clay did not hesitate to press his handprint directly on the contract. Before Feng Hao came, Tong Niu had talked to him, and he also talked about signing the contract. Already mentally prepared, there is not much hesitation. Light emerged from the contract and merged into Clay's body. The contract is completed. Shaman Clay, the current loyalty to you is 60. Sure enough, Clay's loyalty was only 60, which was even lower than that of the bronze bull he was forced to join at that time. Shaman Clay, Purple Tier 3 Hero. Faction, Orcs. Template, Purple. Racial characteristics, Living Beings, Altar Believers, Blood Rage. Legion Talent, Orc Venerable, Faith Totem. Skills, Magic Affinity, Electrocution, Weakness, Poisonous Clouds, Group Snake Guard. Inherent Skills, Advanced Magic Proficiency, Advanced Tactical Proficiency. Altar Believer, Passive. Operate the hero altar to revive hero units without consuming materials, once in 7 days. Blood Rage, Passive. After entering the battle, the attack power is increased by 5%. Sorcerer of Orcs, Passive. The orc area where this unit is located is less prone to riots, and tax plus 5%. Totem of Faith, Active. All allies, orcs, gain buff status, morale plus 2%, physical damage plus 3%. Magic affinity, passive, permanently increase the magical power of this unit. Electricity, active. Lightning bursts at the fingertips, causing 130% spell damage, and the lightning jumps, hitting up to 2 additional enemies. Weakness, active. It can make the target enemy enter a weak state and reduce all attributes. Poisonous mist, active. Summons a poisonous cloud in the designated area, dealing continuous poisonous gas damage to the target. Snake guards, active. Summons 10 magical viper guards to attack the target enemy unit. Description: the shaman is better at thinking than the orcs. He thinks in the dark, guiding the group through difficulties. Although Clay has several skills that look good, they are actually not very effective in Legion battles. The only ones that Fong Hao felt useful were Altar Believer and Orc Venerable. One is the qualification to use the hero altar for free once every 7 days, which can revive fallen heroes. The other is to increase the stability of the Orc tribe, less prone to riots, but also to increase taxes. An internal affairs hero belonging to the Orc race. As long as Clay is in Coldwind City, he doesn't need to worry about these orcs rioting. Clay, this place is connected to the Bloody Mountains. There should be a connecting road, right? Fong Hao looked at Clay again. The Coldwind Mountain Range and the Bloody Mountain Range belong to the same mountain range, but the mountain range is too long and covers different areas of influence, so they are named separately. Since it is one, there must be a connection. You must pay attention to it, whether it is defending against trolls or counterattacking in the future. Yes, my lord. Clay stood up and shouted from below. Push the sand table over. Several orc guards acted immediately and pushed a sand table with a length of more than 7 meters and a width of more than 5 meters into the center of the hall. Sir, please, it will be more intuitive to see here. Clay asked Fong Hao to go first. Several people walked down the steps and came to the huge sand table. Find sand table, Coldwind Mountains. The Coldwind Mountain sand table has been included. You can view the overall map of the Coldwind Mountain on the Book of Lords map page. Just approaching the sand table, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Fong Hao immediately opened the Book of Lords and turned to the map page. Sure enough, on the map page, the map of the entire Coldwind Mountains area was lit up, and the topography of the mountains and rivers and the winding paths were all presented one by one, which was exactly the same as the information on the sand table. This made Fong Hao's heart instantly happy. You know, maps require human exploration. At the very beginning, when Fong Hao had just crossed over, he used the god's skill every day to develop a map near the territory with his troops. After returning, he had to check the map and re-explore the unlit parts. Now that the sand table is included, this work is directly saved, and the map of the entire Coldwind Mountains is automatically unlocked. And very clear. What's wrong, my lord? Clay asked softly when he saw Fong Hao in a daze. It's okay, you can talk about it. Fong Hao closed the Book of Lords, and his eyes fell on the sand table again. Good lord. The sand table was huge, and Clay picked up the cane in his hand and followed a road inside the mountain, pointing from east to west. Sir, this road is the road that traverses the entire mountain range. And at a point in the middle, the Coldwind Mountain Range and the Bloody Mountain Range take this as the boundary and do not interfere with each other. It can be seen that the Bloody Mountains occupy more places and the living environment is better. A large part of the reason is that the Bloodmaw tribe is stronger and the Orange Hero sits in the town. That is to say, those trolls want to attack the Coldwind Mountains. This is the only way to go. Fong Hao said, Yes, my lord. The rest of the roads are rugged mountain paths, with a maximum of several hundred people. If a power war is launched, this is the only road. Clay answered. Fong Hao nodded. It seems that he will build a fortress here to defend against trolls in a while. When the interior of the Coldwind tribe is stabilized, the 2 fortress locations can be used as the basis to launch an attack on the Bloody Mountains and completely eradicate this threat directly. Tell me about the mines. I think there are a lot of mineral reserves here. There should be many mines, right? Fong Hao continued to ask. Yes, there are a total of 72 mines. But before the tribes were constantly fighting and plundering each other, there were not many mines that could sustain production. Well, I'll make some statistics then and arrange fixed villages for mining to stabilize efficiency. Fong Hao nodded. There are actually 72 places, and the ore here is really rich. As long as the mining is stable, the ore needs of the territory are not to worry about. Okay, sir. Cold Wind Mountains supply or resources to the outside world in exchange for other resources. As long as they prevent each other from competing for mines and destroying facilities, the output can be at least doubled. Clay stood aside and said, I will arrange the supplies. You don't have to worry about this. As long as they complete their work, they can eat and dress warmly. Fong Hao heard what Clay wanted to express. Resources here used to be in exchange. Exchange ores for other necessary resources. For example, food, daily necessities. These Fong Hao will arrange. They just need to complete the work. Thank you, sir. As long as these can be satisfied, they will not make any trouble. And Fong Hao nodded, looking at the fire blade beside him. Flaming blade, clip. Sir. The two came over. The two of you are going here with the army. I will build a fortress here, and the two of you will be responsible for guarding it. Fong Hao pointed to the junction of the Cold Wind Mountains and the Bloody Mountains on the sand table. Yes, my lord. The two nodded and replied. Fong Hao looked at Shaman Clay. Let's go. You go with me first, and when the fortress is built, I will send it back to you. Oh, good lord. Fong Hao took Clay and Njia out of the chief's hall. The three sat on the bone dragon and rushed towards the junction. In half an hour, they have arrived at the junction. Not only is there a strange rock, but it is also a big outlet. A person who is blown by a strong wind leans and needs to move forward step by step against the wind. Sir, this is the junction. Thrall has also considered building a fortress, but it is very difficult to walk normally here, and it is even more difficult to build a blocking fortress. Clay said loudly. However, there was still the sound of woo-woo in the ear, which made it a little unclear. Fong Hao used frost armor, and from time to time, rocks were blown up by the strong wind, hitting the armor, and blue ripples appeared. Open the Book of Lords and find the fortress directly in the construction area. Fortress, wood 3,000, stone 2,000, stone brick 1,500, iron 500, metal parts 120. Choose to build directly. The light flickered, a fortress blocked the air vent, and the three people's bodies were suddenly empty and almost fell to the ground. Clay had never seen such a situation before, and the fortress was built in the blink of an eye. His expression was a little excited. He murmured words such as gifts and miracles in his mouth, and knelt down to Fong Hao again. Loyalty also directly increased by 10 points. Fong Hao asked him to get up and started to upgrade the fortress and build defensive arrow towers and magic defense towers. Clay, arrange for some orcs to come here to listen to the deployment of the fire blade and assist in defense. Fong Hao instructed after completing the construction of the fort. Okay, my lord, I must arrange it properly. After nearly half an hour, Huoren rushed over with the brigade. Cold Wind City left behind 200,000 troops, and the remaining more than 1 million undead soldiers were all brought here. Huoren, you stay here in garrison, and so do you. Listen to Huoren's unified arrangement. Fong Hao said, Good lord, I must listen to the dispatch of Lord Huoren. Lord, then I am not considered a commander now. Clip's injury recovered very quickly, and his voice began to be less hoarse. What command? Fong Hao asked curiously. That's it, the kind that can manage several people under the hand. Gripper rubbed his hands together and asked awkwardly. This little green skin is still an official fan. Okay, you do it well, and the skeleton giant bat with good performance will be under your command. Fong Hao said. No, my lord. The orcs. Give me some orcs to manage for me. GZ hurriedly explained. What are the skeletons to lead? He still hopes to have an orc team under his hand, who can listen to his deployment. Then it depends on your efforts. Do it well, and if you do well, you will be given a whole army to manage. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. GZ quickly thanked him and laughed. It's okay for the clip to lead a part of the flying unit, but the attributes are really not high, and it may be difficult to lead the army. It can't dispel people's self-motivation, and I can only say that now. After naming this place Cold Wind Fortress, East, Fong Hao and his group returned to Cold Wind City. After strolling around the territory, under the leadership of Clay, I came to the industrial area of Cold Wind City. Several warehouses have been built here, which store large quantities of ore. Not far away is a smelting furnace factory, which is specially used to process ore. Sir, There are usually orc blacksmiths here to forge weapons and smelt iron ore. Clay pointed to the deserted factory and introduced it softly. This is the defeat of Thrall. The army of undead occupied the place, and the factory also stopped working. Well, arrange for everyone to start work at that time. Feng Hao said. In the warehouse, various tools were made in batches, and the number of smelting furnaces was increased to 200. No matter how much, it can't be less. At that time, he was recruiting some skeleton blacksmiths to distribute here and directly turned it into a wrought iron factory. After visiting Coldwind City, returned to the chief's hall. Just in time, and Jia directed the skeleton and moved out a box full of gold coins. War coin, 787580, beast head gold, 2254580. So much money. Feng Hao's eyes began to gleam with gold. The animal head gold will be left with 500,000, and the rest will be installed with bone dragons. Feng Hao ordered. Coldwind City is an aboriginal city. The factory and mine start to pay wages to workers, which are all settled by beast head gold. Need to stay part. When Feng Hao opens some stores from here, he can also earn money back, forming a cycle. Oh, and Jia agreed, and then pointed to the skeleton in the back row. There is a tin treasure chest there. Go open it and see if there is anything good. Bai Tai. Feng Hao was taken aback for a moment, and then he realized that it should be Bai Yin. If it's a silver chest, that's a real disappointment. Occupying the Coldwind Mountains is the biggest battle since Feng Hao crossed. The enemy dispatched nearly 800,000 troops at one time, and he used more than 5 million troops. No matter how you think about it, you can't just give a silver treasure chest. Come here. Feng Hao beckoned. The two skeletons at the back came over carrying a huge, bright, white metal treasure chest. White treasure chest. I rely on. Feng Hao glared at Jia angrily. Do you call this white iron? Is there such a shiny iron? This is the 5th treasure chest after wood, black iron, silver, and gold, and it should be more advanced than the previous ones. Without any hesitation, Feng Hao chose to open it directly. A dazzling light flashed, and items appeared in front of Feng Hao's eyes. Obtain, Jewelry Shop Construction Blueprint, Deception Idol Construction Blueprint, Storm Fine Iron Open Helmet Production Blueprint, blue. Storm Fine Iron Breastplate Production Blueprint, blue. Storm Fine Iron Linked Gloves Production Blueprint, blue. Tempest Iron Boots Crafting Blueprint, blue. Stone Block Black Railway Lamp, blue. Dragon Tooth Necklace, purple. Hero Recruitment Scroll, orange. Beast Tooth Stone 182, War Fire Coin 510. Feng Hao carefully looked at the treasure chest rewards, and the rewards of the white treasure chest were indeed quite a lot. At the same time, it can be confirmed that the white treasure chest is more advanced than the gold treasure chest, and the items that can be opened are more and better. At first glance, Feng Hao landed directly on the orange scroll. Hero Recruitment Volume, orange. It's actually orange. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.